after being reborn, the man chose a morph without the slightest hesitation. Because this species could devour anything and evolve without limit. Once it reached its final stage, all it had to do was open that abyss-like mouth, and it could swallow even the entire universe in one bite. However, Amorph had one fatal weakness. Right after birth, its health bar was extremely low. So in the early stage, it had to lay low and play it safe. For now, it could only hunt cockroaches to get some protein. But once it reached the third stage, the entire spaceship would become its hunting ground. And right now, after just being reborn, he was still only a young amorph hatchling. Soon, his first evolution began, and an unbearable itch spread across his body. He successfully molted once, but just shedding one layer of skin almost drained him completely. Because he had used up too much stamina, hunger quickly hit him, so he immediately headed to the storage room to look for food. But he had to be extremely careful on the ship, because if the humans caught him, he was basically dead. He quickly activated his unique skill, Super Sense. This skill allowed him to detect danger within a certain range. After confirming there was no danger nearby, he immediately slipped into the storage room. Soon, he found a large stash of chocolate inside a box. He tore open the wrappers, then started devouring them like a starving beast. They tasted like he was chewing on cardboard, but at least his stamina recovered. Just then, a cockroach crawled past him. Without missing a beat, he swung his sharp tail. The tip pierced straight into the cockroach's body. The moment he saw it, he was overjoyed. In his eyes, this little thing was the ultimate crunchy snack. So, he crunched it down without hesitation. The moment he finished eating, the system panel popped up, asking whether he wanted to extract wings from the cockroach's biological traits. This made him incredibly excited. He never expected to obtain gene essence from his very first devour. His luck was ridiculously good. After all, gene essence was the key to a morph's endless evolution. As long as he collected enough genes, he could keep getting stronger. The thought of gaining wings right after rebirth absolutely thrilled him. The next second, he clicked confirm without hesitation. Soon, 2 small bumps appeared on his back and began to wriggle. In the blink of an eye, a pair of wings grew out. Although he now had wings, he had no idea how to flap them at first. But he soon figured it out. He had to use the power of his trapezius muscles to move them. The next moment, he suddenly lifted off and flew into the air. But flapping his wings burned through way too much stamina, so he had no choice but to binge on chocolate to recover. He did not want to survive on chocolate forever, so he set his sights on the cockroaches below. Soon, he successfully caught one. Over the next stretch of time, he devoured 20 cockroaches in a row. Before long, the system panel appeared in front of him again. It showed that he now had Super Sense and wings, along with a new skill called Chitin Shell. That put him in a difficult spot, because Kitten Shell only increased its defense as its level went up. It was definitely a good ability, but it needed too much time to grow. What he wanted most right now was a gene with strong vitality. For example, the plants and insects outside were his ideal targets, because they usually had traits tied to strong life force. So he came to one simple conclusion. If he wanted to live longer, he had to eat as many cockroaches as possible. Then, he leaped into the air. The amorph flapped its wings and continued searching for more cockroaches. Soon, he spotted a pair of them below. With quick eyes and faster claws, he grabbed one immediately. Then he shoved it straight into his mouth. But the other one ran incredibly fast, and it was about to disappear from his sight. He kicked off the ground and lunged forward. There was no way he was letting his prey escape. But because his body was too large, he slammed straight into a metal crate. The impact left a bump on his head. That made him a little angry. He thought, "Don't think I can't catch you just because you're hiding in some tiny corner." The next second, he whipped his tail and stabbed the cockroach with perfect accuracy. Then he picked it up and swallowed it whole. After eating it, he could clearly feel his body changing. At that moment, the system popped up another notification. He had finally obtained gene data for strong vitality, which meant his chances of survival had greatly improved. The reason he wanted this gene so badly was simple. This spaceship did not only have cockroaches, it also had humans. To his current self, humans were still a major threat, so he had to get through his hatchling stage as quickly as possible before he could stop fearing them. It seemed like it was time to leave this place and search for stronger creatures to devour. And he had already chosen his next destination, the cooling room beside the reactor. Important equipment was stored there, so very few people usually went near it. So he began using his claws to remove the screws. Soon, he opened the metal grate and entered the ventilation duct. But to his surprise, there was a high-speed fan spinning in the middle of the duct. He used the same trick as before, and removed the metal grate outside the fan first. If he damaged the ventilation system directly, the AI would report the anomaly to the humans. So he had to pass through the blades at the perfect moment. He activated his skill, using the mixture of iron oxide and fine metal powder in the air to make the spinning blade slow down slightly for a brief instant. Then, his brain rapidly analyzed all the information and searched for the best timing to rush through. The next moment, he flapped his wings and charged forward. It was all or nothing, but the instant he passed through, one of the blades still clipped his tail. The powerful rotation sent the creature flying several meters away. That scared him into a cold sweat, but fortunately, he made it through in one piece. As he continued moving through the ventilation duct, he suddenly heard humans talking up ahead. So he crouched beside the metal grate and began secretly listening in. One of them complained that Experiment 026 had failed again, and this time they were definitely going to get chewed out by the boss. They had no idea what to do. After hearing that, he realized this was not just an ordinary spaceship. It was actually an AA laboratory. Judging from their uniforms, they seemed to be people from Megacorp. Megacorp was a human-based species located near the solar system. Most of its residents were extreme materialists, almost like a corporate faction in a game. After they left, he immediately started removing the metal grate. Soon, the Amorph flew out of the vent. After landing safely, he realized that if other mutated genes existed here, they might change the path of his future evolution. So he quickly activated his skill and observed his surroundings. If this was a mutant research center focused on land combat soldiers, then he might be able to obtain a stronger body and better combat ability. If this was a lab experimenting on cult-like psychic powers, using a space elf-like species as the subject, then he might be able to gain powerful mental abilities. To be honest, he was hoping it would be the cult experiment, because he had trained psychic abilities since childhood. Soon, a life signal appeared in his mind, constantly crying out for help. He immediately turned to look. To his surprise, he found an amoeba being used as an experiment. That left him completely stunned. The amoeba's only trait was oxygen storage. To these people, it should have been useless. So why were they experimenting on it? So he activated Super Sense and began examining the experimental machine. After observing it, he discovered that several tubes were continuously sending electric currents into the amoeba's body. He immediately turned off the machine, easing the amoeba's pain. After the machine shut down, the amoeba clearly felt much better and kept thanking him. He told it they were the same kind, so helping out was only natural. He then encouraged it to stay strong and survive. But in the next moment, he sensed humans approaching and quickly flapped his wings. Then he hid in a corner above the room. Soon, the laboratory door opened from the outside. A man and a woman walked in. The woman asked when they would finally see progress from Experiment 026. The man quickly said that it was already showing a reaction, and he only needed a little more time. The woman turned and glared at him, saying coldly that time was money. She needed results before the ship reached Earth, so she could report back to the company. If he kept producing nothing like this, the company might fire every researcher involved. Her words scared the man into a cold sweat, and he quickly promised to deliver results from Experiment 206 as soon as possible. Seeing how terrified he was, the woman did not keep pressing him. Instead, she walked straight toward Experiment 026. If they could obtain even a small result from Experiment 026, a promotion would be nothing. The whole team might even become chief researchers. If the experiment went well, they might even get the chance to work with interstellar researchers on higher-level projects. At that moment, the man offered a suggestion and asked what she thought about psionium. The woman said she had heard a little about psionium. Apparently, it was some kind of awakening drug. The man explained that they had already tried every method except psionium, but none of them had produced any real progress. So, the woman finally accepted his proposal. Soon, the man began injecting a small amount of psionium into the amoeba's body. The first dose was very small. The amoeba only trembled slightly. When the woman saw the test subject reacting, she immediately ordered him to use all of the drug. The man tried to stop her, but the woman had already pressed the switch first. Massive amounts of the drug flowed through the tubes and into the amoeba's body. The amoeba, which had just been trembling slightly, began convulsing violently after absorbing the drug, suffering unimaginable agony. Seeing such a dramatic effect, the woman just flashed a sadistic smile. To her, on this boring spaceship, watching test subjects struggle in agony was her only real entertainment. Watching the amoeba suffer in agony filled him with rage. That woman was unbelievably cruel. 2.5 minutes later, the woman looked coldly at the test subject. By now, it had lost all the energy it had shown before. So she told the man that the result this time was not bad, and that he should continue running more experiments on experiment 026. If there were any new results, he had to report to her. But just then, the woman's eyes sharpened, and she suddenly looked upward. She did not see anything unusual, but she still felt like something above was staring at her. After witnessing what had just happened, he had already decided to kill her. He hated the sound of the amoeba crying out to him for help. He made up his mind. Within the next few days, that woman had to die. After leaving the laboratory, he arrived at a place where many pipes converged. His throat and mouth began to wriggle non-stop. Soon, he spat out large amounts of green saliva. After some relentless effort, he finally completed his nest. Then, he immediately released super sense and spread his perception outward. Now, this nest felt like an extension of his own body. No matter what the humans were doing or where they were, all that information would feed right back to him through the fluid he had spread everywhere. After 4 days of transformation and expansion, his nest was finally complete. Once the nest was built, he began moving back and forth between the nest and the cargo hold. He ate cockroaches and spiders while monitoring his target and gathering information. According to his observations, the woman went out almost every day as usual. Her name was Yujin Kisaragi, and she was the chief researcher on this ship. Even if everyone else on the ship died, she was the one person who absolutely could not be harmed. In other words, she was both the most important person on the ship and the greatest threat to his survival. 2 days earlier, one experimental sample had secretly escaped from the laboratory. While the other researchers panicked, she remained unusually calm. In just 2.5 hours, she created a dedicated tracker and recaptured the test subject as quickly as possible. If that previous test subject had escaped into the ventilation ducts, she would have definitely discovered him as well. So, he had to get rid of her as soon as possible. But the woman's senses were extremely sharp, and she suddenly looked toward the ventilation duct again. Over the past few days, she kept feeling like a pair of eyes was watching her. But every time, she found nothing unusual. She turned to a soldier and asked if there had been any strange movement nearby. The soldier said there was nothing out of the ordinary, and only then did she relax a little. At that moment, his heart nearly skipped a beat, because she had almost spotted his tail. For a human, her instincts were terrifyingly accurate. Every time he watched her, she seemed to sense it faintly. Could she have some kind of psychic ability? Psychic abilities usually referred to powers like telepathy and mental control, and those powers were extremely rare among humans. Some people were born with latent supernatural abilities. On top of that, she was highly skilled, extremely cautious, and meticulous in everything she did. And since she always had armed guards around her, how was he supposed to get close enough to kill her? Just then, the spider genes he had devoured earlier gave him a new skill called paralyzing venom. For his current body, this skill was incredibly practical. It was almost the perfect trait. With just 1 drop of venom, he could disable an adult for 5 minutes. Although it was very useful in a one-on-one fight, Yujin Kisaragi always had soldiers following her, which made paralyzing venom practically useless in this situation. Sitting around overthinking wouldn't solve anything, so he decided to go out and clear his head. So he carefully returned to the laboratory. When the amoeba saw him, it said it was happy to see him again. He replied that it was looking much better than yesterday, and he had even brought it some food. Soon, he crushed some chocolate with his pincers and placed it into the machine. The chocolate flowed through the tubes and into the amoeba's body. The amoeba immediately became excited and happy because it had never eaten anything so delicious before. Meanwhile, he was still wondering why they were studying this amoeba when it clearly had no special skills. Could it actually be a different kind of amoeba? But then, he suddenly remembered something. That woman seemed to own a cat, and she seemed especially attached to it. If that cat died, the woman would definitely show an opening. Unlike the woman, the cat was not guarded by soldiers. When its owner did not call for it, it usually stayed alone in the bedroom. So he made up his mind to use the cat to make its owner expose a weakness. Soon, he arrived at the woman's room. He remembered the cat's name was Caesar, and it was living an incredibly comfortable life. No wonder it was so fat from eating so well. The fact that Yujin Kisaragi raised her pet like this proved she was no ordinary person. Killing Caesar itself did not seem difficult. The problem was that he could not do it here. From the outside, the vet looked completely normal, but when he scanned it from the inside with super sense, laser lines were everywhere. If he touched even one of them, the AI would immediately trigger the alarm. That annoyed him so much that he tapped the metal plate with his tail. But the sound he made was quickly noticed by the cat. Caesar immediately rushed over to the ventilation duct. Fortunately, there was a metal grate blocking the way, so it could not get in for now. The soldiers guarding outside also heard the noise and came in to check. When they realized the cat had caused the sound, they looked completely speechless, thinking this cat had started making trouble in the room again. The soldiers were clearly sick of the cat, while he hiding inside the duct, had his heart in his throat. Luckily, the soldiers did not come over to inspect the vent carefully. Otherwise, he would have definitely been discovered. It was all his fault for using his tail to provoke it. But at that moment, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Those soldiers from earlier seemed to hate this cat to the extreme. A sinister idea formed in his mind. Maybe he had figured out how to get close to it. The next day, he returned to the same place and deliberately made some noise to attract the cat's attention. When Caesar saw a cockroach inside the ventilation duct, its eyes immediately lit up. The next moment, it broke through the metal grate and rushed into the duct. The soldiers heard the noise and looked at each other, but none of them wanted to go inside and check. His plan was to place a cockroach in every corner of the ventilation duct to lure Caesar deeper inside. As long as the cat saw cockroaches, it would definitely keep chasing them. Meanwhile, he waited in a blind spot for Caesar to approach, then stabbed it with his tail. Caesar let out a yowl before the paralyzing venom knocked it out cold. Taking his time, he slowly devoured the cat. Soon, the woman stormed into the captain's office in anger. She demanded to know when she would see Caesar again. It had already been missing for 2 hours. She was extremely strict about Caesar's feeding schedule, so if Caesar had not appeared on time, something must have happened. The captain quickly said, "Madam, please calm down. Unless your cat found a way off this ship, it must still be somewhere on board. Once we find it, we will notify you immediately." But the captain was furious inside. What was so important about a cat? If she were not a human noble, he would have thrown this woman into confinement long ago. Then, the woman said, coldly, "What about the soldiers who were on guard? Execute all of them. Do it immediately." Her words scared the captain into a cold sweat, and he could not help asking if that was going too far. But the woman said that since he was the captain, he had the authority to execute them, and he needed to use that authority right now. This was clearly the soldiers' failure. The researchers nearby were so shocked that they could not say a word. Even the soldiers looked furious when they heard that order. Under pressure, the captain had no choice but to agree to her demand. Then the woman turned around and said she would come back in 2 hours. If he had not executed those soldiers by then, he might as well resign as captain. This made the captain's face turn dark with anger as he cursed inwardly, wondering where that damn cat had gone. Meanwhile, hiding in the dark, he chuckled to himself, because of course, the cat was already in his stomach. Just then, the system panel popped up and notified him that he had obtained a skill called Wild Instinct. This skill could also fuse with his super sense. After the fusion was complete, it evolved into a new trait called Predator Sense. This trait could predict anything that might threaten him in advance. So he immediately activated the new skill. But to his surprise, nothing happened. Maybe it was only a passive ability, and since there was no danger nearby, it had no visible effect for now. He would have to figure it out slowly later. Right now, he wanted to see what state that woman was in. Just as he expected, the woman was already close to losing control. She only showed humanity toward the things she cared about most. Once that emotional anchor was gone, she would go completely insane. And he had successfully achieved his second goal, which was to separate her from the soldiers. Because of the missing cat, a massive crack had already formed between them. That cat had always been able to eat the best meat, but that same meat was something the soldiers could not even dream of eating. Any normal person would go mad after seeing such a difference in treatment. In the end, the class divide was simply too obvious. She had always stood far above those soldiers. The soldiers received none of those privileges, so resentment had already been building in their hearts for a long time. On top of that, the woman would no longer trust those soldiers either. After all, in her eyes, her beloved cat had gone missing because of their negligence. Now, it was time to obtain this woman's gene data. But to vent her anger, the woman actually started torturing the other test subjects. Hurting just one was not enough, so she eventually turned her eyes toward the amoeba. She looked at the trembling amoeba and revealed an incredibly wicked smile. Then she began injecting drugs into its body like a madwoman. The pain nearly drove the amoeba to collapse, and even after the torture was over, she still looked unsatisfied. Watching his own kind suffer like that made his heart ache. He silently thought, "Don't worry, I will avenge you." After that, the woman stormed into the captain's office and demanded to know what he had done now that 2 hours had passed. The captain said the search had only just begun, and that she needed to wait a little longer. That answer made the veins on her forehead bulge as rage took over her face. She asked coldly if he was defying the will of a corporate aristocrat. The captain was sweating heavily, but he still forced himself to say that he was the captain of this ship, and she needed to watch her words. Even if she was a corporate aristocrat, he would not allow her to overstep her authority, and he had the right to detain her. The woman became even angrier and asked how he dared to openly disobey a noble's order. Then she threatened him, telling him to just wait, because within a day, he would receive his termination notice. After saying that, she stormed out of the office. On the way, she noticed a restroom nearby. So she told the soldiers that she was going to the restroom and ordered them to wait outside. One of the soldiers wanted to follow her into the restroom as well, but another soldier stopped him immediately. Meanwhile, he rushed toward the passage leading to the restroom because this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Soon, he arrived directly above the woman. This time, he had to seize the chance. He absolutely could not fail. Normally, one soldier would follow her even when she used the restroom to protect her, but his plan had already created a rift between them, and there were no security systems here that could interfere with his movements. In other words, she was now alone in the restroom with no protection. This was the perfect condition for an ambush. At that moment, she stood by the sink, trying to calm herself down, completely unaware of the danger hiding behind her. Soon, she turned on the faucet and kept washing her face, trying to make herself look less miserable. Using the sound of running water as cover, he carefully removed the metal grate and crawled out of the vent. By then, the amorph had silently moved behind the woman. Then, he gathered venom into the spike at the end of his tail. Slowly, he crawled right above her head, preparing to kill her in one strike. After washing her face, the woman looked at herself in the mirror. But in the next moment, her eyes suddenly widened as she sensed an intense feeling of danger. Her face filled with panic, and she quickly turned to look behind her. But by the time she noticed, it was already too late. He swung his tail and stabbed straight toward her. However, her reflexes were terrifyingly fast. His tail barely scraped past her cheek and failed to cause any real damage. Because of his momentum, the creature slammed heavily onto the floor. The next moment, he adjusted his angle and lunged again at full speed. This time, he successfully injected paralyzing venom into her body. The venom quickly spread to her brain. Before long, she could no longer feel her own body. Her body twitched slightly, and she began foaming at the mouth. Then, with a thud, she collapsed to the floor and stopped moving. But she was not dead. Her body had simply been completely paralyzed by his venom. She struggled to lift her head, only to tremble in fear at the sight before her. The amorph's eyes were filled with greed, and drool was dripping from its mouth before he even realized it. Like a starving creature, finally seeing delicious food. Then he opened his mouth and looked at her terrified expression, wondering what she was thinking right now. Was she afraid of the alien species in front of her? Was she raging helplessly at her own situation? Or was this high and mighty noble finally terrified of death? Goodbye, madam. We will never meet again, but you will remain inside my body, with me, forever. As he opened his mouth wide, the woman's head was slowly pushed into it. He could feel human blood flowing through his body, and the moment her gene data reached his brain, he felt as if his hidden potential was being unlocked, piece by piece. After the integration was complete, the system notified him that the conditions for evolving from hatchling stage to growth stage had been met, and asked whether he wanted to continue evolving. Looking at the system panel in front of him, he was so excited that he could barely speak. Then, with a trembling claw, he clicked confirm. The next moment, it felt as if a thunderclap exploded inside his mind. Just then, a soldier rushed in and saw the woman lying in a pool of blood. Without a second thought, the soldier raised his gun and fired wildly at him, making the amorph scream in pain. In the vision, he soon collapsed motionless into a pool of blood. That scared him so badly that his whole body trembled. It turned out everything that had just happened was a danger forecast shown to him by Predator Sense. He awkwardly scratched his head. So this was how Predator Sense was triggered. No wonder activating it earlier had failed. It was actually a passive skill. According to Predator Sense, the guard was about to rush in. Should he escape right now? But he quickly gave up on that idea because there was no time to run. So he immediately found a hidden spot and concealed himself. He had to eliminate the guard here first to stay safe. Through his heightened senses, he felt a soldier slowly enter the restroom. But the moment the soldier saw the scene in front of him, he froze in shock. While the soldier was still trying to figure out what had happened, he had already moved behind him at incredible speed. By the time the soldier noticed him, his sharp tail had already stabbed straight toward the man's head with terrifying force. With a sickening squelch, the soldier dropped dead on the spot. After taking out the soldier, Predator Sense gave him no further warning. So if he was going to run, now was the time. The other soldier would probably come looking for him soon. At the same time, he had to hurry back to his nest. They might have tracking devices he did not understand, so he had to take a detour back to his lair. Soon, he returned to his nest and activated Super Sense, setting up a warning system that would alert him the moment anyone approached. After finishing all the safety measures, he could finally begin his next evolution with peace of mind. So he opened the system panel and clicked confirm. The system immediately notified him that the process of evolving from hatchling stage to growth stage had officially begun. The next moment, his sharp pincers became unusually smooth, and a strange mucus slowly began to seep out. And it was not just his claws. His entire body was gradually being wrapped in that mucus. Once the wrapping was complete, the outer layer hardened instantly, turning into a rough, uneven shell. This was the unique cocoon of an amorph, something that only appeared during evolution. Inside, he felt like an unborn infant, safely sealed away. He could clearly feel himself evolving into another kind of existence. This mucus was the material needed for him to transform into a higher-level alien form. He wanted to see with his own eyes how he would evolve. But that was obviously impossible, because by now, he had completely lost control of his physical form, as if his entire body was being dissolved and rebuilt by the fluid. From the moment he entered the cocoon, he had already done everything he could. All that was left now was to wait. The next day, a ray of light fell onto the cocoon shell around him. Suddenly, the surface of the cocoon slowly wriggled twice. The next moment, a crack split open across the hardened shell. Soon, he began writhing inside. Then the amorph quickly crawled out of the cocoon. His pitch-black body was his newly evolved form. This feeling was countless times stronger than his hatchling stage. Not only that, but he had also evolved claws that were much better for grabbing objects. His teeth had become razor-sharp as well. Unable to suppress the instincts of an amorph any longer, he raised his head and roared. He had finally evolved into an early-stage alien form. Meanwhile, with a dark expression, the captain asked the doctor if the woman's cause of death had been confirmed. The doctor replied that according to the report, the chief researcher died from an attack to the neck, and no other abnormalities had been found so far. The attacker seemed to have used some kind of small saw-like weapon, but they would need to examine the body more carefully before they could confirm anything. The captain's face darkened as he asked if by examine carefully, the doctor meant an autopsy. She was a noble, someone they could not afford to offend. If they touched her body, everyone might be executed alongside her once they returned. The moment he finished speaking, the meeting room fell into dead silence. No one dared to respond. Still, the doctor gathered his courage and asked the captain that if they did not do it, they would have even less of an explanation for the nobles. So should they perform the autopsy or not? But the moment he said it, he regretted it. Cold sweat covered his face, and even he had no idea where he found the courage to ask that question. The captain was also deeply troubled. Either choice could get them killed, and for a moment, he had no idea what to do. Then he turned to the security chief and asked about the progress in arresting the attacker. The security chief said they had checked every surveillance record on the ship, but found no suspicious suspect or abnormal situation. The guard considered to be the main suspect was currently being interrogated. The captain then asked, based on his years of investigative experience, did he think that soldier was truly the killer? The security chief answered that based on the information they currently had, the soldier was most likely not the real culprit. The captain could only order the security department to keep investigating around the clock and report to him immediately once they had results. Then, the captain glanced at the empty seat beside him. He slowly said to the department heads that surely they all knew what had happened on this ship not long ago. A brilliant talent with the brightest future had failed to obey the chief researcher's orders. As a result, her brain had been removed and left floating inside a glass tank. If that was the punishment for disobeying orders, then what did they think would happen to those involved in the death of a noble from the capital? The moment they heard that, terror spread across everyone's faces, and their bodies began trembling uncontrollably. If they did not want to end up like her, they had to come up with an answer. At that moment, the squad leader suggested calling it an experimental accident. But the medical chief immediately shot him down, saying there were too many staff members on the ship for that excuse to work. No wonder he was still only a mid-level officer. He clearly wasn't the brightest. Those words made the squad leader extremely unhappy. Then the technical chief suggested, saying she died from food poisoning, since that at least sounded somewhat believable. But the next second, someone suddenly punched the technical chief, shattering his glasses. He coldly told him he could die if he wanted to, but he shouldn't drag everyone else down with him. Soon, the four of them became so fed up with one another that they started fighting right there in the meeting room. Suddenly, someone slammed the table hard. He shouted for all of them to shut up and sit down. Conflict would only make the situation more complicated. What they needed now was to calm down and figure out how to handle this. Once he said that, the four finally stopped fighting. Then, the man immediately offered the captain an idea. They were currently near planet CO8, and planet CO8 was the territory of the space dogs. The captain asked if he meant blaming the chief researcher's death on the space dogs. The man nodded and said yes. They could claim the ship had been ambushed and that they failed to save her in time. The captain thought it over for a moment and realized the idea might actually work. The space dogs were raiders who wandered through space, and they were one of Megacorp's enemies. They were skilled in fleet warfare, and even battleships led by veterans were often damaged in fights against them. So how could a mere research ship possibly withstand them? During a battle against them, an unfortunate accident would not seem strange at all. If they reported that the ship had been attacked by the space dogs, they could naturally cover up the truth behind the chief researcher's death. The captain said the plan was good, but he also knew their weapons were no match for the space dogs. The man immediately stepped forward and said he knew some old acquaintances and could contact them directly. The moment everyone heard that, they were startled, while the captain winced inwardly at the cost. Because the old acquaintances this man mentioned were clearly pirates, the captain gritted his teeth and asked how much money they needed. The man answered at least 1 million credits. That made the captain so furious that he cursed under his breath. Those damn bastards, even the space dogs would have trouble touching Yujin Kisaragi so easily. But the man said it was a reasonable price, because they would also be taking risks. The captain could only say that he would prepare 1 million credits, that they had to make sure everything was flawless, with no mistakes whatsoever. From this point on, the captain decided to hand command over to the crisis management team leader. The meeting was over. But the medical chief asked what they planned to do with the body. The captain said they would preserve the corpse for now, use it to frame the space dogs later, and forbid anyone else from touching it. Meanwhile, the amorph took a heavy step forward. Since he had already evolved into a youngling, he had to adjust his plan. In his previous plan, the key was avoiding the enemy's line of sight. But now, hunting had become just as important as survival. Otherwise, the nutrients he consumed would not be enough to support this much larger body. Since his survival problem was temporarily solved, what should his next goal be? The system notified him that his first evolution had succeeded, and 2 new skills had been added: reinforced exoskeleton and acidic blood. Seeing the successful evolution notice, he understood that he had officially entered the youngling stage. Amorph evolution was divided into 6 stages. The first stage was the hatchling form he had been in before, where any ordinary human could kill him. The youngling stage was the stage he had reached now. Although this stage already gave him powerful combat ability, modern weapons were still extremely dangerous to him. Once he grew into the juvenile stage, his body would become strong enough to survive explosions. After reaching the sub-adult stage, he would be able to freely devour creatures in space and fight even powerful enemies. At the adult stage, all he had to do was open that abyss-like mouth, and he could swallow an entire planet in one bite. The final step was ascension, and once he achieved it, that meant he had cleared the game. If an amorph ascended in the game, every secret about this species would be revealed. The same was probably true in reality. In his previous life, he was the only one who had ever witnessed the amorph ending with his own eyes. That was why he chose this species without hesitation in this life. However, the type section seemed to unlock starting from the youngling stage. The type he wanted most was physical enhancement. So without hesitation, he clicked confirm and started checking the conditions. Just as he expected, most of the conditions for the physical enhancement type had already been met. That was thanks to the reinforced exoskeleton and acidic blood traits he gained after evolving into a youngling. These types were somewhat similar to classes used by other species, but they were also slightly different. Once the conditions were met, a type would unlock and create synergy with related abilities. But what did this 1.5 mean? It probably referred to predator sense, but as for psychic amplification, he did not have any matching trait yet. He carefully thought back to everything he had eaten. Every time, he had eaten almost everything cleanly and left nothing behind. Soon, he remembered the only food he had not finished completely: Yujin Kisaragi. She was the only body he had not fully eaten. Since her instincts had been abnormally sharp, it was very likely because she had some kind of psychic ability. So he immediately set out to find her corpse. If he wanted to obtain psychic power, he had to find that body. Soon, he pried open the metal grate of the ventilation duct. Then he crawled straight inside. But only after entering did he realize that his evolved body was now a little too large, making the space feel extremely cramped. Fortunately, it still did not stop him from moving. Before long, he caught a special, yet familiar scent. So he followed the smell and arrived above a certain room. He had finally found it, the ability he had been dreaming of. Then he stared greedily at the situation below. A young staff member was casually listening to music with headphones on, and beside him was a sign that read Kisaragi Morgue. The next moment, strands of black smoke suddenly drifted through the room. The staff member looked confused, clearly smelling something awful. He quickly walked toward the source of the smell. What he saw next stunned him on the spot. The floor, which had been made from the strongest material, had somehow been corroded open by a green liquid, and the amorph was lurking right above that hole. The staff member quickly realized something was wrong, because this kind of acidic solution should not exist anywhere on the ship. The next second, he dropped from above at high speed. At the same time, he swung his sharp tail straight toward the man. With a sickening squelch, his tail pierced straight through the staff member's head. Then the man collapsed into a pool of blood. After dealing with the staff member, he immediately entered the room where Yujin Kisaragi's body was being stored. Then, he pulled away the white cloth covering it. Yujin Kisaragi had indeed been kept here. What surprised him was that, as expected of a noble from the capital, her body still looked exactly the same as when she died. Although he knew that a noble's body was not something he should casually touch, he still grabbed her head. He had been human in his previous life, yet now, no matter how many people he killed, he felt no guilt at all. Had he already been assimilated by the instincts of an amorph? Or perhaps this cruel monster had always been the true self, hidden deep in his subconscious. Then, he opened his mouth wide and devoured Yujin Kisaragi's brain. At this point, he could not afford to care anymore. If he wanted to survive, he had to keep killing. Once humans died, their bodies would eventually return to nature and be absorbed by other life forms. So if he absorbed those bodies himself, was that not also part of nature's cycle? Rather than letting them go to waste, they might as well become part of him. After he finished devouring every last piece, he suddenly found something like a core inside his mouth. Had this thing been hidden inside her heart the entire time? Then he crushed it directly. It seemed Yujin Kisaragi's heart had never been normal to begin with. The next moment, the system panel popped up. Just as he expected, Yujin Kisaragi's body did contain a psychic-related trait. However, according to the system, what he had obtained was the gene essence of a superorgan. This left him completely speechless, because Amorph could use psychic power even without this ability. So this trait was basically useless to him. Still, it was not a bad thing. After all, he needed a large number of traits to unlock his type anyway. Soon after he clicked confirm, several flowing tendrils grew from his back. He touched those hair-like tendrils and found this change rather interesting. Next, he used the staff member's fingerprint to open the other morgue cabinets. Since Yujin Kisaragi's body had tasted good, he wanted to know how the soldiers and this staff member would taste. After eating them, he found that the soldiers tasted strange, probably because their muscles were too tough and hard to chew. The next second, he suddenly sensed a danger signal, so he used Super Sense to scan his surroundings and realized the guards seemed to be changing shifts. Looking more closely, he noticed that their combat suits were old models, probably because there were not enough new ones available. The moment he saw them, he realized something. If the guards were changing shifts, someone would eventually come down here and see the morgue. He would be exposed immediately. After all, this was deep outer space. Besides humans, they would definitely assume there was a monster hiding on the ship, one that threatened everyone's lives. He could not help thinking that he was still not strong enough to fight everyone on the ship head-on. He needed something to buy time until he became powerful enough to kill them all. Soon, a realization flashed through his mind. He looked at the black smoke rising from the area he had corroded earlier. This was a morgue, after all, and there were preservatives and chemicals here for handling corpses. He chuckled to himself as a sinister idea flashed through his mind. It could help him escape this crisis, while also messing with the crew. Meanwhile, Megacorp had no officially designated T-class capital, but there was one place they treated as the core of their society, Earth. At present, Earth served as Megacorp's headquarters and central hub. The 5 companies that once helped establish Megacorp were the true rulers of Earth. Today, they were known as the 5 Great Families, and one of them was the Kisaragi family. They dominated a region on Earth known as East Asia, where tens of millions of people obeyed their commands and served as tools for their expansion. The Kisaragi family had first risen through business in a small country known as the Republic of Korea. Now, all the land in that country had become the Kisaragi family's living space. There were small aircraft and maglev trains for transportation, along with an artificial sun that provided light for the internal ecosystem. Meanwhile, on a floating island filled with fertile land, there was a thriving community. An old man was calmly farming. This kind-looking old man was the head of the Kisaragi family. Behind him, two subordinates were preparing to report. After a moment, the old man slowly stood up. He asked them what they had come to report. Since he was done with his work, they could come forward now. One young subordinate stepped forward and said it was about his granddaughter. The old man asked which granddaughter he meant. The subordinate answered that it was Lady Kisaragi. The old man still looked gentle as he said that must be Yujin, the daughter of his third child, and asked if something had happened to her. The subordinate replied that the signal device hidden inside Lady Kisaragi's body had been destroyed. The old man clearly did not believe it. He had not sent Yujin to some harsh workplace for training, so how could anything have happened to her? The subordinate said the device's final signal came from mere planet C08. After investigating, they found that the area belonged to the space dogs, so it might have been done by those space dog pirates. The old man placed a hand on the subordinate's shoulder and calmly asked if that was so. The next second, the old man slammed a brutal punch into the subordinate's head. The force behind it was terrifying. He was completely different from the kind old man he had seemed to be moments ago. The subordinate trembled twice on the ground, then stopped moving completely. After that, the old man ordered the others to clean the place up. The reason he killed that subordinate was because this old man cared deeply about ceremony. During a report, questions and answers had to proceed in proper order to show the proper respect. But that subordinate had dared to speak out of turn. The old man remembered that raising Yujin Kisaragi had cost him 10 billion credits, almost the same as developing a starship. On top of that, he had also given Yujin a genetic enhancement surgery. So he did not believe for a second that ordinary pirates could have harmed her. In the end, he concluded that the space dogs did not have the courage to touch Yujin Kisaragi. Someone had to be pulling strings in the dark, and there had to be hidden secrets behind this incident. So he ordered his subordinates to bring every single person on that ship before him, and to capture the space dogs as well. Someone had dared to touch a member of his family. Did outsiders really see the Kisaragi family as weaklings they could kill whenever they wanted? If that was the case, he would make sure they learned exactly what death meant. The butler said nothing. He only kept nodding and said he understood. But deep down, he knew a bloody battle was about to break out. Meanwhile, back on the ship, the captain arrived at the morgue with trembling steps. He could not understand why a perfectly normal morgue had suddenly caught fire. The medical chief stared at the burned corpses and fell into deep thought. Then, he suddenly realized something terrible. He turned to the staff member in charge of records and asked if there were any other bodies besides these. She said no, all the corpses were here, then asked if there was a problem. The captain immediately asked the medical chief what had happened, and why he looked so terrified. The medical chief said with a grim expression that they were in serious trouble. He asked the captain to gather every department head immediately, because he had to announce something that concerned all their lives. Soon, every department head arrived in the meeting room. After the medical chief explained what he had found, the news hit everyone like a bombshell. The captain instantly lost his composure. How could something like that happen? Corpses don't just get up and walk away. Was he sure he hadn't made a mistake? The medical chief said he had checked again and again, but he still could not find the researcher's body. And that was not all. The chemicals in the morgue could have caused a fire, but there was no way they could have burned that badly. The crisis management chief immediately asked if someone had set the fire on purpose. At that moment, two department heads suggested that an unidentified alien creature might be hiding on the ship. The logistics chief immediately denied the possibility of an alien. One of them muttered that it was just a guess, asking why the logistics chief was getting so worked up. But the medical chief said the biggest problem right now was that the researcher's body was missing. They needed to start searching for clues immediately. At that moment, the captain slammed the table. Had they not already agreed to meet the pirates in the C08 region? No matter what, they had to find the corpse and hand it over to those pirates. At the same time, they had to narrow down the list of suspects as quickly as possible and deal with the real culprit. This was no longer just about the captain himself. If any of them feared the revenge of a noble from the capital, then they had to cooperate with everything they had. The moment he said that, the entire room fell silent. Everyone understood that if they could not find the corpse, then returning to Earth would mean certain death. Then the captain asked the crisis management chief if he had contacted his pirate friends yet. They had to coordinate immediately, but they must not tell the pirates what had happened here. They would simply say they were handing over the corpse according to plan. The crisis management chief hesitated and asked if that would really work. The captain said that if they found the corpse but had no way to deal with it, the problem would be even worse. As long as they recovered the body before meeting the pirates, they should still be able to fix this. Then the captain patted the security chief on the shoulder. He ordered him to find out who had done this within 1 day and gave him permission to investigate every single crew member on the ship to uncover the real culprit. The captain would grant him every authority related to this matter, but he had to produce results within 1 day. But none of them knew that before their plan had even begun, the real culprit had already overheard everything. This made him chuckle to himself. His plan was going smoothly. These humans really did not suspect an alien creature. Instead, they had turned their suspicion toward their own soldiers. His plan could both hide his identity and confuse the enemy, mix chemicals in the morgue, and create a fire. Who would ever think this was done by an alien creature? After mixing the chemicals into a toxic compound, all he needed was a few drops of acidic blood to trigger a huge explosion. That way, everything would be wrapped up neatly. Even the corpses were burned away, leaving no solid evidence behind. Still, he did not expect them to bring up alien species. Fortunately, the others did not truly become suspicious. On top of that, they were still planning to meet the space dogs. This captain had to be insane. Judging from the situation, the idea probably came from the crisis management chief. He would need to investigate that man later, because he might have connections with pirates. Pirates were a faction made up of many different genes. If he could get close to them, he might obtain all kinds of genes from their bodies. But this attack could also reduce the amount of essence he could gain from the research ship. So he needed to see those pirates with his own eyes before making a decision. The next moment, Super Sense activated and made him notice something strange. It was the logistics chief, the same man who had strongly denied the existence of any alien creature. This matter had nothing to do with him, so why did his face look so terrible? The logistics chief went to a cargo hold alone. Only after confirming no one was around did he carefully step inside. This made him sense something suspicious. If the man was the person in charge, there was no need for him to sneak into the cargo hold like this. Why was he so alert? And why was he acting so suspiciously? So he activated Super Sense and tried to examine the inside, but something blocked his perception. He also discovered that entering this place required both ID verification and fingerprint authentication. This cargo hold had a much higher security level than the others. That made him even more curious. Something extremely important had to be hidden inside. Originally, he planned to go after the medical chief, but now he changed his mind. The logistics chief would be his next target. 2.5 hours later, the logistics chief was still drinking at the bar. He looked deeply troubled. There was a reason he looked so miserable. He had bought several alien eggs from a black market cult merchant, planning to resell them for a good price. After that, he arranged a transaction date and secretly brought the eggs onto the ship. But unfortunately, on the very day he got drunk, one of the eggs hatched. He could not tell anyone about it, because if the captain found out, he would definitely be killed on the spot. Before long, he was completely wasted. Then he staggered toward his room in a daze. But suddenly, he heard a sound behind him. He immediately turned around, only to find nothing unusual there. So he thought he must have drunk too much and started hallucinating. But just as he was about to turn back and keep walking, he heard something approaching step by step behind him again. This time, he turned around sharply and saw a huge creature flash past right before his eyes. That scared him completely sober. He forgot everything else and focused only on running for his life. Soon, he reached the door of his room, entering the password so fast that his fingers almost left after images. No wonder humans were said to be creatures with explosive potential. Their hidden strength really was endless. After the door opened, he tripped over a beer bottle at the entrance and fell into the room. He tried to get up immediately and grabbed the phone to call for help. But before he could call for help, the amorph had already appeared in front of him. The logistics chief trembled in fear and hurriedly backed away. But he stared at the man and said, "Buddy, you smell amazing. That rich, milky scent means you're going to be delicious, tender, and dripping with fat." Soon, he devoured the logistics chief. Then he looked around the room, which looked like a total garbage dump, and felt completely disgusted. It was basically a pigsty. So he began rummaging through all kinds of trash, searching for the ID card that could open the cargo hold. Before long, the ID card fell out of a folder. With the man's severed finger and ID card in hand, he could finally open that mysterious cargo hold. Then he walked step by step to the cargo hold door. First, he inserted the logistics chief's ID card. Then he pressed the man's finger onto the recognition panel. With a soft hiss, the door opened, and waves of cold air flowed out from inside. He immediately entered, curious about what could be hidden here that required such strict secrecy. Looking at the many specimens stored inside the freezers, he could not help wondering if that man had been a smuggler. Then he looked down and discovered something incredible. There was a cracked, twisted eggshell, and the inside was already empty. Could this be the egg he had hatched from? So back then, had the logistics chief been trying to secretly transport him? In the game, an amorph did not start on a spaceship like this, but in an unidentifiable archaeological ruin. He did not know what had happened along the way. But the original owner of this body seemed to have escaped from the container after hatching, only to die from malnutrition because it could not catch any food. Only after that did his consciousness enter this body. That also explained why those cockroaches had tasted so delicious to him. This body had been acting on pure survival instinct all along. Thinking about it left him with mixed feelings, and he silently prayed that the original amorph had not died for nothing. After that prayer, it was time for him to act like a true amorph. So he picked up an egg with one claw. Then he devoured it greedily. However, eggs from his own kind did not seem to make him much stronger. After finishing the egg, he turned his attention to the other creatures stored inside the freezers. Once he finished eating those creatures, the system popped up with a notification. He had gained 2 new skills, leg strength enhancement and mimicry. Now he only needed 2 more traits to complete the physical enhancement type. To be honest, after devouring Yujin Kisaragi, he was a little disappointed. He had not awakened psychic power, and instead gained the nearly useless super organ. He quickly leaped away, scaling the walls like an extreme climber. Still, in the game, a powerful trait like this usually appeared in the mid to late stages, yet he had obtained it surprisingly early, and all of these traits were extremely effective for hunting the crew. With them, his next plan could become far more aggressive. This ship would soon meet up with the space dogs, and he still did not know how dangerous those people were, so he had to become as strong as possible. Before long, miserable screams would echo across this ship, but no matter how loudly they screamed, no one would discover them, because those cries would be buried inside this dark abyss. Meanwhile, in the maintenance base of the giant research ship, 2 workers were repairing a massive vessel. The damage this time was severe, so the repairs would probably take a long time. So they decided to grab a bite to eat first and finish the job later. Soon, they arrived at the employee dining area. Scott looked uneasy and could not help asking why they had to inspect and repair every aircraft if there was no reason for them to fight. Finch sighed and asked if he really had to talk about work during a meal. But Scott told him to think carefully. Did this not feel strange? He had heard a rumor that they were preparing to capture that metal gremlin. If they really ran into something like that, they would have no chance of winning. And there was another rumor saying that the metal gremlin was already on the ship. Scott continued, asking if Finch had noticed the strange smell in the air lately. That was the smell of the metal gremlin. People in the kitchen had also said that since last week, people had been disappearing one after another, but Finch kept brushing off Scott's rumors as complete nonsense. At that moment, someone nearby overheard them and immediately joined the gossip, saying he had also heard something. Apparently, the supply chain chief had gone missing, so the freight manager had been promoted to temporary chief. Finch was a little surprised when he heard that, and asked why the executives above were doing nothing if someone had really gone missing. The others said maybe the higher-ups were just covering it up because they did not want things to get out of hand. Finch stood up and scolded them, asking what any of this had to do with battleship maintenance. They were worrying about things above their pay grade, and they should just focus on their own jobs. After saying that, he warned them that spreading half-true rumors in space was never a good idea. They could keep eating, but he still had plenty of work to do. By the dead of night, the 2 were still repairing the huge ship in front of them. Finch suddenly said he was a little hungry, and asked Scott if he wanted anything to eat, since he could bring something back. Scott said he was busy and had no time to eat, but if Finch saw any synthetic booze, he should bring some back for him. After agreeing, Finch left the area. Scott then continued focusing completely on repairing the machine. The next moment, someone suddenly called his name and told him to come over. Scott said impatiently that he was busy and had no time right now. The other person said it would only take a second, but the voice kept calling his name, which made Scott more and more irritated. So he crawled out from under the ship, muttering that if this was not worth his time, the guy had better be ready to get punched. But after coming out, he did not see anyone at all. Yet, the voice kept echoing through the maintenance room, guiding him forward. Soon, Scott reached the doorway. The voice said it was inside, and that he just had to come in. Scott looked at the pitch-black room, and asked what the guy was doing in there with no lights on. The voice answered that it was looking for something inside, but could not find it. So Scott should hurry in and help. So Scott reluctantly walked inside with a flashlight. Soon, he sensed that something was wrong, because the air carried a strange metallic smell. So he asked where the guy was hiding. But in the next second, he accidentally stepped on a screw. His foot slipped, and he fell hard onto the floor. To his surprise, the voice from earlier had actually come from the amorph. It slowly appeared in front of Scott, but because the room was too dark, Scott still could not see its figure clearly. The next moment, it grabbed Scott's head. He could not help thinking that mimicry was a surprisingly useful skill. Soon, screams echoed through the maintenance room. After a while, Finch returned with a few bottles of liquor. But after looking around, he could not find Scott anywhere. All he saw were the tools Scott had left behind. This confused him, because Scott never left his post before finishing a job. At that moment, the amorph mimicked Scott's voice and said he was in the maintenance room, asking Finch to come over. Finch came to the maintenance room entrance like usual. The voice inside continued, saying he was moving something and needed Finch to help. So Finch walked in without the slightest suspicion. But just then, a large amount of liquid suddenly dripped down from above and landed on him. He touched the back of his neck, wondering what that warm liquid was. But when he looked at his hand, he was instantly terrified. Was this blood? He froze in place, not daring to move at all. The next moment, the amorph held Scott's head right in front of Finch's face. Then it laughed and said, "Surprise, didn't see that coming, did you?" Immediately after, under Finch's terrified gaze, the creature swallowed him whole. After the meal, he realized he was actually pretty good at luring people, and mimicry was truly convenient. Among the creatures the logistics chief had planned to smuggle, there was a larva called a red worm. The red worm was a giant worm that only lived on desert-type planets and had the ability to mimic other creatures' voices. It was said to have evolved this gene to hunt more effectively in harsh environments. Fortunately, he had obtained gene essence from the red worm larva, allowing him to mimic human speech. Unfortunately, this ability was not as powerful as the original trait. He could only mimic the voice of the last living creature he had eaten, but for now, that was still useful enough. He decided to eat someone from the kitchen tomorrow. Since the kitchen had many workers who knew lots of crew members, taking one of their voices would let him lure and kill many more people outside. The two guys from earlier had too few friends, so their voices would not work well enough. Thinking of this made him extremely pleased. He already had a new plan for tomorrow's dinner. After dealing with those two humans, he decided to go check on the amoeba again. It had been a long time since he last saw it, so for now, he decided to call it number 26. At that moment, the tendrils on his side were somehow able to communicate with it at close range. He never expected the super organ to have this function. It could actually let him talk to creatures that communicated through ultrasound. So he wriggled his tendrils and greeted number 26. But number 26 told him that it was hungry and wanted him to bring it something to eat. There was nothing he could do about that request, because the path leading to number 26 had now become extremely dangerous. Ever since he devoured Yujin Kisaragi, the ship's security level had been raised to the highest setting, and the vent above the research facility had been damaged. Because of that, he had not been able to bring food to number 26. The only thing he could do now was talk with it. After that, he told number 26 to take care of itself, then cut off the connection. If he could evolve into a higher stage, maybe he would finally be able to help. But the problem was that the conditions for evolution were not easy to satisfy. To evolve further, he had to kill 10 individuals from each of 2 intelligent species and extract gene essence from them. But right now, there were only humans on this ship, so it was impossible for him to meet the evolution conditions. Maybe when the pirates arrived, some miracle would happen. The next moment, he picked up a new piece of information. Looking over, he saw that the crisis management chief seemed to be talking to someone on a call. The man told the person on the other end that the family had already issued its order. But there was also good news. Yujin had been eliminated, and the ship would arrive in the C08 region according to plan. For the sake of the family, he was willing to do anything and take this risk. Just as he expected, this man was clearly an informant. He knew this was the same man who had persuaded the captain to give that order. But in his eyes, the man's schemes went far beyond that. It looked like he had to keep watching Arnold, because this guy might still prove useful to him. Not long after, the captain flew into a rage in the meeting room. He kept blaming the security chief, saying they were supposed to meet the pirates in 2 days, yet the missing corpse still had not been found. And on top of that, how many people had disappeared from the ship so far? One of the other chiefs answered that including the previous logistics chief, 8 people had disappeared in total. Meanwhile, he stayed hidden above them, quietly listening to their conversation. This made him chuckle to himself. They would never imagine that the real culprit was right in front of them, listening to every word. The captain was extremely frustrated. Why had they still not found even the slightest clue about the killer? At that moment, the crisis management chief shared his opinion. If the culprit was human, he did not think they could hide this well. Perhaps some kind of unknown creature really was on the ship, attacking them. That sentence sent a chill down his spine. He had just been feeling pleased, and now the situation had taken a sharp turn. Another chief immediately argued that the AI on this ship had once been used for combat. If some creature were really running around the ship, they would have known already. But the crisis management chief continued, saying they all knew one thing. The freezers inside the logistics chief's container were completely empty. Where those creatures had gone, none of them knew. Hidden above them, he immediately cursed inwardly. The thing he had feared most had finally happened. The captain frowned and said that even if there really was an alien creature on the ship, where was it hiding? And why had it not been discovered yet? The crisis management chief answered that there was one place they had never fully inspected: the ventilation ducts directly above them. The ventilation ducts spread throughout the entire ship. A creature around 1 meter in size could move through them freely. He glared at Arnold in anger, thinking he should have taken the risk and killed this man earlier. So this guy was apparently named Arnold. No wonder he could explain why the missing corpses had completely vanished. Arnold continued, saying they could capture the creature alive and hand it over to the nobles from the capital. Once the nobles learned that Eugene had been eaten by that monster, perhaps they would let them go. Then Arnold proposed that he would select one squad of soldiers to search the ventilation ducts, while the remaining soldiers prepared for the battle against the pirates. After hearing this bad news, he immediately moved away from the area. He knew this day would come eventually, but he never expected to be discovered before he had fully developed. Arnold would definitely install security systems inside the ventilation ducts, which meant he could no longer move through the vents freely. For now, he could only operate near his nest. The main halls were covered in surveillance, and the ventilation ducts were no longer an option. It was time to make a major decision. Should he escape, or should he stay and fight? But as he closed his eyes to rest, Arnold's words about capturing him alive kept echoing in his mind. Those words completely unleashed the amorph instincts inside him. They wanted to capture a powerful alien like him alive? Did they really think he was some helpless prey? Even if his arms and legs were torn off, he could still use his remaining head to bite through an enemy's throat. That was his nature. Here in space, inside this ship, and within the cramped terrain of the ventilation ducts, he would show them that trying to capture an amorph with only a few soldiers was the stupidest decision they could ever make. He would use everything he had and let them see what hell in space truly looked like. His auxiliary organs extended deep into the ship and began analyzing everything. They continuously provided him with the full structure of the research ship, along with enemy positions and movements. If this ship was a living creature swimming through space, then he was the parasite living inside its brain. He could easily understand what was happening in the command center. He could also see the movement routes of the armed soldiers. Clearly, they had already split into 2 groups and were closing in from both sides. The rough framework of his plan was ready, and all he needed to do now was adjust the details based on the enemy's weapons and movements. Thinking of this, a sinister smile crept across his face. It was time to go greet his guests. Meanwhile, in the command center, Arnold had temporarily taken command. This operation would use Team A and Team B to surround and strike from 2 directions, with 3 armed soldiers in each team. Soon, both Team A and Team B began moving toward the branching paths. Arnold warned that the passages were complicated and ordered everyone to stay alert. The communications officer immediately passed down his command, warning the soldiers over the radio to be extra careful. Then Arnold ordered B2 and B3 to regroup first and move together. After receiving the order, the 2 soldiers moved toward their respective positions. Just as they were about to meet up, the image on the main screen suddenly vanished completely, leaving only bursts of static. This stunned Arnold, the captain, and everyone else present. None of them understood what had just happened in that instant. Then, B2's transmission came through, confirming that there really was an unknown creature there. But in the next second, his voice cut off completely. Arnold instantly panicked, cold sweat soaking his entire body. A soldier wearing an advanced enhanced combat suit had been killed before he could even fight back. Even a veteran assassin would have a hard time pulling that off. He had thought it was just some ordinary alien creature, but now he realized he had been completely wrong. This thing was faster and far more dangerous than he had expected. Then Arnold immediately ordered all surviving soldiers to open fire at the slightest movement. The communications officer immediately ordered B3 and B1 to regroup and search for B2's trace. After receiving the order, The two began moving toward the same location. At that moment, B1 reported to the control room that he seemed to have heard something up ahead. B1 could not tell what was approaching because there was a crossroad in front of him. B3 quickly said that the sound was just his footsteps and warned him not to shoot. Hearing that, Arnold finally relaxed a little. Just as everyone in the control room breathed a sigh of relief, B1 suddenly shouted that B3 had been taken by the enemy. The target was so fast that he did not even see how it moved. Those words made everyone gasp, and shock spread through the control room. Arnold immediately grabbed the headset and growled, "I am the commander of this operation. Report the situation in detail." B1 said in panic that he had no time to react before B3 was taken. Arnold was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead, and he yelled at them, asking what their training was even for. The enemy was right in front of him, so why did he not fire? After saying that, he slammed the headset onto the floor. The situation made no sense to him. If the monster was truly that fast and powerful, why had it not launched a direct attack from the beginning? Why was it killing humans one by one instead? And in the footage from B1 and B3, the monster never appeared on camera at all, unless someone was deliberately preventing it from being shown. At that thought, Arnold suddenly realized something. He immediately picked up the headset again, then put it back on. He barked into the radio, "This is the command room. State your rank and name immediately so I can confirm your identity." But what answered him was the eerie laughter of the Amorph. The next second, it crushed the camera under its foot. Everyone in the control room froze on the spot. And on the command room screens, there was no longer any image or information from Team B. Team B had now been completely wiped out by him. His plan had been to intercept their radio signals using frequency interference. Thanks to the interference he released, B3's radio had filled with static, forcing him to stop and repair his communication device. Then he used his newly fused neurotoxin to subdue them one by one. After completing the plan, it was time to enjoy his feast. Once he had eaten his fill, he used Super Sense to observe Team A's situation. When he saw them, he could clearly tell that the soldiers were now extremely alert. But that was exactly what he expected, because Team B had known almost nothing about him. Now, however, the others already knew he could mimic voices, so he had to be more careful when killing the next three. He stood at a corner, judging Team A's movement route. This was the path they had to pass through, making it the perfect ambush point. Soon, Team A arrived at a corner. They reported to the command room that they had reached the corner and were preparing to move right. The command room immediately replied, "Copy that. Stay alert. The monster can mimic human speech. If you hear any voice, open fire immediately." Soon, he deliberately made a sound ahead of them. The soldiers instantly fired toward the source of the sound. Meanwhile, he quickly ran toward another corner. A1 immediately shouted for them to stop firing, saying the target had disappeared. The command room then ordered A1 to confirm the enemy's condition and location, while the others stayed behind to cover him. But they had no idea that the Amorphs had already appeared silently behind A3. The next second, he grabbed A3's head and pierced his throat with his tail. Hearing the noise, A1 immediately turned around. He saw the Amorph hiding behind A3, using him as a shield. But the command room coldly ordered them to ignore A3's condition and open fire immediately. With no choice, A1 and A2 followed the order and raised their guns. In the next moment, a hail of energy bolts filled the ventilation duct. Although he dodged with everything he had, several shots still grazed his skin. Then, he spotted another corner and rushed into it. Soon, the wounded A3 began trembling violently and showed signs of shock. The two immediately pulled out medical stims and injected them into A3's body. After confirming that A3's vital signs had stabilized, they reported to the command room that they could continue the mission. After receiving confirmation from the command room, they immediately moved out again. Soon, they found his blood trail and concluded that the monster had also been injured, which was an advantage for them. A1 frowned and wondered what species this monster was, since even its blood was corrosive. For the first time, he felt this enemy was far more troublesome than expected. So he pulled out a combat stim and injected it directly into his body. As the stim took effect, his strength and speed skyrocketed. He gritted his teeth and snarled, "Once I catch that damn monster, I'm going to tear off all its limbs." After a while, they discovered a hole inside the duct. They immediately reported to the command room that a hole had appeared here and the monster might have escaped to the lower corridor. The command room replied that they would focus surveillance on the C06 area and told Team A to keep observing for now. But the moment they turned away, the Amorph appeared behind them. The next second, it kicked off the metal wall and charged forward at high speed. A2 heard the sound and immediately turned around. The moment he turned, he fired in the monster's direction. But the Amorph ignored the attack completely and lunged straight at him. Under A2's shocked gaze, it grabbed his head. Then it instantly impaled him with its tail. When A1 saw this, he immediately opened fire like a madman, while the Amorph used A2's body to block most of the shots. Then, he swung the spike on his tail straight toward A1. But A1 blocked the attack with his shoulder and knocked him flying. Then A1 raised his enhanced fist and charged straight at him. Fortunately, he was agile enough to dodge the attack at the last second. Under A1's storm of bullets, he quickly disappeared from the man's sight. Seeing the monster vanish again, A1 became furious. Meanwhile, he moved through one duct after another. Then he stopped in a quiet place. He had not expected A1 to be this strong. Even in the game, combat stims should not have made someone that powerful. It looked like he needed to change his strategy. Tricking A1 again would be difficult now. So, was there another way? Then an idea suddenly came to him. How could he have forgotten about A3? So he immediately went to A3 and finished him off on the spot. Looking at the camera on A3's helmet, he crushed the lens under his foot. Then, he mimicked a transmission and said, "This is the intelligence room. A3 has been attacked by the monster. I repeat, A3 has been attacked by the monster." After dealing with A3, A1 fell for the bait just as expected. He immediately rushed to A3, but no matter how he called out, A3 gave no response. So he could only pull out a medical stim first and prepare to inject it into A3. But just as he was about to inject it, his body was pierced straight through by the Amorph's tail. What came next was the Amorph's mealtime. Although the helmet camera sent back no sound, he could feel that the people watching were terrified. And just as he expected, they saw him eating through the main screen, and one by one, they collapsed to the floor in fear. Only now did they truly understand how powerful this monster was. Next, it would be the department head's turn. He did not know what kind of plan those supervisors would come up with, but after losing so many elite soldiers, they would definitely go all out against him. He knew there was not enough power armor on this ship. The real problem was their weapons. If they had any plasma weapons, he would not be safe. Plasma weapons were high firepower weapons used in space battles, mainly for destroying ships and tanks, but they were usually too large and heavy for one person to carry. Although lighter versions did exist, they were extremely expensive. Even slightly lighter plasma launchers had to be distributed by Megacorp to each squad. But judging from this ship's supplies, it did not even seem to have enough lifeboats, let alone enough equipment like that. At that moment, he noticed the soldiers moving toward the agricultural zone. They must have thought he was hiding out there. Good work on their part. Now his chance had arrived. While they investigated other parts of the ship, he had to go after the upper management. If he could kill the supervisors, the ship's command system would collapse. Most importantly, he had to kill Arnold. That man's very existence was a threat to him. When he arrived above the command room, he heard the people below arguing. The captain angrily demanded why that monster had appeared on the ship, saying it was Arnold's failure. Arnold argued back that they had even given the soldiers command-grade power armor, yet they still failed to kill it. Hearing that, he finally realized that the power armor worn by Team A and Team B had actually been leadership-grade equipment. He chuckled to himself. Power armor was life-saving equipment in space. They should have spent more money on it from the start. Instead, they tried to save money, and now they were paying with their lives. Arnold shouted that if they had better equipment, this would never have happened. After all, the enemy was a dangerous creature with terrifying intelligence, and it could mimic humans, so Arnold requested permission to use the plasma launcher from the armory. The moment he said that, the other supervisors immediately stopped him. That weapon was meant to deal with the pirates. If they used it now, what were they supposed to do when the pirates arrived? This was exactly what he expected, so they really did have one. Now the enemies had started arguing among themselves, and this was his chance to end their lives. Soon he used Super Sense to lock onto one target. It was not that he did not want to kill Arnold, but Arnold was too far away, so this person was the perfect first target. And that worked out perfectly, because he had already planned to kill this man anyway. So he tore through the metal grate above with one claw, then shot out at incredible speed. Right beneath him was his first target. The man did not even have time to react, and could only look up at him in shock. The next second, the Amorph swallowed him whole. When the others saw this, they panicked and scattered in every direction. but there was no way they could escape him. With 2 sharp strikes, he dropped 2 of them instantly. After finishing those 2, he immediately turned and chased after the others. At that moment, the communications officer got on the radio and called for immediate backup, but in the next second, he smashed the man down and finished him off. "You talk too much. You actually dared to call for backup?" However, the message had already reached the soldiers, so he had to finish this quickly. Just then, someone fired 2 shots into his body. He turned and saw Arnold. He had expected the man to run, but surprisingly, Arnold actually had the guts to stay. He was not even wearing power armor, and that gun could not even scratch him. So what exactly was this guy thinking? Since that was the case, he might as well finish Arnold off first. But the instant he was about to kill him, a thunderclap exploded inside his mind. In the vision, Arnold pulled another pistol from his coat right before dying and fired. A massive beam pierced straight through his head, freezing him in place from sheer shock. The vision nearly scared him senseless, because that was actually a plasma pistol. It was expensive, but extremely lethal, and easy to carry. If it hit his head or chest, he might die on the spot. Even if Arnold missed, he would still be badly injured. As expected, this man had connections to the nobles on Earth. Arnold also sharply noticed that the Amorph had become wary of the weapon. Then he said that since it had noticed, there was no point in hiding it anymore. He pulled the plasma pistol from his coat and said he did not know what the creature truly was. But it reminded him of someone, a monster with all kinds of abilities. His master, Yahello Eugene. As soon as he finished speaking, Arnold opened fire. Barely dodged each shot by a hair. Fortunately, this was the control room, and there was plenty of cover for him to use. This was the greatest crisis he had faced since hatching in the cargo hold. But Arnold quickly fired in his direction again. He had to admit, this man was truly skilled, so he immediately activated Super Sense. Arnold's heartbeat was completely steady, which meant all that panic earlier had been an act. He must have analyzed him and concluded that he had an ability similar to biological radar. He could feel that Arnold, just like him, had the blood of a hunter. This man was an experienced predator. Fortunately, there were many control panels in the room, so Arnold did not dare destroy them recklessly. But why was he able to stay so calm? Using Super Sense, he picked up on Arnold's thoughts. This guy had been stalling for time from the very beginning, waiting for the soldiers outside to come rescue him. He had to admit, Arnold was impressive. He had actually managed to fool even him. Now he had to come up with a perfect countermeasure as quickly as possible. Soon, he spotted a fire extinguisher in the corner. Arnold was still approaching, step by step. He immediately pulled the safety pin, aimed outward, and sprayed the extinguisher at full force. Before long, the entire control room was engulfed in a thick cloud of powder. Arnold cursed inwardly, because now he could no longer see the monster's position at all. Using the powder as cover, he began devouring the remaining soldiers one by one. The Amorph moved extremely fast and kept mimicking human voices from different positions, feeding false information to the man holding the plasma pistol. Then, he deliberately guided Arnold into firing in a specific direction, and the ricochet landed right on Arnold's arm. Now, the arm Arnold used to hold the pistol was completely ruined. At that moment, he suddenly felt an intense killing intent behind him. So he started firing wildly into the powder-filled air. But the Amorph easily avoided every attack. Then it suddenly spread its wings. In an instant, it appeared above Arnold's head. With a sickening squelch, Arnold collapsed to the floor, dead before he even hit the ground. While the area below was still in chaos, he quickly escaped from the control room. If he stayed to fight any longer, he would be dead once the soldiers arrived. Just now, the system panel had asked whether he wanted to unlock the physical enhancement type. He had eaten more than 500 samples, yet only obtained 3 traits. Still, he was satisfied because he had finally gained a type. So he quickly clicked confirm. The next moment, the bone spikes on his back protruded much farther. His muscles swelled dramatically as well. After gaining this ability, his entire body became even larger. This made Bubblebug stare at him with sparkling eyes, feeling that he had become tall and powerful. He told Bubblebug that he had grown up. But Bubblebug looked confused and asked what growing up meant. He explained that it meant a hatchling slowly becoming an adult. But Bubblebug did not seem to understand at all. It just bounced around, calling him a big baby. From a biological point of view, though, he still was not fully mature, so calling him a big baby was not exactly wrong. Once Bubblebug learned to speak properly, he would explain it again. Back to his own body, he could clearly feel that he had become heavier and sturdier, almost like a leopard. He had also grown taller, and his arms and legs were now covered in armor like shells. He stomped down hard, and his legs had become much thicker thanks to leg strength enhancement. Now it was time to check the most important part: his new traits. The new skills were Natural Recovery, Blade Tentacle, and Contamination Organ. Natural Recovery had already fused with Strong Vitality and transformed into Regeneration. Aside from possible attribute counters, everything else seemed fine. There was no limit to how many types an Amorph could obtain. But every time it gained a new type, the requirements for the next one doubled. If he had obtained the Psychic Enhancement type first, then the requirements for the Physical Enhancement type would have increased from 10 to 20. If this were still a game, he might have reconsidered the timing for obtaining a type. But with danger approaching, he had no choice. He would have to delay unlocking the next type. For now, it was time to test his Mew abilities. Then a blade tentacle emerged from his palm, but its durability was honestly too weak. Maybe it would become useful after another evolution. The next second, he whipped the blade tentacle out and pierced straight for a stone pillar. Still, it had been upgraded and strengthened by the Physical Enhancement type, so it was at least usable. Next was the Contamination Organ. He immediately spat a mouthful of venom onto the ground. This ability could apply some of the traits he already had, and could even create sacs that sprayed acidic fluid. The effect was pretty good, especially for point-blank engagements. With this ability, he could turn the entire ship into a fortress. It was the perfect skill for fighting powerful enemies. Now that he had finished checking everything, it was time to head to the armory. He wondered how the crew would react when they saw him now. Would they break down crying, or rush toward the escape pods screaming for help? But he would find out the answer soon enough. Soon, several humans saw him, and immediately ran into a room for their lives. They shouted in panic, telling everyone to run and saying they could not wait any longer. After the last person rushed inside, the door began to close. But just before it could shut completely, the Amorph pried open the heavy door. He laughed loudly. "Why are you running? I'm not going to bully you. I just want to have you for dinner." The humans watched as the monster approached, step by step. They were terrified and only wanted to escape. Taking his time, he made sure every single one of them clocked out early, sending them to a permanent retirement. The entire ship echoed with their incredibly happy screams. After dealing with them, he walked straight toward the recovery pod. The man inside became terrified when he saw him staring at him. But unfortunately, he could not move at all. So he calmly tapped on the keyboard and opened the hatch on top of the recovery pod. The next second, Bubblebug instantly covered the man's face and began devouring Fu Yihui. Soon the human was reduced to a skeleton because Bubblebug was like corrosive fluid with extremely strong acidity. To be honest, even he thought it looked a little brutal. The man had been corroded alive until nothing was left. 2.5 hours later, Bubblebug finally crawled out. He stared at it and fell into thought. He guessed that number 26 probably could not feel complex emotions like revenge yet. It did not even seem to remember the researchers who had tortured it. He did not know whether that was because it had not learned those feelings yet, or because that was simply its nature. But the fact that the researchers were so interested in it was definitely suspicious. He only hoped it would not evolve into something like a sea demon. Sea demons only lived on ocean planets like bubble worlds and amoeba worlds. They were about 25 meters long, with tentacles hidden inside their bodies. Since they looked similar in the game, players had long suspected that sea demons and bubble amoebas were somehow connected. He decided not to think too much about it for now, and focused on turning this place into his nest. This time, he added toxic substances while building the nest, so humans would no longer dare to wander through his territory carelessly. Next, it was time to find his next prey. Just then, he sensed movement outside the ship. He instantly realized that the space dogs had arrived. But over the past 2 days, he had already prepared a way to deal with them. By now, he knew their exact movement route. The space dogs were drilling through the outer hull of the research ship from the outside, preparing to dock by force. 2.5 hours earlier, the space dogs had taken part in a murder and looting operation within their own territory. They killed the men on the ship and took all the women away. And they claimed that this was the creed of Derava. However, their leader did not seem very pleased about it. Looking at the glittering treasures, he appeared unwilling, feeling that wasting so much time on such a small matter was not worth it. It turned out that they were a mercenary group hired by those nobles. But the leader scoffed, saying the nobles actually thought they were friends, when in reality, they had just hired complete strangers. They were infamous pirates, yet those nobles dared to hire them without even knowing who they were dealing with. Ending up like this was entirely their own fault. The noble clearly never expected them to twist the truth like this. This had only been a transaction, yet these pirates had suddenly turned greedy. So the noble said coldly that he had already called the defense force, and he would have them all turned into hulking mutants. When Poodle heard that, anger flashed in his eyes, as if those words had hit a sore spot. He slowly stood up, then took a knife from one of his subordinates. With his other hand, he grabbed the noble by the head. He sneered, and said the defense guards would not help him, because by then, no one would be left to explain what happened here. So he might as well send the noble on his way. After dealing with the noble, Poodle slowly returned to his seat. Then, he ordered his men to bring Manhwa over, because they still had other business to handle. Soon, a beautiful woman named Manhwa was brought in. Poodle asked her about the job he had heard of somewhere else, and told her to explain what it was. Manhwa looked a little flustered and said they were supposed to meet someone introduced through her connections, but that person had suddenly gone silent. This instantly made Poodle furious. He snapped that some creature actually dared to stand them up, then ordered Manhwa to explain everything clearly. Manhwa explained that a research ship, led by Captain Samuel, had sent them a request. They wanted them to deal with a corpse. Poodle frowned, surprised that it was someone from the Samuel family. Manhwa asked if he knew them, and Poodle said they were from Titan's third capital and had money dealings with them. Then he asked whose corpse it was. Manhwa answered that it belonged to a noble leader, a woman from the Kisaragi family. Poodle's eye twitched twice when he heard that. During their last call, the other side had promised 1 million credits, but a single corpse was not worth that much, which meant they were definitely hiding something. Recently, the political situation among the higher-ups had already been extremely tense. Rumor had it that the rising Atherton family from Mars was challenging the Kisaragi family, which had ruled Earth for a very long time. The Atherton family mainly focused on spaceship development, but they had also been secretly working on DNA modification. And the bodies of the Kisaragi family should contain all kinds of DNA modification traces. So what if he stole the body and handed it to the Atherton family? At that thought, Poodle seemed to smell money, and a huge business opportunity appeared before him. So he immediately ordered them to blow up the ship. Then they headed out to track Captain Samuel's research ship. They first used the weapons on their own ship to destroy part of the noble's ship's hull. Then they planted a bomb and left without looking back. With a violent explosion, the noble's ship vanished completely into the stars. Now, under Poodle's lead, more than 20 space dogs moved through the passage, one after another, and entered the research ship. From his observation, aside from Poodle, who was a hulking mutant, there was also a member who could release pheromones from his body. On top of that, there was a new species called Borg, which had a mechanical heart instead of a real one. This was a multi-species cartel, and these were exactly the genes he needed for evolution. He had been worrying about finding a second intelligent species besides humans and killing 10 of each, but now the targets had delivered themselves to him. These genes could help him meet the conditions for evolving into the juvenile stage much faster. But while continuing to observe, he suddenly noticed something strange. The woman in their group was very strange. She was almost too ordinary, with no special genes at all. It felt as if what sat inside her head was not a brain, but a computer. As if something was deliberately creating the illusion that she looked normal. He had to keep a close eye on this woman. She might cause some unexpected trouble. At that moment, Bubblebug asked, "Where are you going, baby?" He replied that he was going out for a while, and since it was dangerous outside, Bubblebug had to stay behind. This time, he would not bring it along. He pointed at the thing beside him and told Bubblebug to guard it carefully. Then, he turned to leave, reminding it that this was very important and it had to watch over it. Bubblebug replied, "You can trust me, baby." The next second, he rushed out at incredible speed. While the enemy was still off guard, this was his only chance. He had to destroy the power source of their ship and cut off their retreat. Since these pirates were greedy, they would definitely try to protect both the research ship and their own ship at the same time. That meant they would probably split into a looting group and a defense group. And once they split up, his hunt would begin. Before that, Poodle and his group had already arrived at the control room. They began checking the surveillance footage from different areas. The humans in the footage had almost all gone insane from fear, and the scene was horrible to watch. Even the usually brutal Poodle broke out in a cold sweat, while his subordinates were terrified. They saw no invader in the footage at all, so why had those humans gone mad like that? On top of that, the ship was full of strange plants, with not a single person in sight. It felt like they were searching a ghost ship. To learn more about the attacker, they had no choice but to replay the footage from the ducts. But what they saw were either soldiers missing limbs or people with intact bodies who had completely lost their minds. This terrified Poodle. There was not a single normal person left on the entire ship. What exactly had they been fighting? Then he ordered his men to play even earlier records. The footage began showing the battle between him and teams A and B. Those soldiers were probably the ones responsible for guarding the ship. It looked like all the combat personnel had already gone down, and the higher-ups had fallen into complete chaos. Soon, Poodle saw an unbelievable scene. The Amorph leaped down from above and began killing the upper management, and there was even footage of it using a fire extinguisher to create chaos. Poodle immediately realized this thing was not to be underestimated. It was intelligent, extremely dangerous, and highly cunning. He had originally been worried about how to deal with the Kisaragi family, but now he was more worried about how to safely recover the corpse. Then he called out to Manhwa, who was standing in front. But Manhwa was already staring with wide eyes in fear, muttering that they were dead. Only when Poodle called her a second time did she finally snap back to her senses. Poodle asked if she was sure they had lost contact with this ship yesterday. Manhwa said yes. The original plan was to meet yesterday, but the other side suddenly went silent. Poodle said he now had a rough idea of what had happened on this ship. The main problem was that they still did not know what kind of creature it was. Then, a sinister grin formed on his face. At least they had sneaked in quietly, so the creature probably did not know they were here yet. He immediately gave the order. First, find that monster and kill it. After that, they would search for the corpse. But just then, one of his men suddenly shouted that something terrible had happened, boss. Poodle snapped back, asking what could possibly make him panic like that. The punk answered that their ship's engine was broken. Poodle was stunned at first, then rage surged onto his face as he roared, "What do you mean broken? Wasn't it fine just now?" The subordinate answered shakily that the engine had completely melted and could not be repaired at all. Poodle slammed his hand onto the control panel in rage and cursed. Someone actually dared to touch his ship. If he found out who did it, he would tear them to pieces. Little did they know, just moments earlier, the Amorph had secretly infiltrated the Space Dog's ship and torn open the metal door with one claw. Then it carefully observed its surroundings. After checking the area, he discovered that the pirate ship had no proper security system at all. After all, they were pirates who robbed others. They never imagined they would one day be robbed themselves, which was why they had never installed an alarm system. After scanning with super sense, he quickly found the ship's nuclear reactor, and its protection was not very strict either. There were only 2 security robots stationed beside the reactor. The real problem was that if those robots were attacked, they would immediately send an alarm to the central link system. He needed to find a way to bypass them without being discovered. He chuckled to himself. There was no rush anyway. He might as well find something to eat first. So the Amorph quickly ran through the pirate ship. Soon, he saw 2 creatures at a corner and stopped. Looking closely, he found that they were one human and one insectoid. He decided to deal with them here first. So before they even noticed him, he struck with terrifying speed. By the time one of them sensed danger, it was already too late. The next second, he slaughtered the target in a flash. This instantly shocked the insectoid beside him, but he quickly reacted and pulled out his radio, preparing to contact Poodle and the others. Before he could even turn it on, the Amorph used a blade tentacle to lock down his arm. Then it yanked hard and sliced the arm clean off. The insectoid was terrified out of his mind and could only cry, while desperately trying to run, but the Amorph was far faster. It smashed its head straight into the insectoid's chest, hitting with the force of a speeding car. Then it stayed there and slowly devoured the insectoid. At that moment, a voice came through the radio, asking if anything unusual had happened. So he mimicked the insectoid's voice and replied, "Everything is normal here, don't worry." After ending the call, he used a little force and tore the iron door open. Then he realized there was no need to fight those robots head-on. So he moved directly above the nuclear reactor. After that, he flung corrosive fluid from his hand onto the floor. Soon, a large hole was corroded through the ground. Just as he expected, the nuclear reactor was right below. If he were facing humans, they would immediately notice his presence. But these were robots, and they had never been trained to deal with this kind of sudden situation. The next moment, he released a large amount of corrosive fluid from his hand, letting it drip onto the nuclear reactor and completely destroy it. Right then, Poodle roared in fury. The sound scared Manhwa so badly that she collapsed onto the floor. Poodle immediately asked if she could start up the research ship. Manhwa answered in panic that she had to check the basic systems first. That answer made Poodle's expression even uglier. so he ordered 3 of his men to help her start the ship. The rest would follow him to hunt down that damn monster. Meanwhile, he stayed hidden below, watching their every move. Seeing Poodle so furious made him chuckle out loud. He was absolutely relishing the moment. But these pirates had no idea that around 20 survivors were still hiding across the ship. Among them were even the captain and several executives. He had spared them not out of mercy. Since Megacorp hated pirates, a fight between the two sides was inevitable. When the survivors and pirates clashed, he could simply sit back and profit from the chaos. Right now, there were 3 pirates in the control room, plus 1 woman pretending to be normal. Under normal circumstances, this would be the perfect chance to attack. But his instincts told him something was wrong. The amorph instinct inside him was warning him that this woman was extremely dangerous. Could she be the master Arnold had mentioned? Arnold had once said that he was very similar to his master, both being monsters with many different abilities. That left him a little speechless. He had no idea what part of him made Arnold think they were alike. This woman looked like a genetically modified human, and considering that she was part of Megacorp's noble capital, one of those people obsessed with extending their lives, she might have been modified far beyond Eugene Kizaragi. If she had been modified to the level of a player, then even after evolving into a youngling, he might still struggle to defeat her. It had been a long time since he had fought a genetically modified human. Seeing such a powerful opponent made him afraid, but also faintly excited. Facing their leader's furious expression, the subordinates did not dare say anything more. They could only hurry off to search for the monster. Soon, the detector in one punk's hand suddenly started beeping. He quickly told Poodle, "Boss, the biodetector picked up humans toward the captain's quarters, but the path is blocked, so we need to drill a hole." Poodle instantly flew into a rage and cursed, asking if the guy needed permission to take a piss too. Why was he reporting such a tiny matter? So the pirates hurriedly picked up laser cutters and began cutting through the wall. Before long, they forced a hole open in the ship's wall. But just as the punk took out his scanner and started scanning, a bullet suddenly struck him in the face. Then countless bullets came pouring out from inside the captain's quarters. Poodle had been looking for somewhere to vent his anger, so he smashed through the wall with one punch and charged inside. Whenever he saw a human, he punched them down like swatting flies. Before long, the surviving humans inside the captain's quarters were slaughtered by Poodle. However, one medical chief had hidden himself and barely avoided being killed. But Poodle still approached him, step by step. With no other choice, the man stepped out on his own and surrendered, begging Poodle not to kill him. Poodle sneered and asked if he looked like he needed more manpower. The medical chief quickly begged for mercy, saying he was the medical chief of this ship and could be extremely useful. Poodle was surprised when he heard that the man was a doctor. Then he immediately asked where the captain was and why the doctor had been hiding inside the captain's rest cabin. The moment he heard the captain mentioned, the medical chief's veins bulged with rage and he gritted his teeth in hatred. But he quickly adjusted his expression and coughed twice. Then he said the captain had already left in an escape pod. Poodle frowned and asked if they actually had escape pods and whether the captain had abandoned his crew and run away alone. The doctor said he did not know whether the captain had escaped successfully, and that this was all he knew. Hearing this, Poodle felt helpless. The ship had already been destroyed by the monster, and the only person who might know where the corpse was had escaped in an escape pod. So he stared closely at the doctor, thinking this man might know where the corpse had been kept. He asked that since the man was a doctor, he should know where the body was. There was supposed to be the corpse of a noble from the capital on the ship. So where was it now? The doctor answered that the monster had taken it. This made Poodle even angrier. Once again, that monster was causing trouble. He was so furious that he punched the wall to pieces, roaring about why the monster would want a corpse. The doctor trembled in fear and quickly said that the monster ate people. It was a damn monster. That meant Poodle did not have much time left. Soon, he waved his hand and ordered everyone to search for the monster immediately. Since the monster had taken the corpse, they would move in groups of 6, and if anything happened, they had to report to him at once. Then, Poodle looked at the doctor and asked if he wanted to join the pirate crew. Coincidentally, their ship was also short on doctors, and the man should understand genetic modification, right? The doctor could only force a bitter smile and say that, as a doctor, of course he understood genetic modification, but deep down, he was only thinking that he had to agree first and survive. Soon, the pirates split into groups of 6 and searched in 2 different directions for the amorph. But they had no idea that he had already used Super Sense to track their positions and understand their plan. However, these pirates were moving fast, even faster than he had expected. Since they were being led by a hulking mutant, maybe that was not surprising. They moved in groups of 6 and aside from the leader and one subordinate, their coordination did not feel like pirates at all. They were more like a proper military unit. Now, it was time to get up and begin the real hunt. But just then, Bubblebug bounced over to him and said, "I want to go too, baby." He helplessly said it was dangerous outside, so Bubblebug should stay inside and not come out. But Bubblebug insisted that it wanted to help. This left him speechless. It felt like a child trying to help its father. Still, number 26 also needed to experience battle. And even if it could not help much, he could not reject its desire to help him. So he carefully picked up Bubblebug, placed it on his shoulder, and warned it that the enemies ahead were dangerous, so it had to be careful. Bubblebug also told him, "Baby, you be careful too." After finishing his preparations, he walked out with Bubblebug and decided to start with the group near the armory. Meanwhile, near the armory, the pirates tried to enter, but the fluid he had spat out earlier blocked their way. The insectoid looked at the scene and could not help asking if this was a jungle. What kind of monster could grow plants taller than the door? The one who looked like a mechanized species said they had to clear the roots on the surface first, before they could install the plasma cutter. At that moment, one creature bravely raised a large blade and slashed down. But the mucus that sprayed out splashed right onto the blonde punk beside him. The one holding the blade laughed and said, "Looks like you need a bath. That stuff on your body looks disgusting, almost like snot." But just then, he suddenly noticed something wrong with the blade in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the titanium alloy blade began slowly corroding. At the same time, the blonde punk beside him let out a painful scream. His face had already been corroded beyond recognition. Soon, he collapsed to the floor, trembling nonstop. The one holding the blade heard movement nearby and immediately turned to look, only to see the amorph charge out at terrifying speed and pierce straight through his chest. This made the other two punks cry out in shock because the creature in front of them looked completely different from what they had seen in the footage. Soon, both of them raised their guns and fired wildly at it together. But its current body was far tougher than before. No matter how many bullets struck it, they could not cause even the slightest damage, so it kicked off the ground and charged forward. After several screams, the two collapsed to the floor and stopped moving. There was still one insectoid nearby that he had not killed yet. At that moment, Bubblebug suddenly lunged forward, wrapped itself around the insectoid's head, and began devouring him. After being tackled, the insectoid suffered terribly and rolled around on the ground. Seeing this, he chuckled to himself. He had not expected little Bubblebug to actually be useful. Suddenly, he heard someone calling from the side. A mechanized punk was holding a radio and trying to call his companions for help. But before he could finish speaking, the amorph bit down on him. The voice on the other end of the radio immediately asked, "Where are you? Why did you suddenly go silent?" So he mimicked the man's voice and replied, "My mistake. There's nothing here. I was just joking." After cutting the transmission, he suddenly had an idea. He should keep this radio because it might be useful for creating chaos later. Then he picked up the guy from earlier and realized he was still breathing. Could this be a new Union cyborg? Unlike Megacorp, which improved genes, the new Union believed fragile human bodies should be replaced with machinery. The problem was that they forced this belief onto other species as well. Any creature they captured would be forcibly modified, whether they agreed or not. Although this guy was a cyborg, he should still be edible, right? So after devouring him, he found the taste rather unique. After all, half of the man's body was mechanical blood, giving it a strong taste of engine oil and rust. The next moment, the system panel suddenly appeared. When he saw the notification, he was instantly delighted, because he only needed 9 more intelligent life forms to meet the conditions for the next evolution. He could not help thinking that there were still 12 mechanical pirates on this ship. If he ate all of them, he could immediately evolve to the next stage. Soon, Bubblebug jumped onto his shoulder and asked curiously, "Baby, why are you so excited?" He replied that there were some things that still did not understand yet. Then he left with Bubblebug. Some people might call the space dogs a disaster in space, but to him, they were more like Santa Claus, constantly delivering surprises right to his door. Just now, he had wiped out another squad that was searching for him. Unfortunately, during that fight, 2 cyborgs had been melted by his corrosive fluid. Only their legs were left. Just in case, he still decided to eat them and see if they contained any gene essence. So he lowered his head and took a bite. But the next second, he spat it out. Not only did it taste awful, but it also failed to trigger the predation effect. It seemed that corpses not killed directly by him had a very low chance of triggering the effect. Just then, he noticed that the person Bubblebug was eating was still alive. So he immediately swung his sharp tail and pierced straight through the man's chest. Bubblebug asked in confusion. "Baby, are you hungry?" He answered that he had to personally kill anything that looked like this kind of target. He did feel a little guilty toward number 26 for doing that, but he had no other choice. Just then, the radio on the man's arm suddenly rang. Poodle's voice came through it. He ignored it for the moment and decided to finish eating the cyborg first. After eating, he cleared his throat and mimicked the man's voice. "The laboratory area is clear." But on the other end of the radio, Poodle became suspicious, because this man was not the one in charge of radio reports. That sent a chill down his spine, so he quickly made up an excuse to cover it up. Now, he was extremely tense. He had not expected Poodle to be this disciplined. On Poodle's side, he also sensed that something was wrong. Because of his military background, he was extremely strict about reporting duties. His men knew exactly what would happen if they broke protocol. So why would they make such a basic mistake? His beast-like instincts told him that the person who had just reported in was definitely suspicious. Then he used the radio again and ordered everyone to head to the laboratory. His real plan was to first find an escape route. Then he would plant explosives inside the laboratory. Once he was safely away, he would detonate the bombs remotely and blow the monster and the entire ship sky high. Although his own men would die inside too, he quickly made peace with it. There was an endless supply of people out there wanting to become pirates, after all. Then Poodle turned to the doctor and asked, since they had fought this monster before, what abilities and traits did it have? The doctor said the monster was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing without a trace. The ship had countless security systems installed everywhere, yet it had avoided all of them, and that was how the humans on the ship had slowly been wiped out. After hearing the doctor's explanation, Poodle thought for a moment and immediately changed his strategy. Then, he used the radio to order everyone to gather at his location. He also heard the order through the radio. He had not expected his mimicry to fail against Poodle. Was it because of the wild instincts that came with the hulking mutation? Unfortunately for Poodle, realizing it now was already too late. The pirates complained as they moved, but they still followed the order and headed toward the meeting point. This was the perfect chance for him to ambush them with his new skill, so he instantly inserted his tendrils into the green branches. This skill was called Nest Mobility, and those branches had already spread throughout the entire ship, as if everyone was standing inside his stomach. Soon, the branches began wriggling and activating paralyzing spores. In an instant, thick black poison mist spread through the area under his control. The pirates only had to touch a little of it before their bodies began convulsing and their veins bulged. Before long, all of them collapsed to the floor, completely motionless. The effect seemed pretty good. Once he evolved into the juvenile stage, the skill's damage would double. However, the cost was huge. Just using it once made him feel exhausted and hungry. Then he brought Bubblebug to the place where the pirates had fallen and began enjoying a buffet. So he and Bubblebug each took one. They grabbed targets from different species and started eating. After he finished eating, the system panel appeared in front of him again. It told him that among the 7 people he had killed, 5 were cyborgs. He wondered how much longer this evolution would take. The panel showed that he only needed 2 more targets to evolve into the juvenile stage. However, the other 5 had already escaped and seemed to have gone to the training room. But why did they choose that place? He guessed they probably thought the training room had a wider field of view and better shooting angles, since it was much more spacious than the other rooms. So he drove his claws hard into the crack of the door. Then, he rushed out at high speed. Soon, he would evolve into the juvenile stage. And these people were nothing more than lambs waiting for slaughter. The first person he encountered was the guy who called himself the group's second in command. He was waving a laser sword around wildly. After observing it with super sense, he realized the weapon was not ordinary. It was a special energy blade that could damage his outer shell. That weapon really could cut through his shell. Unfortunately, even the best weapon was useless in the hands of someone who did not know how to use it. His auxiliary organs told him that this man suffered from several lifestyle-related diseases, giving him as many as 5 weaknesses. So he used those weaknesses to easily dodge every attack. Then, he swallowed the man whole. Now, only 4 people remained. He guessed they were probably hiding inside the locker room. Just then, the system panel suddenly appeared in front of him. He stared at the notification in confusion, wondering what this thing was. The panel showed a trait called Humanity. He looked at the name and could not understand it. Just hearing it made the trait sound too vague, almost absurd. To be honest, he was not in a position to be picky right now. He could accept almost any trait he received. But when it came to the Humanity trait, he still hesitated. After all, there were thousands upon thousands of traits in space, and not all of them were beneficial. Take Poodle's Berserk trait, for example. It doubled physical ability, but also caused the user to lose self-control. Some traits did more harm than good, and traits with vague names were often the most dangerous. What he meant was that the universe itself was a place filled with evil creatures. For example, the New Union kidnapped humans and turned them into machines, while Megacorp casually modified genes to create monsters. That was the true nature of the universe, so there was no way a gene that granted humanity and restraint could really exist. So he decided to reject the humanity trait. After all, accepting it felt far too risky. But just as he was about to refuse, a thunderclap suddenly exploded inside his mind. The sound echoed through his head. Was his auxiliary organ warning him to reconsider? Was this humanity trait really that important? That organ had warned him every time he faced danger, so he decided he should trust it. In the end, he followed the warning and clicked accept. The next second, a sacred light flashed. He immediately checked his body for changes, but found that nothing had changed at all. There were no strange thoughts in his mind, and he did not suddenly feel overwhelming guilt either. It seemed that the humanity trait had been classified as a psychological trait. With 3 more traits, he would be able to unlock psychic enhancement. When he opened the description for humanity, it said the trait would help him make the right decision at the moment of choice. He scratched his head helplessly. This trait was not exactly good, but it was not bad either. Then a sinister smile crept across his face, because he had caught the scent of the pirates in the training room. Soon, he found someone hiding inside a locker. But there was no way that person could escape his super sense. The next second, the amorph pierced straight through the man's abdomen. Then, he devoured him on the spot. Now, he had eaten 11 cyborgs. He only needed 1 more to complete the evolution requirement. The problem was that the last target was in the control room. He wanted to avoid that woman because she was a genetically modified human and very likely someone from the Kisaragi family. So before going there, he should deal with Poodle first. Just then, his auxiliary organ warned him of danger nearby, and a laser shot struck the spot where he had just been standing. Luckily, he had his senses, or he would have died right there. Speak of the devil. That attack had come from Poodle. Poodle roared in rage. You didn't just kill my men, you even took down my second in command. He had not expected Poodle to find him first. But this was fine too. Hulking mutants carried many useful genes. Before heading to the control room, he could replenish his gene essence first, and the temporary medical chief was also standing beside Poodle. He had not expected the doctor to side with the pirates, but it did not matter. In the end, they would all end up in his stomach. He looked at Bubblebug and saw how nervous it was, so he told Bubblebug to hide to the side first. Bubblebug quickly ran over to the wall, and its body turned transparent. Then Bubblebug whispered to him, "Baby, please be careful." He stepped in front of Poodle and had to admit that this guy was even more terrifying than he had expected. Poodle was massive, standing over 3 meters tall. Some people might say he had no chance, since this was an enhanced, hulking mutant. But right now, he was incredibly excited. He wanted to see just how strong this Poodle really was. It turned out that the footage of his battle had just been sent back to the large screen in the control room. Poodle's 2 subordinates looked at each other, wondering whether they should go help their leader deal with the monster, or ask Manhwa how much longer it would take to repair the ship first. So, one of them asked Manhwa how much longer the repairs would take. Manhwa said to wait a little longer, because it was almost done. This annoyed them. Why did repairing a ship take so long? Manhwa explained that although this ship was a little outdated, it was still equipped with a behemoth-class warship AI, a core system of space engineering and computer science. It could not be handled that easily, so it would take time. The 2 could not understand any of that, so they simply told her to hurry up and fix the ship, so they could go help their leader fight. But Manhwa did not continue the repairs. Instead, she leaned back in the chair and fell into thought. She thought Arnold had done well. She had not expected the monster to use smoke so cleverly to hide itself. Unfortunately, it could not fool her, nor could it fool her remote observation skill. After checking the database earlier, she had already seen the monster clear out the central laboratory area and take the gene samples. She understood very well that the monster on this ship was far too intelligent. According to the records, it only took the samples, which meant it knew how to use its own abilities. The next moment, her hand transformed into a green claw. She guessed that this monster must also be a creature that evolved by absorbing genes. In other words, it was just like her. With that, everything made sense. Poodle, who was fighting it right now, had no chance of winning. he was nothing more than a monster strengthened by someone else's will. A pitiful being who did not even know what he was made of. Then, a sinister smile formed on Manhwa's face. She had already had enough of that old man. And this monster's appearance was actually good news for her. In that case, these pirates were no longer useful to her either. So now, she should reduce the number of genes that monster could obtain. The two beside her still looked confused, thinking Manhwa had finished repairing the ship. But Manhwa, who had been wearing white just moments ago, suddenly changed into a combat outfit. This woman had many names across the universe. Then a short blade emerged from her arm. More than any other title, she preferred to be called Megacorp's enemy, the Spiral Witch, and the head of her family affectionately called her Cowboy. She was the peak of her family's genetic engineering, the crystallization of gene modification, and the sole heir to a forgotten bloodline. Meanwhile, back in the battle between him and Poodle, their fight had already reached its climax. But just then, his tail touched something that looked like a discarded bottle. The next moment, countless currents of electricity tore through his body. The pain was like being struck by 10,000 thunderbolts, and even his psychic organ throbbed sharply. Poodle had secretly planted a pulse grenade while he was not paying attention. Did this guy think he was some kind of combat robot? If so, he was completely wrong. Still, the weapon's effect was not bad at all. Poodle said, "You can understand me, can't you? So you are not some new weapon made by the new union." When he saw Poodle's next move, his entire body froze. Poodle used his mechanical hand to pull aside the fur on the back of his neck, revealing the small red switch that was the source of his berserk skill. Poodle said coldly that he had planted a bomb organelle inside the ship's nuclear reactor, and it was synchronized with his heart. If he died, the entire ship would explode, and everyone would die with him. Of course, he did not believe that so easily, so he immediately activated Super Sense to check. After scanning, he realized from the doctor's body reactions that Poodle was not lying. The real question was whether this guy would actually detonate it. He felt that Poodle valued his own life a lot. After all, he had high intelligence, an extraordinary body, and overwhelming arrogance. Nothing about him seemed to weaken his will to survive. Then, Poodle quickly pressed the switch on the back of his neck with his mechanical hand. His cells, which had been calm a moment ago, suddenly began swelling violently, as if they were about to burst his body apart. But that was only the first stage. Soon his cells began dividing endlessly and fusing back together into a new whole, causing his body to transform drastically. The pain was so unbearable that he let out an agonizing roar. Even his deepest muscles expanded several times over, tearing through his outer skin. Then they hardened into armor as solid as rock. And it was not just his arms. His entire body had changed like this. The current Poodle looked completely different from before. He had become a nearly mindless monster with only one obsession left: kill the Amorph quickly and escape this place. Seeing Poodle's berserk form, he thought the guy looked terrifyingly ugly. His transplanted genes were probably incomplete, and judging from his current appearance, he most likely carried the bloodline of a mountain walker. Because of their extremely hard shells, they were also known as flame dragons. On top of that, Poodle's speed was now several times faster than before. He dodged with all his strength and barely avoided the attack. But soon, Poodle raised his fist and smashed it hard into his head. Poodle thought that punch would blow his head apart, but what happened next made him doubt his own attack. The Amorph took the punch directly, yet looked completely fine, as if he had not been hurt at all. While Poodle was stunned, he quickly pulled back and created distance. At that moment, he could not help thinking that if not for his iron-hard skull, he would have died already. He finally understood why Poodle had suddenly mentioned the bomb. So, this was his real goal. Poodle was trying to play dirty. Then Poodle let out a sinister cackle and declared, "Attacks like that are useless against me. Unless you aim for the heart, there's no way to kill me." But Poodle also knew very well that very few people could precisely target the heart, and the Amorph understood that perfectly well too. The armor around Poodle's limbs was far too hard. Unless he used a plasma weapon, he could not break through it. But if he could stab any part of Poodle's body, he would have a chance to win. However, Poodle seemed to see through his plan and immediately attacked his tail. Unfortunately for Poodle, he had no idea that the tail was not the only dangerous part of his opponent's body. So he quickly dodged the attack and leaped back to create distance. Poodle chased after him relentlessly. Meanwhile, he knew that he could release toxins through his teeth and claws. As long as he broke through the shell and reached the flesh underneath, he could win. So the question was, how could he break through the shell Poodle trusted so much? This was where the poppy blade would come in handy. Besides that, hulking mutants had one deeply rooted weakness. He just had to hold out until that weakness appeared. This cargo hold was the place where he had first awakened and sensed the world. There was no better battlefield for stalling time. After going berserk, the hulking mutant's speed and strength had increased exponentially, and his skin was as hard as stone, making him almost impossible to damage. Against a monster with this much pressure, his only chance was to trade injury for injury. Before that, he had already lured Poodle back to the cargo hold, where he first woke up. This place was perfect for an ambush, and Poodle was now searching everywhere for him. The cockroaches still living here, scattered in every direction from Poodle's violent rampage. Meanwhile, he hid somewhere nearby and stabbed one cockroach to death with his tail. Then he ate it in one bite like a snack. In a direct contest of strength, he had no chance against Poodle. Hulking mutants were fast and powerful, but they also burned through energy extremely quickly. That was why they had to take short pauses during battle. As long as he kept provoking Poodle and forced him to waste energy, Poodle's body would eventually force him to stop attacking. That biological reaction was not something Poodle could control. Now he only needed to wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, Poodle was furious because he still could not find him. He kept cursing, yelling, "You arrogant insect! All you know is how to hide." But the Amorph was watching from above, checking Poodle's condition and judging that the guy should be close to his limit. The problem was that Poodle had two hearts, and he could not be sure which one was connected to the detonator. Normally, a hulking mutant's main heart was on the left, so Poodle had probably connected the detonator to the left heart. But this guy was too cunning, so he could not be certain where the detonator really was. Just then, Poodle suddenly found his current position. He punched forward and smashed the cover to pieces. But before Poodle arrived, he had already created some distance. His figure kept flashing across the containers, always staying just outside Poodle's attack range. Poodle, however, was now panting heavily and moving forward slowly. Judging from his current state, Poodle seemed to have reduced many of his original weaknesses during genetic enhancement. Under normal circumstances, he should have stopped moving by now. But aside from his speed slowing down, everything else remained mostly unchanged. It seemed he had not fully removed the pause time, but he had weakened that flaw. Then he leaped up quickly and appeared above Poodle's head. Poodle noticed him too and immediately grabbed several pieces of debris from the ground. The next second, he hurled them toward his position, but his figure moved like a ghost, constantly jumping and dodging above Poodle. In the blink of an eye, he had changed position several times before landing steadily on the ground. Then, he kicked off hard and charged straight toward Poodle. Seeing that he was not running this time, Poodle immediately prepared to attack. Poodle's giant fist came crashing down and slammed into his head once again. But Poodle had no idea that he had allowed the hit on purpose. In Poodle's blind spot, he instantly drew the poppy blade from behind him. Under Poodle's shocked gaze, he swung the blade at Poodle's arm, and the rock-hard skin was instantly split open. The moment he saw exposed flesh, he opened his huge mouth and bit down. The next second, his venom flooded Poodle's berserk cells, making him scream in agony. Perhaps Poodle still could not understand how the skin he was so proud of had been broken. Then Poodle used brute force to throw him away, smashing him hard into a stone pillar. Poodle raised his fist again, preparing to attack once more. But soon, he realized something was wrong. It was as if he could no longer feel his own body. When he looked up, he saw the Amorph staring at him with an incredibly greedy look. The next second, Poodle's muscles began trembling violently. At first, he could still barely stand, but the muscles across his body were already convulsing uncontrollably. Then his body stopped obeying him completely, and he fell backward. The moment Poodle hit the ground, the Amorph quickly stood up and rushed over. Even he had not expected his paralyzing venom to work so well on Poodle. In the blink of an eye, it had spread through his entire body. He brought his face closer and heard Poodle begging, "Please, spare my life." But he was never a merciful creature. He drove his tail straight into Poodle's chest, then ripped away the skin and flesh from Poodle's chest in one brutal motion. Looking at what was exposed in front of him, he realized his earlier guess had been right. The detonator was connected to Poodle's second heart on the right side, and if it received a heavy impact, the timer would activate. However, that second heart also seemed to limit the side effects of his genetic modifications. Poodle knew that if this thing was damaged, he would die too. Was he really trying to take him down with him? But dismantling the timer would take too long. Just as he wondered whether to enjoy the hulking mutant's gene sample first, Bubblebug suddenly called out to him from the side, "Baby." He told Bubblebug that he had already said to hide properly. but Bubblebug quickly ran over and said, "Baby, we have trouble." He turned to look at Bubblebug and was about to ask why, when a thunderclap suddenly exploded inside his mind again. In his vision, Bubblebug was sliced in half by a sharp flame, and he did not escape either. He collapsed to the ground, his life instantly snuffed out. This reminded him of the earlier vision where the soldiers shot him dead, that same helpless feeling of having no way to fight back. He instantly realized something was wrong. This danger came from an enemy far stronger than he could imagine. So he immediately grabbed Bubblebug. The moment he left his original position, a sharp flame swept over the spot. Then a woman slowly walked out from the side, seemingly surprised that the creature had managed to escape. The attack just now had come from the Spiral Witch. She said excitedly, "It actually has a prediction skill. I really want to know what gene it extracted that from." After seeing who it was, he froze for a moment too. He had planned to deal with her last, but she had personally come to him instead. A shining blade extended from the woman's hand. Her genes were mixed with those of a powerful higher species and another unknown superior gene. On top of that, dozens of visible genetic traits could be seen on her body. In his current condition, he could never defeat her. It felt as if his entire body was warning him not to fight this woman head-on. He needed to take a step back, recover his condition, and evolve into the juvenile sage before he would have any chance of fighting her. At that moment, the woman slowly walked up to Poodle. Poodle's body was still trembling violently, and he seemed to want her to save his life. But what greeted him was only her merciless blade. She drove the blade straight into Poodle's heart. "Seeing miss," he cursed her as a complete madwoman. He slowly backed away. The bomb timer should have activated the moment she stabbed the heart. Attacking her now would be suicide, so he had to observe the enemy and gather information first. Her eyes were unusual, almost like the eyes of an outer space observer. Or maybe something like a night prowler. Just as he was preparing to escape, the woman suddenly said, "I have an offer for you. You seem very similar to me, so I'm willing to spare your life. But on one condition, you must serve me." In other words, she wanted him to become her servant. But as a noble void creature, how could he ever submit to someone else? He had to fight back. The Spiral Witch continued, telling him to become her servant. Since he was also a creature that evolved through genes, she would become his perfect mentor. If he joined her, he could become the most perfect genetic life form in the universe. But in his eyes, the powerful Spiral Witch was simply demanding that he become her slave. And through Super Sense, he could tell she was not lying. Not that she had any real reason to lie. The blade on her wrist was a Galagon claw. Even his outer shell could not guarantee his safety against it. And besides that, she had many other weapons capable of killing him. To be honest, submitting to her was a reasonable choice. Maybe surviving first was the most important thing. When the Spiral Witch saw him kneel in front of her, she became extremely excited. She told him that he had made the right choice. She would turn him into the most perfect creature in the universe, but he would never escape her control. But Bubblebug said to him, "Baby, don't be scared. I'm still here. I'll protect you." At that moment, his mind suddenly wavered. Why had he liked void creatures in the first place? He did not know why he had become so obsessed with that clumsy and useless character the first time he saw it. But deep down, the reason was simple: freedom of choice. A void creature was a cosmic life form that could grow and evolve without limits. That was why he loved amorphs. Yet this woman wanted to turn him into a puppet under her control. And now he only had one choice left. The Spiral Witch was walking toward him, step by step, as if she wanted to reach out and touch this obedient creature. But the sinister smile on her face suddenly vanished. Because as a noble void creature, how could he ever allow someone else to control him? The moment she came close, he swung his claw and slashed her face. While she covered her face in shock, he had already taken Bubblebug and moved far away from that spot. The Spiral Witch looked both furious and amused. "Is an insect like you actually choosing to defy me?" Now completely enraged, she swung the flame-covered slash around her and sneered, "If this insect wants to play a little longer, I'll gladly play along." With one swing, it was as if several fire dragons rampaged through the room. That attack shattered the wall and buried Poodle under the debris. On his side, he knew very well that the woman was far stronger than him. Since becoming an amorph, she was the most challenging enemy he had ever faced. However, he had fought other powerful enemies before, and from beginning to end, he had always been the one who won. So he would teach her a lesson and show her that battles were not won by power alone. Meanwhile, the previous room was filled with fallen debris. Suddenly, Poodle's mechanical arm reached out from the rubble. He looked completely different from how he had at the beginning. Not only was his body badly damaged, but one of his hearts had even been pierced. Right now, he hated that woman with every fiber of his being. She had dared to betray him, and he swore he would defeat her and make her beg on her knees. However, the device on his heart had been destroyed. If he did not reach the engine room within 10 minutes, everything would be over. So he trembled as he crawled out of the rubble, thinking that he absolutely could not die here. He was different from the others. He was El Canvara. Meanwhile, he was still running. Bubblebug asked worriedly, "Baby, does your leg still hurt?" He said it had almost fully recovered, but right now, all he could think about was how to deal with that woman. She had night prowler eyes with X-ray vision, so ambushing her would not work. Even if he hid, she would find him immediately. He guessed that besides her eyes, she probably had other sensing abilities too. From now on, time would be extremely tight. Dragging things out would not benefit him. After all, the bomb on the ship was about to explode. She had probably already realized that he was worried about the bomb, and she might predict that he would try to escape through an escape pod. So, she would likely seal off the hangar entrance and force him into a dead end. That was probably her strategy. Then, she would try to suppress him with overwhelming power. In other words, it was a standard tactic. Her strategy was just like the one he had used against the pirates, almost like fighting another game player. Right now, he should focus on eliminating the enemy, not the bomb. As for the information he did not know yet, he would find the answers while facing her. The problem was that his attack and defense were both far below hers, so there had to be another way to deal with her. Suddenly, he thought of a method. Maybe this method could help him deal with the Spiral Witch. It was the thing inside the laboratory. He might be able to use it to turn the situation around, and that thing was psionium. After taking it, he could use juvenile stage abilities for a limited time. The technique she used was called Sword Dance, the Galagon technique that also involved psychic power. And right now, his resistance to psychic power was almost zero. But once he evolved into the juvenile stage, he would gain that resistance. If that claw was only transplanted into the woman's body, then his shell should be able to withstand it. On top of that, his juvenile form could also fire long-range attacks. The only drawback was that it required a huge amount of energy, so he had to kill her within the time limit. There was no time to worry about energy consumption now. Then he placed Bubblebug on the ground and told it to wait for him for a moment. Bubblebug asked, "Baby, where are you going?" He answered that he needed to get something and told it to stay there without moving. Soon he began searching through the cabinets ahead for the drug. Before long, he found it in a corner. In the game, taking psionium only triggered a buff notification, but he really wanted to know what it would feel like to take it in reality and what kind of boost it would bring. The only way to know was to drink it himself. But just as he was about to take the drug, Bubblebug suddenly said, "Don't use it." He asked, "Why?" But Bubblebug just stayed silent. He did not know why it was acting like this. Maybe humans had used a similar drug on it during past experiments. Under normal circumstances, he would wait for Bubblebug to explain before deciding whether to drink it. But right now, he had no time left. The moment he drank the drug, he felt every cell in his body become violently restless, as if they were about to burst him apart. Not only that, his entire body felt like it had been set on fire. The pain was so intense that he crushed the drug bottle in his hand. In an instant, the drug took effect, and his muscles expanded several times over. Wild energy rampaged through his body, causing unbearable pain. But he had to endure this stage, and absolutely could not pass out. Once the process ended, the tendrils on his back had grown much thicker, and his body had expanded significantly. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a faint cold gleam seemed to flicker within them. This was what he looked like after evolving into the juvenile stage. It felt as if he had transformed into an entirely different existence. Seeing this, number 26 became extremely excited because it saw him grow bigger again. And after enduring that inhuman torture, he had finally reached this stage. So he opened the panel and checked his current information. Although his current type was physical enhancement, all of his skills and his current form were temporary. His traits had also changed. Reinforced exoskeleton had upgraded into monster-grade exoskeleton. Gorgeous horns had grown on his head, and he could probably use them to ram or pierce enemies. On top of that, he discovered something interesting. His left hand had gained a new spike bone launcher organ, with power comparable to a plasma pistol. He could even attach traits to it, and his outer shell was covered by a protective shield that could defend him against psychic attacks. With this, he could also resist that woman's Galagan claw. The last thing he needed to confirm was the time limit. In the game, Sionium's effect lasted 5 minutes, and he assumed reality would be similar. The woman was already within his sensing range, so he had to finish her quickly. If the time ran out, she would become extremely difficult to handle. He needed to exhaust her as much as possible before the real fight began. Then he placed his hand on the floor and released his psychic link. 5 minutes was not long, so he would end this battle as fast as possible. Meanwhile, the Spiral Witch was also searching for him inside the ship. When she reached a certain area, she suddenly stopped. She noticed the green plants above slowly wriggling. In the blink of an eye, the green spores above sprayed corrosive fluid. But as the fluid poured down over her head, the Spiral Witch did not move at all, and her expression did not change. Even as the corrosive fluid splashed across her face, a maniacal grin spread across her face. Then she quickly swung a slash, and a fire dragon instantly burned the green roots to ash. The attack was so powerful that it directly destroyed one side of the ship. After observing everything, he slowly raised his head. That woman must have already sensed his location. It was heading this way. He gently protected Bubblebug in his palm and told it they had to hurry and run. Then, he kicked off the ground with all his strength and instantly charged in the opposite direction. That woman had definitely sliced through the mucus with a single swing earlier, so he had to lure her to the nuclear reactor. There, she would not be able to use her full power, because even the slightest touch or vibration could trigger an explosion. No matter how many genes she had, it would not matter. No one survived a nuclear blast. Just one more area ahead, and he would reach the place where the nuclear reactor was stored. But the moment he reached a corner, he turned and ran straight into the woman. She said smugly, "Did you really think I wouldn't know where you were going?" Then she quickly drew her weapon. He cursed under his breath and immediately threw Bubblebug to the side. The woman swung her blade, and countless fire dragons rushed toward him. But he stood still and let the attacks strike his body. Those razor-sharp fire dragons slashed into him, yet they did not harm him at all. After tanking the attacks, he reached a conclusion. In his current state, he could actually see the trajectory of her attacks, something he normally could not do. Was it because his psychic organ had changed after evolving? The woman also looked confused, as if her mind had gone blank for a moment. After all, he had taken her attacks directly without being injured, and he was still walking straight toward her. But when the woman looked at him, she became even more excited. She swung her blade with full force. He had to admit, this woman was also extremely skilled in close combat. That slash struck him directly in the chest. Although it failed to break through his outer shell, it still hurt. She smirked and said, "You've become faster than before, and much tougher too." So he threw a punch at her, but she leaped upward and easily dodged it. She handled his attacks with ease. No matter how many times he attacked, she blocked everything with her blade, and even taunted him. Attacks like that aren't good enough. Right after she said that, he wrapped his tail tightly around her. Then he fired several spikes from the spike bone launcher organ in his palm. Just as the spikes were about to pierce her eyes, she flicked the blade on her arm upward and knocked them away. Then, she slowly slid her blade back into her arm. With a sinister smile, she said, "You've done well. You've finally pushed me into a corner." The next moment, her aura surged wildly. Her black hair turned red, and pink mist began spreading around her. As the pink mist drifted toward him, he sensed something was wrong and prepared to release his tail and retreat. But her speed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, a slash swept across his tail. The next second, under his shocked gaze, his tail was cut in two. He had no choice but to abandon that section of his tail and quickly create distance. Stepping on the severed tail, she sneered, "So you actually know when to pull back?" She guessed that he must know about Crimson Mist. This creature really was interesting. And he knew in his heart that she was definitely not an easy enemy to deal with. Crimson Mist was a predator that lived on jungle planets. Its mane released dangerous pheromones that caused hallucinations. If she also had Crimson Mist's displacement ability, then he had to defeat her before the psionium effect wore off. Panicking now would be useless. He had to stay calm and wait for a chance to exploit her weakness. So he quickly charged forward, preparing to fight her in close combat. She did not back down either, and counterattacked with her blade. After several exchanges, she suddenly stabbed toward his abdomen. At the same time, he released poisonous mist above her head. Their battle had basically turned into a brutal trade of injuries, but she scoffed, "Your fighting style is boring beyond belief." He ignored her words, quickly retreated, and fired several spikes from his palm. Yet even when facing those powerful spikes, the woman showed no panic at all. Just as the spikes were about to hit her, The spiral witch swung her blade and knocked them away one by one. After several rounds of fighting her, he finally understood something. Her skills were indeed on par with those players. But unlike them, she had one fatal weakness. She could not use two abilities at the same time. She was constantly switching between different abilities at high speed while fighting him. Then the spiral witch said coldly, "You're starting to make me impatient. Maybe I'll just kill you outright." Meanwhile, he was thinking that he needed to figure out how long it took her to switch abilities. No matter how fast she moved, there had to be a gap in between. That would be the instant when her guard dropped and she briefly returned to her normal state. When that moment appeared, he would have to adjust his strategy. Then he kicked off the ground hard with his claws and charged forward. He had to trap the spiral witch here and give her no room to breathe. The world Bubblebug first saw when it opened its eyes was cold and heavy. Some intelligent beings called that place the deep sea, and it was its home. It was a harsh environment with low temperatures and crushing pressure. But Bubblebug did not think it was that terrible, because there were many of its own kind there protecting it. They were all weak, living every day in fear and constant anxiety. When Bubblebug realized it had a special ability, it began using that power to protect its kind from predators. After some time, it became the leader of the egg cluster. But its life did not change much because of that. Living and moving forward together with its group had once been the greatest happiness in its life. However, one day, countless claws took away many of its kind. Bubblebug's happiness did not last long. When it heard the screams of the others, it hoped it could fulfill its duty as the leader of the egg cluster and save them with its own power. It desperately wanted to protect the ones closest to it, so it fought back and used its ability to save one Bubblebug after another. It thought it had successfully protected everyone, but unfortunately, that was not true. No miracle ever happened, and because of that, it became completely exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Months later, the egg cluster leader who had failed its duty finally woke up, only to find itself trapped inside a foul-smelling liquid prison. There, it watched its own kind die one by one, yet it could no longer protect them. Then, one day, a woman holding a fluffy animal gave it the name Number 26. In that prison, all of Bubblebug's kind had died, leaving only it alone at the bottom of hell. It prayed again and again, hoping someone would come and save it from that place, until one day it met him in the laboratory. Fortunately, he also treated it as a good friend. Without hesitation, he broke its prison and rescued it. From then on, he always treated Bubblebug with special care. Deep down, Bubblebug had watched all of its kind being tortured to death. If this woman dared to hurt him, it was willing to pay any price to protect him. Meanwhile, he continued using his hit-and-run tactics, constantly forcing the spiral witch to switch back and forth between two forms, and she was becoming more and more furious because of it. So, she released a cloud of mist and attacked straight toward his back. While retreating, he reached one claw behind him and fired several spikes, forcing the spiral witch to switch into her close combat form to block the incoming spikes. Just before her form finished switching, he suddenly thrust his tail toward her. The spiral witch reacted quickly and dodged it in time. Then, she cut his tail in half again with one slash. But she had no idea that this was exactly his plan. The severed tail suddenly sprayed corrosive fluid all over her body. After she tanked the fluid, her clothes were completely corroded, and she could not open her eyes for a moment. Seeing this chance, he quickly closed the distance. But just as he was about to fire his spikes, her fist completely blocked the launcher. This left him speechless. As expected, this woman still had several defensive skills hidden. But he had not expected her to possess the super alloy skin of a Wolfram goblin. That skin was ridiculously hard. While he was stunned, she punched straight toward his abdomen. The powerful impact pierced through his hardened armor. He had to admit, this woman's punch was no joke. It nearly knocked his last meal right out of him. But he quickly steadied himself and taunted her. "Is that all you've got? This level of power isn't enough to bring me down." Then he charged forward and swung his tail around her, binding her tightly. At the same time, he dug the claws on all four limbs into her back. The next moment, he lifted her into the air. He had not expected her to be this heavy. Even in his juvenile form, lifting her was difficult. Her superalloy skin was as hard as an iron plate, with durability comparable to advanced reinforced armor. It was extremely tough, but it also dragged down her mobility. So he used that small weakness and slammed her into the wall. Maybe this flaw would give him a chance to defeat her. The spiral witch was now completely furious. She could not believe that such a lowly creature dared to toy with her like this. Then she quickly stood up, crossed her arms, and her blades began glowing with a blinding red light. This was clearly a powerful skill. Seeing this, he immediately sensed danger and tried to run, but he was still too slow. Just as he created some distance, she launched her attack. This time, her flame slash was several times stronger than before. Countless slashes left wounds across his body, but he felt that tanking the attacks was worth it. It would mislead her and hide his real next move. While she was momentarily distracted, he flashed in front of her. Then, he crashed straight into the wall, while she easily dodged aside. After dodging, she smirked and mocked him. "You actually missed? You're pathetically weak." But the next second, she realized something was wrong. The wall he had just slammed into began cracking. He calmly told her, "Sorry, but my target was never you." With that collision, he had punched a large hole straight through the ship. A powerful vacuum force instantly erupted from outside, dragging the Spiral Witch's body toward the breach. Just as she was about to be sucked out of the ship, she drove her claws firmly into the floor. Then she managed to glance back, only to see the Amorph slowly raising his claw. Everything he had done was for this exact moment. The Spiral Witch screamed unwillingly, "I will never die here." The veins on both of her arms bulged violently. Another form's aura began leaking from her body. She was actually forcing herself to activate two abilities at the same time. She was challenging her own limits on the edge of death, and he had to take her down before she caused even more damage. And somehow, she really seemed to complete that breakthrough, activating two abilities at once and blocking all of his spikes. Then, a sinister smile formed on her face, clearly satisfied that she had broken through her limits at such a desperate moment. But just then, under the woman's shocked gaze, Bubblebug finally made its move. It seemed to use its penetrating ability on the Spiral Witch, making it impossible for her to keep maintaining two abilities at once. Under her desperate gaze, he quickly fired several spikes. The next moment, the arrogant Spiral Witch had her head pierced through by his attack. Soon, the powerful vacuum force from outside began pulling both her and Bubblebug toward the breach. He immediately grabbed Bubblebug with one hand, then used his highly flexible tail to wrap around the Spiral Witch's body. They had to leave this place quickly, because the explosion was almost here. He chuckled to himself, wondering just how far the Spiral Witch's body would let him evolve. After killing the Spiral Witch, he immediately left the room. He thought that even though there was a hole in the hull, the environmental maintenance system still could not function properly. If there were humans nearby, they would have repaired it already, or at least manually sealed off the damaged area to stabilize the situation. But on this ship, aside from the pirates, there was almost no one left. And he was sure those pirates had no idea what had happened, because they were too busy hiding from him. Unfortunately, the ship he had lived in for so long was about to be completely destroyed. The next moment, Bubblebug asked, "Baby, what happened to your arm?" He looked down and saw that his arm had shrunk significantly, as if his body was shedding a layer of skin. This meant the drug's effect was fading, and his temporary form was gradually disappearing. He was glad that returning to his original form did not hurt, though he had hoped it would last a little longer. But, thinking about it, he might have gained something even more important than an evolution stage. In the game, elite rankers usually had more than 1,000 genes on average, and most of those genes came from rare creatures that were extremely difficult to obtain. And this woman was an NPC on the level of a high-ranking player. Even so, she should still possess quite a few genes. Just like when he devoured other creatures, he could probably obtain up to 3 genes from her. Even if he only got one, that would still be fine. If he could only obtain one, he hoped it would be the Galagon Claw. But he would only know after eating her. Suddenly, his sensing ability showed him a glimpse of the future. He saw that right after he finished eating the woman, the entire ship was swallowed by the bomb's explosion. And he died in the sea of fire. That vision sent a chill down his spine. How had he forgotten about this? The bomb was still on the ship. According to his predator sense, there were only about 5 minutes left. That was nowhere near enough time to dismantle the bomb. He had to abandon the ship and escape immediately. He had to reach the escape pod in the shortest time possible. But if he went through the main corridor, it would take at least 5 minutes. There was no way he would make it. The only thing that could get him there quickly enough was that. So he rushed to the plasma weapon storage area. He picked up a weapon and immediately began charging it. Once the charge was complete, he fired right away, blasting open a sealed route that led straight toward the escape pods. So, he quickly used that passage and headed toward the escape pods. When he reached the escape pod area, he found that one of the escape pods was already open. Had someone tried to board it earlier? But that was perfect. At least he did not have to force one open himself. He could simply take the ready-made option. Meanwhile, Poodle also arrived at the escape pod area. For a moment earlier, he had truly thought he was about to die. Although his senses were gradually recovering, his eyes had been badly damaged and could not fully heal. After losing one of his hearts, his body was a complete mess. Dismantling the bomb had almost blown him up too. As for those monsters, he would never let them go. He had already reset the bomb to explode in 10 minutes. By the time he escaped this ship, those monsters would be blown to ash. However, the atmosphere around him felt strangely quiet. Had one of them already died? Whether it was the woman or the monster, if either of them survived, the situation would still be extremely dangerous. Just then, the captain, who had been missing for a long time, suddenly appeared in front of Poodle. Poodle looked at the captain and assumed this guy had been unable to abandon ship, so he had hidden until he thought it was safe to come out. The next moment, the captain pulled a plasma pistol from his pocket. The captain trembled and warned, "Take one more step and I'll shoot. This is a powerful plasma pistol." But Poodle scoffed. "Is that really a plasma pistol? Why didn't he release the safety before threatening someone?" That sentence successfully fooled the captain, because he did not even know whether the gun had a safety. While the captain froze in confusion, Poodle knocked him down. Then Poodle picked up the pistol. He mocked the captain. "You really are an idiot. You actually scared me for a second." Plasma pistols did not have safety locks in the first place, yet the captain had fallen for one random lie. If Poodle wasn't in a hurry, he would have skinned him alive. But right now, he had no time to waste, so the captain could just vanish under this plasma pistol. Then Poodle pulled the trigger. But under Poodle's stunned gaze, the pistol's energy did not fire. Instead, it started making a sizzling sound. The next moment, the powerful energy backfired and exploded, blasting Poodle's body to pieces. Seeing this, the captain burst into laughter and cursed. "You deserved that, you pirate trash." He was a great descendant of Titan, the eldest son of the Samuel family. He really was destined to survive. Completely unbeatable. But while he was laughing in triumph, the bomb on the ship exploded, swallowing him in a sea of fire. Meanwhile, he had already escaped from the research ship in the escape pod, but the powerful shockwave still struck the tiny vessel. Bubblebug was knocked to the floor by the impact. Dizzy and disoriented before losing consciousness, he carefully picked Bubblebug up. Fortunately, the impact was not strong enough to cause serious injury, and it would wake up soon. He looked outside at the field of ship debris and knew that this had been the first place he entered after coming to this world. Now, it was time to say goodbye to the research ship. It had been the foundation of his growth and transformation. Inside the escape pod, he also found a bottle of alcohol. Had someone been drinking here? This left him confused. Maybe he should check the internal footage of the escape pod. So he quickly operated the computer. Soon a figure appeared on the screen. When he saw who it was, he was puzzled. It was the captain. Had that guy still been alive before? It looked like the captain had been hiding here and drowning his terror in alcohol. He had probably been waiting for the whole situation to calm down, then noticed something strange once the surroundings became quiet. So, he stepped out to check what had happened. Maybe the captain had hoped that some soldier would kill the monster, or that a passing ship would come and save him. Then he deleted the video. Whatever the truth was, it had nothing to do with him anymore. After that, he operated the screen again, switched the navigation system to standby mode, and adjusted the default destination. Ahead was a planet under the giant horn beast faction. Planets like that usually had large-scale military forces, so he needed to avoid them if possible, and choose the nearest place where he can survive. And that nearest target was a trade hub. It was a massive space colony floating in the void, and also a place where players often gathered to trade in the game. He remembered hunting players there before to collect gene essence. Thanks to those people, they had even given him a nickname. At first they called him the Cowardly Amorph. But none of that mattered right now. First he had to set the ship's navigation toward that place. There were still 3 hours left until he reached the destination. He switched to autopilot, so he no longer had to manage it himself. That trade hub was home to communities of many different species. For him, it would be an excellent place to gather nutrients. What he had not expected was that Bubblebug might evolve into a sea demon. They were similar in appearance and habitat, with the only real difference being size, and neither species was aggressive. Maybe it was because they belonged to the same species that deep-sea demons possessed a psychic trait called deep-sea terror. It was a powerful trait that could drive targets within a certain range into madness-inducing hallucinations. It could also stay active continuously and covered a wider area. It was almost as rare as the Galagon claw. Maybe eating Bubblebug now would be an opportunity. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. Even if he ate number 26, there was no guarantee the predation effect would trigger. Besides, he had started to like the little guy. Right now, it was very useful to him. So unless his own life was truly at risk, he would do his best to help number 26. For now, he would simply keep observing it. Then he shifted his gaze to the woman's corpse. Now, it was finally time to eat this body. Taking his time, he devoured the spiral witch completely, and her flesh was honestly delicious. After he finished eating, the predation effect activated successfully, granting him her X-ray vision. Not only that, he also obtained her camouflage skin. More importantly, he gained the ability he wanted most, the Galagon Claw. Meanwhile, on Jax 01, the capital planet of the New Union, the species living there were holding a special ceremony. They were paying tribute to the great Commander Zubaka. They honored him because he was known as the father of all cyborgs. Even now, he continued to watch over them and guide the New Union toward the path of glory. At the same time, inside another vast chamber, there was only a single hibernation pod. At that moment, the pod suddenly opened, releasing waves of cold air. Then a hand suddenly reached out from inside, and this person was none other than the Spiral Witch, whom he had killed earlier. She looked completely confused, not knowing what had happened to her. Looking at the body before her, she realized it seemed to be a backup body. She had never expected her consciousness to transfer into a clone body. She controlled the body and stepped down, muttering, "This body doesn't feel like mine at all." Then, she slowly walked toward the data terminal and began checking her current condition. After that, she entered a voice command and ordered it to display the clone body's genetic modification data. But when she saw the data, she was so furious, she nearly lost control. She punched the control screen to pieces because all the genes she had collected were gone. In other words, this body was almost no different from an ordinary human, and all her plans had been ruined. She screamed in rage, "When I find that damned bastard again, I'm going to tear him to pieces." Meanwhile, at the special trade hub, in the port district, a man named Craftsman was wearing headphones and casually listening to music. Just then, someone named Howard asked if he was busy. Howard said that a large escape pod had entered Area 7, but the control center had failed to contact it. So Craftsman needed to go check the area. Howard felt that something was wrong with the vessel, because it was currently running on autopilot. So Craftsman drove a small vehicle toward Area 7. He wondered which capital this ship had come from this time. Soon, he arrived in front of the escape pod, where the Amorph was hiding. Craftsman approached the hatch step by step. After operating the controls for a while, the hatch finally opened. He turned on his flashlight and looked around, but he saw no one inside. The pod also felt strangely dark. The next moment, he looked down and found a lot of liquid on the floor. Confused, he touched it, having no idea what it was. Suddenly, he realized the liquid was dripping from above. When he looked up, he saw the Amorph opening its huge mouth, with drool dripping down. Elsewhere, two men were searching for Craftsman. One man suddenly pointed ahead and said Craftsman was right there. His companion called out to Craftsman, and the figure stopped on the stairs. But the next moment, he sensed something was wrong. Why was Craftsman standing there? He did not even work in this area, and what was that black mist floating around him? Something about him looked strange, but he could not explain why. Was he just overthinking it? Then the man below said they thought Craftsman was working overtime today, so why was he leaving now? Craftsman replied, "I'm busy, I won't keep you for dinner." The other man asked if the director had said anything about him leaving. Craftsman answered, "I told the director I was busy, so he let me go." The man was annoyed by how dismissive Craftsman sounded. His companion told him not to bother, saying maybe Craftsman had just lost some money or something. But they had no idea that the Craftsman in front of them was actually him in disguise. He only spared them because he did not want to attract attention. Then, he quickly moved away from the crowded area and found a quiet place. The next moment, black smoke flashed around him, and he returned to his original form. He never expected his new trait to be this effective, because he knew something even top rankers did not know. By fusing the camouflage skin trait he had obtained from the Spiral Witch with his mimicry trait, he had gained a new mimicry organ. This organ analyzed victims he had devoured and released special pheromones that disturbed other creatures' senses, making them perceive him as that victim. At first glance, this trait seemed unbeatable, but it had many flaws. The pheromones did not work on cameras or mirrors, so his true identity could still be exposed. On top of that, the uncanny valley effect could make others feel uneasy. The mimicry effect lasted a long time and was difficult to break, but it clearly came with both advantages and drawbacks. Still, for him, it was something he could use effectively. Another trait he had gained was the one he wanted most, the Galagon Claw. However, he could not use it properly yet because it was similar to Super Sense and belonged to the psychic category. As for X-ray vision, it would likely be very useful in future fusions. He was also surprised when an unexpected mutation called Monster Tentacles appeared. The tendrils behind his head suddenly began to grow longer, looking like the tendrils that grew from a Galagon's mouth. Galagons were also known as space dragons. He did not know how this mutation had happened, but he was certain it was a better weapon than simple claws. It seemed he really did have to thank the Spiral Witch. Now he had 4 traits related to psychic power. Once he obtained psychic resistance and evolved into the juvenile stage, he would be able to unlock the psychic enhancement type, and his strength would increase again. Then Bubblebug said to him, "Baby, I'm about to suffocate in here. Let's hurry up and leave." So he prepared to leave. He had visited this place many times in the game, but now this was the real world. From the outside, this special trade hub looked glamorous, but inside, it was lifeless and rotten. That was one reason he chose this place. He knew it extremely well, which made it perfect for quietly devouring genes. The hub was divided into 4 districts and 1 central zone, and the administrative district, entertainment district, and residential district had the lowest security levels. The entertainment district was where citizens and hired slaves came to seek pleasure, and combat robots also patrolled around, arresting criminals. The residential district was near the slums, where the lowest class residents lived. Even if someone disappeared there, no one would find it strange. As long as he quietly slipped into the residential district, he should be able to move freely. If he carefully avoided the robots that occasionally patrolled the area, there would not be much trouble. The problem was that there were too many people below. How could he get there without drawing attention? His options were the sewers or the underground railway, both built when the city was constructed. However, since this place was in space and water was hard to obtain, the sewer system was probably undergoing large-scale maintenance. So he jumped down and transformed into Craftsman's appearance. If this were still the game, he would choose the sewers without hesitation. But this was reality, so although it was a little disappointing, taking the subway was safer. In his memory, the passage he used often should be nearby, probably around this spot. The next moment, a sinister smirk formed on his lips. Just as he expected, the passage was right here. Maybe even the locals did not know this passage existed. So he forcefully turned the rusted switch. With his strength, the iron door opened easily. Then he lowered his body and rushed down. This was an underground railway near the edge of the port district, his own secret route. Before that, inside the wildlife smuggling surveillance office in the port district, a group of people were trying to tie down a mountain crawler. At that moment, a cyborg casually walked over. He told the red-haired boss, "Boss, I'm heading home." But the boss snapped, "Lars, you useless idiot. Everyone is desperately holding down this monster. Can't you see that? Get over here and help." Lars replied, "I'm a free office worker, and I never work overtime. Good luck with that." After saying that, he left without looking back, completely ignoring his boss. After work, Lars went to the entertainment district of the special trade hub. He entered an entertainment lounge and began choosing the person he liked. Looking at the photos on the screen, he could not decide who to pick. Then his mouth opened slightly and his eyes lit up as he stared at one woman. He pointed at the woman in the photo and said, "I'll take her." It seemed he was a regular here. This trip had definitely been worth it, since he got to see such a refined woman. A while later, he was washing his hands at the sink. He breathed out hot air, wearing a satisfied expression. He glanced behind him and wondered if he had been too rough with her, leaving her in that state. But this place would clean everything up like before. That was why he was willing to spend money in this trade district. Every time he came here, he had a great time. Before going home to sleep, he decided to buy 2 bottles of alcohol and have a few drinks. Before long, he walked out after buying the alcohol. But when he saw the road home, he suddenly felt confused. Someone had smashed the streetlights on this road, leaving everything pitch black. Luckily, he was a cyborg, and his arm had a flashlight installed. So he turned on his flashlight and lit up the road ahead. He did not seem to be from around here, and kept complaining about when he could finally leave this miserable place. After walking for a while, he smelled something foul, and the scent made him instinctively uncomfortable. Just then, he suddenly appeared beside Lars, and called out to him. The road was already pitch black, so that voice startled Lars badly. He asked Lars, "I want to go home, but it's too dark here. Can I walk with you?" This left Lars completely speechless. Then Lars turned and kept walking, saying, "Keep up." After a while, he suddenly asked Lars, "Are you a cyborg?" Lars said yes, but right after answering, Lars immediately sensed something was wrong. He suddenly turned around in anger and demanded, Are you mocking me for being a modified human living in the giant beast district? But the moment he finished speaking, the sight in front of him made cold sweat pour down his body, because the stranger's face was completely hidden, and he was holding a pink bubble bug in his hands. Lars shifted his gaze to the bubble bug and became even more frightened. What was that thing? Why did it look so terrifying? He suddenly remembered that one of his coworkers had once mentioned a high-ranking capital, saying some lunatic sent people here to play around. If he just stood there and did nothing, he would definitely become one of the victims. So he quickly turned around and ran for his life. Meanwhile, he simply stood there and did not chase after him, feeling completely speechless. This cyborg had definitely imagined something strange. Lars ran extremely fast. He could understand why the man ran, but this reaction was still way too dramatic. Then, Bubblebug said to him, "Beatty, that person seems scared of me." This left him confused. Why would anyone be scared of Bubblebug? Bubblebug said, "I don't know either," which made him start thinking. When Lars saw number 26, his heart rate had shot straight to the limit. What exactly was he afraid of? As far as he understood, bubble amoebas were known for their cute appearance. No, 26 was a mutant, but it should not be that different from an ordinary bubble amoeba. How could anyone be afraid of such a cute little thing? He really could not understand that cyborg. Then he suddenly remembered that Lars had said he was a cyborg. Now that Psionium's effect had faded, he had returned to his youngling form. That meant he only needed to eat one more cyborg to evolve into the juvenile stage, and this guy was exactly what he needed. Meanwhile, Lars quickly ran back to his home and immediately locked the door. Then he opened a bottle of alcohol and started chugging it wildly. He gasped heavily, feeling like he had almost died just now. It seemed he had been targeted, so he would have to take a day off tomorrow. Then he dropped onto the sofa and turned on the TV. He muttered, "I've had enough of this damn place. Once I save enough money, I'm moving out immediately. I'm getting far away from this unsafe district." At that moment, he had already arrived downstairs, waiting for the right chance to move. 2.5 days quickly passed. As usual, Lars got off work, bought 2 bottles of alcohol, and returned home. But this time, he heard some movement at his own door, so he looked toward his house. And the moment he looked, cold sweat broke out across his body. He saw him standing at the door, entering the password, and the door actually opened. Then his figure stepped into Lars's room. Seeing this, Lars tremblingly took out his phone and made a call. He immediately called the C District Residential Police Station and yelled in panic, "There's a monster at my place." Meanwhile, he had also entered Lars's room. The moment he stepped inside, he felt that the place was extremely cramped, almost like a studio apartment. Aside from the expensive bed, the whole place was a pile of trash, basically a pigsty. Was this guy trying to sleep like an upper-class capitalist? Since he had decided to prey on this cyborg, preliminary research was necessary. During the day, he had already confirmed that other species also lived in this building, and all of them could become his prey. There was a cold-blooded reptilian, a wolf beastman, and several other species. To enter the sub-adult stage, the species he needed to devour would become much more complicated. He had to eat a total of 60 target species and also collect 4 additional types. Many players gave up at this stage. That might have been a wise choice, because after reaching the adult stage, the evolution requirements would become even harsher. The special trade hub had many alien species, so collecting genes would be easy. On top of that, Megacorp had diplomatic relations with the Kurt species. There should be quite a few Kurt species members in the administrative district, so collecting 60 species should not take too long. In that case, he would be staying here for a while. Should he look around first? However, the soundproofing here was terrible, and he could hear noises from the neighboring rooms and upstairs. After scanning, he found that some rooms here really were empty. But then, he noticed people coming down the hallway toward this room. There were 3 of them. It was the cyborg and 2 police officers. So he told Bubblebug to return to his palm. Bubblebug looked confused and asked, "What's wrong, baby?" He whispered that guests had arrived outside and told Bubblebug to hide first. For now, he did not want to clash with officials, so he decided to observe the situation. On the other side, the 2 police officers asked Lars, "Is there really a monster in your room?" Lars immediately replied, "Yes." So one of the officers carefully inspected the door. After checking it, he told Lars, "This door doesn't seem damaged." But Lars insisted, "I saw the thing enter with my own eyes." Then his partner noticed the 2 bottles of alcohol in Lars's hands. He said, "I've already checked your record. Last night, you filed a false report about seeing a strange person. So maybe you're just drunk." This made Lars grit his teeth in anger. He thought that if these two bastards were not public officials, he would have punched them twice already. Then, the two officers ordered Lars to open the door. They quickly entered with flashlights and began checking the room. While searching, the officers commented, "This place is basically a pigsty." That made Lars so angry, his hands started shaking. In the end, the two officers checked the visible areas of the room and the refrigerator, but found nothing wrong. Lars was already drenched in cold sweat. He insisted, "That's impossible. I saw the thing enter my room. Maybe the report came from another apartment." But the officers mocked him. "A cyborg really should get a new pair of eyes, because your vision seems bad. You're the only one who called the police, so maybe you're just hallucinating from drinking." Lars immediately argued, "Your conclusion is ridiculous. How can you decide things so carelessly?" But the two officers left without looking back. Before leaving, they simply said, "Anyway, we've confirmed nothing is wrong here. If anything else happens, you can report it again." Now, even Lars began wondering if something was wrong with his own eyes. Had he imagined it? Or had the monster already left his room? Then, he sat down on his bed and opened a bottle of beer. After drinking it, he lay down and prepared to rest. But the noise from downstairs was so loud that he could not sleep at all. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized something. He remembered that there should be no living creature in the room below him. So he quickly got up and prepared to look under the bed. But at that moment, the amorph suddenly crawled out from beneath it. He said, "Brother, you smell delicious. Let me eat you and make you the final cyborg on my path to evolution." Just moments earlier, a middle-aged man had been sleeping. Suddenly, he was woken up by the noise from next door, and his face filled with irritation. So he stormed out angrily, cursing, "That damn guy, I won't let him off easily this time." Then, he reached the neighbor's door and started knocking furiously. The next moment, he seemed to smell something foul, and the door slowly opened. When the middle-aged man saw his figure, he immediately scolded him, "Don't make so much noise in the middle of the night." But when he saw his face clearly, he was instantly startled, because right now his appearance carried an extremely terrifying pressure. The man felt that his neighbor looked completely different from usual, so he immediately backed down and changed his tone, saying, "Please keep quiet at night." The amorph replied, "I'll be more careful in the future." After that, the middle-aged man left. Once he was gone, he returned to his original form, and his next target became that middle-aged man. Then, he went back into the room, only to see Bubblebug eating the food inside the refrigerator. He told Bubblebug, "You're still growing, so just eat everything in there." As for him, he had to finish eating the remaining cyborg. This was honestly the second worst thing he had ever eaten, mixed with the taste of old alcohol and rotten meat. It seemed health and flavor really were proportional, but for the sake of evolution, he had no choice but to suppress his nausea and eat it. After he finished eating the cyborg, the system panel suddenly appeared. The system notified him. Physical evolution conditions met. Evolve into the juvenile stage? So he told Bubblebug, "I'm going to turn into a cocoon for a while." Bubblebug quickly ran up to him and asked, "Why do you have to become an egg when you're already a youngling?" He explained, "Because I'm about to grow bigger." Bubblebug asked, "So, are you going from a little baby to a big baby?" He smiled and said, "Yes, don't worry too much." Then he told it to finish eating the rest of the cyborg. After that, he clicked confirm on the system panel. The system notified him, "Evolution in progress." Before this, he had briefly experienced the astonishing power of the juvenile stage through the drug. But this time, it was a real evolution. It was time to enjoy it properly. Soon, he turned into a cocoon even pinker than Bubblebug. Bubblebug moved close to his cocoon and remembered the vow it had made after escaping that foul-smelling prison. It had sworn to protect this young child, but until now, rather than protecting him, it had always been protected by him instead. That fact made Bubblebug feel deeply hurt. If only it could grow a little more, maybe its skills could become stronger too. The next moment, Bubblebug gently placed its tentacle on his cocoon. Complex emotions surged inside its heart. An unknown energy flowed from the tip of its tentacle and was absorbed into Bubblebug's body. Then it felt as if it had eaten something incredibly nutritious. A deep fullness spread through its body and power surged within it. Bubblebug seemed to have evolved as well. Now, it had grown 3 tentacles. Bubblebug was overjoyed because this time, it could finally protect this child, and that child was him. Meanwhile, his consciousness was pulled into a mysterious space. He looked down at his body and realized these were the hands he had when he was still human. Now he finally understood that this space was his inner world. But what exactly were the game developers thinking when they designed Amorph? In a real-time PvP game, being unable to move for 6 hours during evolution was such a serious flaw that calling it a bug was not an exaggeration. Was this dark space the reason? Memories flooded back, and unpleasant memories began to awaken. He looked at the massive void creature inside his consciousness. This was probably the residual amorph left inside his body. But now that he was facing it directly, he felt that the void creature was not as terrifying as he had imagined. Not only was it not scary, it even felt strangely familiar. Soon, he reached out and touched the void creature's forehead. The next moment, his consciousness suddenly returned to his body. He could feel his body recovering, which meant the evolution should be complete. The feeling was not unfamiliar, and his condition was good. So he opened the system panel to check his current status. He noticed that something new had been added to the panel. More importantly, there was actually an unread message. Nothing like this had happened when he took the drug before. It seemed this was a message that only appeared after a real evolution. So he clicked confirm. The message showed the system's newest function, the Transcendence system. It could use 3 or more traits to create a new unique trait, and the trait obtained would be something that had never existed before. He looked at the Transcendence system in confusion. In the game, trait fusion was only 1-to-1. For a species like Amorph that relied on traits, as the game progressed, players would eventually forget how many traits they even had. When he cleared the game before, he already had more than 500 traits. Even a form-obsessed maniac like him nearly went insane, so he could hardly imagine what this new system would become. But the problem was that if he fused his physical traits at this critical moment, his physical enhancement type might be cancelled because the conditions no longer matched, while psychic enhancement already required 6 related traits because of the penalty system. If he obtained another physical trait afterward, the penalty would increase the number of traits required for psychic enhancement from 6 to 12. The unique trait was tempting, but the risk was far too high. So, for now, he decided to set the Transcendence system aside. The unique trait was definitely hard to resist, but the more tempting it was, the more carefully he had to act. The safer method might take longer, but it was ultimately more reliable. He decided to break out of the cocoon first, then use the Transcendence system after gathering enough physical traits. Soon, his entire body broke out of the shell, and he stood up again. He checked his body and found that he was even taller than during his last temporary evolution. When Bubblebug saw him, it became overjoyed and bounced around, saying, "Baby, you're even bigger than that previous form." Then Bubblebug quickly ran to his side and asked, "Can you no longer return to your old appearance?" He answered, "No, because the previous form was only temporary." But the moment he touched Bubblebug, he suddenly felt confused. Bubblebug had more tentacles now, and their shape was completely different from before. Previously, Bubblebug had been much smaller, but now he had grown quite a bit, and even the texture felt completely different. What exactly had happened? So he asked Bubblebug, "What happened to you?" Bubblebug answered, "2 new tentacles grew out. It happened after I touched your big cocoon." He began thinking that these had to be sea demon tentacles, sharp like saws. Just touching them could tear flesh apart. He guessed that when he evolved, Bubblebug had touched his cocoon, so it must have absorbed some of the energy released during his evolution. At that moment, Bubblebug told him, "With my current form, I can protect you now." He habitually patted Bubblebug's head and thought that as long as it was happy, that was enough. The sea demons he had seen in the game were massive pink creatures, over 20 meters long, with hundreds of tentacles. If this species stood on his side, it would become a huge advantage. He would not share genes with Bubblebug, but he could throw it some unwanted leftovers. So he told Bubblebug, "Next, we're going to eat the remaining species. The next target is the house next door." He was looking forward to an exciting meal. Meanwhile, in outer space, a company called New York Insurance Corporation was actively promoting space colonization. They had shifted their focus from Earth to a new frontier. So they invested enormous amounts of money and manpower into building human habitats and developing planetary terraforming technology. Through projects such as Mars terraforming, solar system space stations, and orbital colony construction, they expanded their influence. One of the results was the first giant space facility connecting the outer solar system. That place was the Special Trade Hub, with a diameter of 60 kilometers. Now, countless alien species visited this trade hub to witness an important milestone in human construction history. At this moment, inside Monument Tower in the administrative district of the Special Trade Hub, an emergency meeting was being held to report the total revenue of each district. However, some districts were still operating at a loss. So the woman's solution was to maintain relationships with merchants as much as possible and rebuild their trust in this trade hub. Only then could the economy recover. After all, merchants were customers, and they had traveled a long way to come here. If they were disappointed again and again, they would stop coming. A large number of tourists would soon flood into the city, so they could not afford any mistakes. Also, the upcoming event had to be handled with full responsibility. After everyone accepted the proposal, the meeting came to an end. Even after the meeting ended, the woman still felt a headache. But if everything went according to plan, the family's top position might finally be within reach. Because within TC, the Thompson family and the Chamberlain family were competing, and the winner would become the head of TC. Headquarters monopolized all megacorp rights related to TC. The Chamberlain family had held that authority for generations, so the Thompson family was extremely eager to seize it this time. If the Thompson family really became the next leader, things could become very bad. That was the main reason she wanted her own industry's economy to improve. Just then, an assistant interrupted her thoughts and handed over the VIP list for the event. So she took the list and checked who would be attending. But when she saw one name, her whole body froze. She immediately asked the assistant, "Is Yujin Kisaragi attending as well?" The assistant replied, "Yes, about an hour ago we received confirmation from the Kisaragi family. They stated they will not attend the board meeting and are only coming for sightseeing." This made the woman fall into thought. That person was nothing more than a usurper. The reason he was called that and looked down on was simple. He was the only person in the capital who had seized power through rebellion. He killed Jung Sayujin, the rightful heir, and turned the man's daughter into his own shadow. Then, without changing expression, he killed or tortured other species and nobles. Although he was a psychopath, his abilities were outstanding. The Jung Sayujin family had tried to oppose him many times, but after Jung Sayujin's death, he ruled Megacorp and the Yujin family for almost a century. He was simply a monster. If she faced him head-on, she would have no chance of winning. But now, there was nowhere left to retreat. So she asked her assistant, "How long until the next item on the schedule?" After hearing that there were 10 minutes left, she stood up. The assistant reminded her, "Today's schedule is packed, including inspections of key facilities and a board meeting to discuss the administrative district security system." But what the woman thought was that failure was the mother of success. Even if she lost, she could treat it as experience and learn from it. Never giving up was her family's life motto. However, this woman did not know that a dangerous threat had already taken deep root in her life. At this moment, Bubblebug was eating a sandwich. He asked Bubblebug, "Does it taste good?" Bubblebug answered, "It's delicious, insanely delicious." He also observed the layout of the room. It was clearly cleaned often and was spotless. Compared with that cyborg's home, this place was much better, and at least livable. Then he looked down. More importantly, there was also very delicious food here. So, he told Bubblebug, "I'm going to visit the neighbors." Bubblebug replied, "Be careful, baby. I'm busy eating, so I won't go with you." Then, he went to Lars's home and started searching for his communication devices. Soon, he found Lars's phone on the floor and picked it up. The phone contained Lars's work contacts. Maybe this bastard was his boss. After all, most office workers hated their supervisors, so he called Lars's boss directly. The moment the call connected, the boss started yelling, "Lars, you idiot. We're insanely busy here. Why haven't you shown up?" He simply replied, "I quit. Find someone else," and hung up immediately, leaving the boss cursing on the other end. The boss would probably forget about it by tomorrow, but he still needed to handle this properly. Sending a resignation letter from the company computer would be perfect. Now it was time to check what was inside. His fingers quickly tapped across the keyboard. The computer contained wildlife smuggling surveillance records and confiscation lists from the team. Just one glance showed that there were many different species listed. Eating those creatures should let him obtain a large amount of genetic material. However, the surveillance there would be strict, so he needed another method. He could use Lars's voice to call staff over, eat them, then forge transfer documents. That should let him easily obtain 1 or 2 samples. But if he wanted more, he would need a middleman. Many confiscation records had blank destination fields, so for now, he had to contact the middleman using Lars's identity. If negotiations failed, he could simply eat the middleman and impersonate him to steal the goods. After that, he took the phone and laptop, then returned to his room. Inside the room, Bubblebug was devouring that person. When Bubblebug saw him come back, it immediately came over to greet him. Bubblebug said, "Baby, you should eat this too. If you don't, I'll get mad." He replied, "I'll take 1 leg, you can have the rest. But compared with this, I'm going to eat something tastier. I'll put this in the fridge for now." Once Lars's matter was handled, he would have to start impersonating him. So who should he contact next? Judging from the contacts he had checked, Lars did not know many people. Aside from the middleman and the team captain, there were not many options. If the person in charge suddenly disappeared, it would definitely cause a commotion, and that would not work. So he needed to find someone who would not be remembered quickly, even if they vanished. It seemed this person named Lloyd often chatted with Lars. Good. He was probably a friend who shared the same unspeakable hobby as Lars. Maybe someone connected to a special adult entertainment area inside the special trade hub. That place was famous, even in the game. Players always argued over whether it was legal, and it had even appeared in the news. Anyway, if Lloyd was into the same thing, he might know something about the middleman. They had contacted each other yesterday, so maybe he was already close to the truth. So he began contacting Lloyd. Lloyd first asked, "Why did you quit?" along with a few other questions. He brushed them off and went straight to the point. "I want to get back into the smuggling business we did before." To avoid suspicion, he quickly wrapped up the topic. In the end, they agreed to meet at 9 that night and talk in detail. Now that the time was set, he needed to do something before then. Maybe before meeting Lloyd, he should first check the confiscation list. But when he saw that a mountain crawler was on the list, the next entry shocked him. He did not expect them to have captured an outspacer. He could not imagine how they had managed it. The date was the 20th, and the destination field was blank. That meant the outspacer was probably still here. Just like its name suggested, this species came from beyond the universe. If amorphs were inspired by alien monsters, then these guys were like the alien swarm from that old game. If players chose them, they became a hive queen, evolving soldiers by absorbing DNA from other species and expanding their swarm. Like amorphs, they were also a late-game powerhouse, but their playstyle was completely different. Personally, he still preferred amorphs. Outspacers were rare, but if their form was not locked by their own system, he could still target their predation-related traits. He would handle this target first and leave the others for later. Not many species had more than 10 samples available, and even if he ate them all, he might not gain any traits. In the end, triggering predation effects still depended heavily on luck. Then he glanced at the time. It was almost time. Bubblebug immediately jumped onto him and asked, "Baby, where are we going?" He replied, "We're going out for a walk. I'll take you somewhere fun." Then he lightly pushed off with his feet. In the blink of an eye, he arrived on the rooftop. Now, it was time to hunt. His figure rapidly flashed across the rooftops. Soon, he saw the entrance to the underground passage. As long as they kept moving, they could enter it. Before going in, he used Super Sense to check whether there were any surveillance robots nearby. The next second, he quickly found cover and hid. Just as he expected, there was a security patrol robot here. But unlike the other robots, this was a combat-type robot, different from the models that had guarded the pirate ship and the reactor. After scanning it, he discovered that an extra combat arm had been installed on its waist, and it was also holding a pistol. He found this strange. Why would a robot be equipped with a Gallus rifle? This rifle was slightly weaker than a plasma weapon, but its tungsten alloy bullets were highly effective against heavy armor. For an observation-type android to be equipped with such a high-performance weapon was extremely abnormal. Unless some special situation required this level of security, something major might be happening here. In his previous life in the game, this place had also hosted various events. If that was the case, then the alert level would naturally be higher. While the robot had not yet turned to look behind it, he quickly rushed past. Everything had clearly been normal when he returned before, so it was hard to believe things had become like this. From this moment on, he had to be even more careful. Then he opened the manhole cover and rushed inside. Originally, he had planned to build a nest first and then spread spores. But if an event was being held here, he had to change his plan. He needed to establish a monitoring network immediately, so he spread green mucus across every part of the passage. Soon, his surveillance network was fully in place. In 2 days, the spores should grow into a nest. After a while, he climbed out through another entrance. He used Super Sense to scan the area, and just as expected, there was no one here. So, he patted Bubblebug and said, "Wait here." But Bubblebug kept wriggling and pleaded, "I want to go with you, baby." He immediately transformed into Lars's appearance and firmly told Bubblebug, "Stay here and don't move." He was worried the enemy would run. Bubblebug was very unhappy, but it could only obey and wait. Then he stopped near a streetlight. This area was right on the district border, so almost no one passed through. It was the perfect hunting ground. Soon, he saw a figure walking at the end of the road. Judging from the silhouette, it was a woman. He had thought Lloyd was a man's name, but she turned out to be an extremely ordinary woman. From her appearance, she looked like she could not even snap a flower stem. but she might also be the type who could rip out someone's spine without blinking. When she saw him, she became furious and cursed. "You bastard, why did you want to meet in a place like this?" He directly asked, "Do you think the topic we're about to discuss is suitable for a crowded place?" But Lloyd suddenly asked, "You already quit, so why are you still wearing your work uniform?" That made him freeze on the spot. So in Lloyd's eyes, he was still wearing his work uniform. The mimicry organ could indeed copy clothing. It collected genetic data and other sensory information, then perfectly imitated the target's appearance at the moment before death. But its weakness was that it could not reflect anything different from the devoured target after that moment. Lloyd's words reminded him that he had to be more careful in the future. So he chuckled and said, "This is the only thing I have to wear." Lloyd replied, "You should at least buy a set of casual clothes." He asked her directly, "Can you tell me about the broker?" Lloyd asked, "Do you really want to talk about that here?" He said, "Someone might listen in at a bar, so this is the best place to discuss something like this." Then, Lloyd took something like a USB drive from her pocket. She said, "The transaction information with the broker is in this file. It will automatically delete itself in 24 hours, so don't forget that." She told him, "Take this USB drive first. I'll send you the broker's contact information as well." Then, she sent him a contact named Dace. He asked, "Do you guys only use initials to contact each other? Is it just in case one of you gets caught?" Lloyd grinned and said, "That's enough about this topic. Let's go have a drink." Then she patted his shoulder and said, "You're paying today." The next moment, Lloyd seemed to realize that the person in front of her was not the Lars she knew. Maybe she could tell just from the firmness of his muscles. Then she quickly stepped back and demanded, "Who are you really?" He stopped pretending. It seemed he had been discovered. In the end, the mimicry organ could not fool Touch. After Lloyd saw his true form, she immediately turned and tried to run. But he instantly reached out with his claws and grabbed her upper body. He guessed this woman must be confused right now. He was clearly only using 2 hands, yet she probably felt as if she was being grabbed in many places at once. This kind of sensory mismatch was something he often used in the game. And the reason he chose this place for the meeting was simple. After finishing the hunt, he could dispose of the body here very conveniently. After eating the woman, he transformed into Lloyd's appearance. Once he cleaned up the scene, he left immediately. After returning home and checking the data, he would decide whether to meet the middleman. Bubblebug was still waiting for him in the same place, and it smelled food on him. He explained that he had eaten nearby before coming back. Bubblebug immediately asked, "Baby, if you already ate, then where's my share?" This sent a chill down his spine. It looked like he would have to save some food for number 26 in the future. Meanwhile, inside the TC Glass District Supply Warehouse team, a staff member in a white coat asked a fat man named Leiting, "Why haven't you left yet?" Leiting told him, "You go first. I still have something to handle." After confirming that no one was around, Leiting quietly took out a laptop from below. He opened the laptop and muttered, "All of this is wealth waiting to be converted into money. Those damned bastards. Do they know how much money I've lost because of them?" He had originally planned to smuggle these goods off the planet this morning, but because of that board meeting, every batch of outbound cargo was being watched. Thanks to them, all his plans and all the creatures being transported were now stuck halfway. He cursed inwardly. Those damned bastards. Do they know how much money I lose every single day this is delayed? And this man named Lighting was actually Dace. Soon, the phone on the desk rang, drawing the middleman's attention. Someone using the codename Vera had sent him an encrypted message. Dace was confused. Hadn't he told her not to contact him while the situation was tense? Why was she messaging him now? But when he saw the message, cold sweat broke out across his body. Someone actually wanted to buy an outspacer. He had heard those creatures were extremely dangerous. What kind of bastard wanted to buy one? The message said the buyer was a cult from the administrative district. In that case, it made sense. Those people loved collecting rare beasts and ancient relics. That Lloyd woman was clever. He already knew that much, but he had not expected her to have connections with the administrative district cult. Should he ask her to introduce him to those people too? The message on the phone said the transaction would take place at 10 tonight in the port district. This deal was actually scheduled for late at night. Security was so tight right now, yet they had specifically chosen this time to discuss the transaction. Something about this was clearly wrong, so he decided to call and confirm first. After the call connected, Dace immediately questioned her. #value. He replied, "I've been working overtime lately." This made Dace even more suspicious. What does overtime have to do with this? So he explained the whole situation clearly. A while ago, some idiot had tried to transport a mountain crawler, got caught, and turned everything into a mess. After hearing the explanation, Dace finally relaxed a little. Then, they confirmed the transaction time for after 10 and ended the call. But Dace's gaze instantly sharpened. He still felt that something was off. Even if it was a cult, would they really hold some kind of funeral in the middle of the night? Just in case, he decided to call a few people to go with him. Then he told someone over the phone, "You know the place. Just get there before 1 in the morning." On his side, after hanging up, he could not help thinking that this guy was quite cautious. But he could not really blame him. He guessed that Dace was probably either a seized goods manager from the supply warehouse team or a guard from port security. In simple terms, he was a middle manager. If he ate him directly, cleaning up the aftermath would be a nightmare. Too many people were involved here, and they would quickly start watching him. So he needed a way to make long-term use of this guy. Then he began typing rapidly on the keyboard. Using this guy was not impossible. Outspacers had a trait that could solve this exact problem. The issue was whether he could obtain that trait through predation, which depended entirely on luck. Soon, it was time for the transaction, and he arrived at the meeting place right on schedule. Dace had said to make contact near the crane, so he first used Super Sense to check whether there was any danger nearby. He quickly discovered 3 surveillance cameras in the area. There were cameras everywhere, so Dace clearly had some connection with security. However, cameras were meaningless against him. He would not be caught by something like that. Then, he was surprised to sense movement near the crane. There were 10 people in total, and aside from one of them, everyone was armed. He knew Dace was cautious, but he hadn't expected him to bring backup. So he transformed into Lloyd's appearance, intending to settle this as peacefully as possible. Soon, his figure appeared in their line of sight. He asked, "Who are these people?" Dace told him, "Don't worry, they're just insurance." But the way Dace stared at him was clearly malicious, and a sinister smile formed on his face. He did not actually care about those people. The real problem was the wolfman above his head. His mimicry organ could fool wolfmen, but compared with other species, they would feel a much stronger sense of unease. He had to finish this quickly. He asked, "Where is the item I wanted?" Dace pointed and said, "It's inside that refrigerated container over there." As usual, once the transaction was complete, the password would appear on the screen. So he entered the password on the computer and brought it up directly. He thought this would go smoothly. But Dace suddenly asked, "Did the boss connect you with the cult from the administrative district?" Before he could answer, Dace pressed, "Could you introduce me to them?" Dace offered, "Every time I close a deal with them, I'll give you a cut." But he rejected him directly. Dace seemed disappointed, but he did not keep pushing. He only said, "If you change your mind, let me know anytime." But suddenly, the wolfman above them called out, "Wait, I sense a strange aura." This made him freeze on the spot. He hadn't expected the wolfman to notice something so quickly. The wolfman quickly jumped down from the container and landed beside him. Then he leaned close and sniffed carefully with his sensitive nose. The wolfman said bluntly, "This woman is suspicious." Dace asked in confusion, "Suspicious? I've done business with her several times, and she's always been fine." But the wolfman said he could not be completely certain, though this woman was definitely hiding something. This made Dace angry. He could not believe that someone he had been working with all this time might be hiding something from him. So he immediately demanded, "What is really going on here?" But he did not explain anything. Instead, he thought that this wolfman's sense of smell was far sharper than the others. And since he had heard something was wrong with the security forces, was this guy working for someone else? Then, Dace gave the order, "Capture this woman." Seeing them raise their guns at such close range, he thought to himself, "Things have finally come to this." He thought, "I wanted to settle this peacefully, but now I have no choice. Aside from me, everyone here has to die." The next moment, his tail spike stabbed straight into the wolfman. The poison spread through the wolfman's body, and he collapsed to the ground, completely motionless. When the subordinates saw how brutal he was, they immediately raised their guns and opened fire. But when the bullets hit his body, they were stopped as if by an invisible barrier. Then he pushed off the ground and charged forward. With one claw, he pierced through one of the gunmen. After taking care of the people in front, he leapt straight toward the group in the back. Before they could even react, he had already wiped them all out. At the very back, someone set up a weapon that looked like a plasma cannon. But when the cannon fired, he stood in place without moving. The attack did not hurt him at all. Seeing that the weapon was useless, the man pulled out a laser blade and prepared to fight him up close. After exchanging several moves, he instantly closed the distance. Then, he caught the man off guard and pierced through his chest with one claw. After killing him, he picked up the weapon the man had been using. It was a poppy blade, identical to the ones used by the pirates who had infiltrated the research ship. Even the same model. Did they belong to the same organization? But it did not matter. In the end, he had killed them all anyway. The man who had wielded the poppy blade had shown impressive explosive power. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong opponent. More importantly, there was also a wolf here, which was perfect for him. Wolf was a playable shape-shifting species. In other words, it fulfilled one of his evolution conditions. Although his plan to use the middleman had failed, and he no longer needed to keep impersonating this woman, absorbing the wolf's genes should still be fine. The next moment, he revealed his true body and swallowed the wolf in one bite. Its taste was similar to the creature he had eaten before, like a juicy, energy-packed meal. Unfortunately, he would have to enjoy the rest of the prey later. First, he had to deal with Dace and the bodyguard who had escaped. They were closer than he expected. It seemed they had wasted quite a bit of time trying to avoid the surveillance cameras. He thought about it carefully. There were no humans here, not even android robots. Had Dace used his connections to alter the patrol route? After all, in a giant city-state like this, smuggling was a serious crime. Ironically, Dace's caution had become the very thing that sealed his fate. He could never have imagined that something like him existed in this world. And his hunt was not over yet. Dace and his men ran to a corner and stopped. One of the subordinates told Dace, "Maybe we should report this to the police." Hearing that, Dace's eyes nearly popped out. If they went to the police, he was finished, but the subordinate urged, "We're no match for that monster." Dace kicked the container beside him, venting his anger. But what the subordinate said was not completely wrong. It was better than dying right now, and any extra time they could buy was worth it. Fortunately, there was a police station beyond that iron fence. He had paid plenty of money to the district security team, so now was the perfect time to see whether that money had been worth it. There was no other option. He had to reach that place and seek their protection. But the moment he finished speaking, the scene beside him nearly scared the soul out of his body. The Amorph had silently taken down his two subordinates, and after dealing with them, he turned his gaze toward Dace. Dace trembled all over and stepped backward. But unexpectedly, the subordinate who had been stabbed by his tail earlier had not fully passed out and could still move. The man quickly grabbed onto his leg, shouting, "Dace, run." Dace did not dare stop for even a second and rushed toward the police station in panic. As long as he could buy a few more seconds, he could successfully escape. But just as he was about to make it out, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. He had been seconds away from crossing the fence, yet his whole body felt paralyzed and he could no longer move. What he did not know was that the instant he started running, the Amorph had already stabbed him with its tail. He had simply been too terrified to feel it. Then the Amorph carried Dace on his shoulder and took him away. Soon, he returned to the transaction site and put Dace down. Under Dace's shocked gaze, he entered the container password. The refrigerated container quickly opened, and he walked inside. Only then did he notice an unknown liquid on his shoulder, realizing that Dace had wet himself while being carried. In any case, the broker Dace was an important person, so he could not kill him yet. Before dealing with the other middlemen, he had to handle these immediate problems first. He opened the freezer. A small creature was curled up inside, and that creature was an outspacer. It was a deeply unfortunate species, one whose original psychic power had long been stolen by the Hive Swarm, one of the strongest races in the game. Their ultimate goal was to return to their home planet, which had been destroyed by the Hive Swarm. To do that, they needed enough psychic energy to cover the entire galaxy. They tried to accumulate that power through the cult, and because of that, they were deeply hostile toward the cult empire. They also could not withstand psychic attacks from multiple species at once. That was exactly why the cult empire could be considered the natural enemy of the outspacers. The taste felt strangely nostalgic, like taking a crab straight out of the freezer and biting into it before it even thawed. But this insect did not trigger his predation effect, making it a failed sample. Still, there were 19 more here. Surely at least one of them would trigger the effect. Over the next stretch of time, he ate the frozen outspacers one by one, but none of them triggered anything. Then, when he ate the 19th one, he was already thinking that if this one failed too, he would leave the 20th for number 26. But suddenly, his gaze sharpened. A system message appeared before his eyes. Predation effect triggered. Parasite gene obtained. Apply the parasite trait. The parasite was one of the pathogens possessed by outspacers. It could invade an opponent's body and control their movements. If an Amorph obtained this parasite, It could unlock the infection enhancement type, and it could also fuse with the contamination organ to create enhanced parasites. The infection enhancement type affected infection-related traits. For someone like him, who preferred ambush tactics, this ability was extremely useful, so he immediately clicked confirm and applied the trait. The next moment, he felt his body begin to change. His arms started swelling and trembling, while worm-like creatures squirmed beneath his skin. The system notified him. Parasite trait obtained. Confuse with current contamination organ to create the parasitic swarm trait. The skill description read, contamination organ's original effect disabled. In exchange, user can now create enhanced parasites. However, he could control a maximum of 5 enhanced parasites, and there were currently 2 specialized parasite types. Below that, the system even added a line, unable to comprehend why user favors such disgusting traits. This made him laugh in disbelief. The system could say whatever it wanted. He had obtained a trait he liked, and now it was time to test its power. Right after he gained the parasite skill, the paralyzing poison inside Lei Ting's body also began to fade. So Lei Ting moved his body and tried to crawl towards safety. But just then, he suddenly appeared behind Lei Ting. He pressed his claws directly into Lei Ting's back and instantly shoved him against the container. Then he opened his massive claw. A small hole in the center of his palm began to slowly wriggle. The next moment, a tiny mouth opened in his palm and spat out a black parasite. The parasite was like a centipede, drilling straight into Lei Ting's brain. The pain felt as if something was forcibly eroding his mind. After the parasite completed its invasion, Lei Ting's brain was fully under his control, so he let him go. The effect was extremely clear. The parasite had been successfully implanted. However, it could only last 24 hours, so he would need to replace it regularly. But for now, Lei Ting was his slave. After 24 hours, the parasite would disappear, and Lei Ting would die because the parasite had already taken control of his brain. If Lei Ting showed even the slightest suspicious movement, the parasite that could read his thoughts would immediately inflict pain on him, and Lei Ting was already very familiar with that pain. Unless something major happened, he would not dare disobey him. Besides, he had already shown Lei Ting exactly how he dealt with people who got in his way. Lei Ting was smart enough to understand what that meant. For now, the priority was to return. On the other side, Bubblebug heard the movement and slowly raised its head. When it saw him, Bubblebug became very angry and complained, "You're late." He immediately apologized. "It's my fault. Don't be mad." Then, he handed Bubblebug the food he had packed earlier. When Bubblebug saw it, it instantly lit up with surprise. He told Bubblebug to eat first because he had to go next door and handle something. Then he went next door and took out the body he had stored in the refrigerator. Right now, he was like an AI still learning. He would not make the same mistake twice. Now, it was time to let someone else take his place. Time quickly moved to 1 week later, inside the administrative district. Someone was furiously typing in a meeting room while asking, "What's the situation with that broker?" This was C District. A subordinate from the General Security Team reported, after the board announcement, Dace stopped smuggling, but he suddenly resumed 1 week ago. So far, he has carried out 6 operations. The captain frowned and asked, "Is he basically smuggling every day?" Then he asked, "Have his methods changed?" The subordinate replied, "Until now, Dace mainly connected deals between planets, but his last 6 transactions were all with individuals inside the city." The captain asked, "Is that because security has been tightened?" The subordinate answered, "No, because same-city transactions don't bring any real profit." This gave the captain a headache. Broker Dace was extremely cautious, someone who always tried to make the maximum profit with the fewest deals. Would a man like that really do something like this? The captain then asked, "Who is Dace's client?" The subordinate answered, "The first one appears to be a newcomer with no transaction record. 3 days ago, we discovered a man wearing pajamas who completely avoided every camera. He seems professionally trained. We followed him several times, but each time, he easily shakes us off." This made the captain fall into thought. One Dace was already troublesome enough, and now a new criminal had appeared. Why now, of all times? He stood up and announced, "If cautious Dace has suddenly become this bold, there must be a reason. Create a composite image of this new face and request analysis. Also contact the port side, investigate when he arrived here, and closely monitor every movement of Broker Dace." After the captain gave his orders, everyone dispersed and began handling their own tasks. They had never been able to catch Dace because he had bribed people in high places. But this time, even those people could not interfere. Because the rulers of this space city, the noble leaders at the top, had given an order that could not be disobeyed. The captain remembered that he had a friend in the unit who was guarding Area H. He disliked using friends like this, but this time was an exception. He swore to himself that he would capture days before the board meeting ended. Meanwhile, he was waiting here with Bubblebug for the creatures to be delivered. He checked the time. It was already 10 at night, so that guy should arrive soon. Having to change locations every time was getting more and more annoying. But if he got caught, that would also become a problem, so he had no choice. Over the past few days, he had been meeting Leiting in this man's form. Whenever he sensed observers near the container terminal, they were most likely the police who had been following Leiting. So he had no choice but to change the meeting time and place every time. Leiting was clearly unhappy about this, but his resistance meant nothing. He could only obey his orders. At that moment, Bubblebug acted spoiled and said, "Baby, I'm so bored right now." He patiently explained, "Just wait a little longer. The delivery will arrive soon." Soon, he heard a vehicle in the distance. It was slowly driving over. Before long, a truck stopped beside him. He looked at Leiting as he stepped out of the vehicle. The guy's face had changed completely, and he seemed to have lost almost a third of his weight. Considering he had been tortured by the parasite for 24 hours at a time, that was within expectations. Leiting dropped to his knees with a thud and trembled as he said, "I've brought the goods exactly as ordered." Then he shook all over and begged, "Please, begin the next step." So he reached out and released a parasite. He could tell that Leiting was not simply afraid of him anymore. He was even more afraid of the parasite inside his brain. If he did not remove it now, Leiting would die. So the new parasite entered Leiting's brain through his eye. Just like usual. Before long, the previous parasite shot out from his nasal cavity. Leiting lay on the ground without moving. Clearly, he had survived another cycle. After the parasite was replaced, his survival timer was extended, and he seemed much more comfortable. Then, Leiting quickly opened the container. After entering the container, he was curious about what creature had been delivered this time. The moment they went inside, Bubblebug said, "It's so cold in here. It reminds me of my hometown." He saw that today's creatures were a mimic plant lizard and a mutated fairy-wing. This surprised him a little. A mutated fairy-wing? Even in the game, he had never seen one before. He was curious about what it tasted like. Since it was a bird, maybe it would taste like chicken. So he opened the refrigerated cabinet. But when he saw the creature inside, a chill ran down his spine. Bubblebug asked, "What's wrong, baby?" He replied, "The creature in front of us is not a fairy-wing at all. It was actually a Galladon hatchling." The so-called space dragon was the ancient species known as Galladon, fully deserving of its name. This creature was like a legendary dragon, with habits completely different from ordinary creatures in the game. They lived in groups like lions. The members of the group worked together to protect the blue Galladon. In the game, this behavior was set as a unique trait. Specifically, it was the blue Galladon's power to summon its kin. If the system in this world followed the same rules, then the situation was extremely dangerous. If it summoned its kin, this world would become a true hell. But the real question was how they had captured it. This was not something ordinary criminals could obtain through smuggling. Something about this was deeply wrong. But one thing was certain. Someone was trying to sabotage the special trade hub. He had to figure out what was really happening, so he decided to call Leiting over first. Soon, the parasite inside Leiting's brain ordered him to come to his side immediately. He pointed at the creature below and asked, "Do you know what species this is?" Leiting leaned closer and said, "Isn't it just a winged fairy?" Seeing Leiting's confused face, he knew this guy knew nothing. This creature was extremely rare. Since Leiting knew nothing, he had no other choice. So he asked, "Who brought this creature in?" Leiting answered, "It was Rachel. When he took the creature away, he was thrown into prison, but he escaped soon after." Hearing that name sent a chill down his spine. He felt like he had heard it somewhere before. Wasn't that Arnold Rachel, the crisis management chief from the research ship, the one he had fought before? And his master was the Spiral Witch. She knew the locations of the Galladon's habitats and nests, so having a subordinate deliver one into the space city would not be difficult at all. In other words, the Spiral Witch's family was trying to attack this space city. And this city was also on a high level. This scene felt strangely familiar to him. He asked Leiting whether this city was holding some kind of festival or event. Leiting said he was probably talking about the board meeting. At that meeting, they would choose the next CEO of this giant corporation. That was why capital members from the capital world would gather here, and there were still 23 days before the meeting officially began. After hearing Leiting's explanation, he finally had a rough idea of what was going on. The whole situation was starting to become clear in his mind. In the game, similar situations happened quite often. This was the event every corporate faction player looked forward to, a large-scale internal war. In the story, this giant corporation was controlled by powerful noble families, and the highest leader, the CEO, was elected through a vote among the representatives of those families. If someone became CEO, the faction's players would gain enormous power and privileges. To put their own candidate on the CEO's throne, they would use every method available, and eliminating rivals was completely normal. It was very likely that Celine Yujin, in other words the Spiral Witch, had ordered Jed to smuggle this creature in, so it could be used during the board meeting. It was probably hidden somewhere inside the city, waiting for the right moment, but Jed's master was already dead, so there was no way to know how far the plan had progressed. The Galagon's ability was exactly what he had always wanted, but the timing was terrible. If not for the board meeting, he would have swallowed it already and escaped immediately. But with surveillance this tight, that was impossible right now. Just as he thought that, the Galagon's arm suddenly moved. Bubblebug told him that it looked frozen. He said he could see that too, and he had to put it back into the freezer before it woke up. But just as he was about to close the refrigerated cabinet, the scene in front of him sent a chill down his spine. The Galagon, which had been lying there with its eyes closed, was now staring straight at him. When the Galagon saw the unfamiliar human in front of it, it was so frightened that it cried and instantly released its ability. Seeing it activate its power, he immediately revealed his true body and resisted the powerful impact head-on. Although it was small, it was born with the psychic power of the Galagon race. If he did not already have resistance to supernatural abilities, he would have died. Then he moved a little closer and said, "Little one, calm down." After he said that, the Galagon actually quieted down. It looked at him with its small, dark purple eyes. Then it told him, "You are an adult, so I trust you." This left him completely confused. Did this little guy think he was one of its own? Now that he thought about it, the tendrils behind his head did look very similar. It seemed the Galagon had mistaken him for a white Galagon because the tendrils behind him really did resemble one. In that case, he should use this situation to get closer to it. So he immediately asked why it was here. The Galagon said it had suddenly mutated and was exiled from its homeland. But what did suddenly mutated mean? So they just banished it? Still, a mutated Galagon should not be this small. Most likely, it was a parasitic monster mutated by excessive psychic power. But Galagons could not lie, so he guessed its words were true. If it really had been exiled, then even if it summoned its kin, no one would come. In other words, he could devour it without any worries now, right? Seeing his reaction, the Galagon became terrified. So he instantly stabbed his tail toward it. But the Galagon pleaded, "I want to live. I can make a deal with you." It said, "I will repay you." Those words made his attacking tail stop instantly. He asked, "What valuable thing can you offer in exchange for sparing your life?" The Galagon answered, "I can take you to the dragon nest." That instantly made him feel this deal was worth it, because that place was basically a treasure vault, the perfect place to harvest Galagon genes. After all, once he reached the sub-adult stage, devouring a Galagon would become something he had to do. Leaving rare skills aside, the creature itself was one of the requirements for evolving to a higher level, so even if he ate it now, he would not gain the greatest benefit. It was better to use this chance to get the location of the dragon nest. He had to control his reason right now. He had to stay calm, avoid acting impulsively, and not do anything stupid. So, the decision was made. This was practically perfect. Meanwhile, in another place, a woman was sitting in a bright, sunlit forest. Just then, the butler beside her snapped his fingers. In the blink of an eye, the forest-like scene instantly changed into a massive room. The butler said, "Please forgive my intrusion, madam. It is time for your meal." The woman looked at the butler with displeasure. This woman was the spiral witch he had killed before. Celine, the butler, ordered the servants to bring the food to the table and said, "I apologize for making you wait, madam." He presented the food. "I have brought only your favorite dishes. Please enjoy." Today's main dishes were duck and roast beef with honey sauce, and the staple food was soft and delicious. But Celine's mind was still dazed. Even the knife and fork beside her had to be felt around for. She did not even look down. Seeing that Celine Yujin was completely distracted, the butler asked, "Is this not one of your favorite dishes, madam?" Celine gritted her teeth and admitted, "It is indeed a dish I like, but for some reason, I have no appetite today." Then, the butler walked to her side. Regarding the clone body's side effects, he said, "Madam, You ordered us to provide the exact same conditions. Whether it was food, eating habits, or clothing, we recreated everything one-to-one according to your orders. Did we do something wrong? Is that why your complexion looks so poor? But what she thought was that the soul transfer technology had indeed succeeded perfectly. Because she remembered every detail of the moment of death, and that proved it. And precisely because of that, she started feeling as if these memories were not truly hers, but Celine Yujin's. Why was that? Her mentor, Bong Ho, had not only taught her combat techniques, but also how to use psychic power to protect and transfer souls and memories. He had spoken of it lightly, as if anyone could do it. But she had always believed there had to be side effects that even her mentor had not noticed. That was why she had resisted every kind of mental defense with all her strength. Yet she never expected the discomfort from this clone body to be this overwhelming. It could not compare to her original body at all. So she asked the butler, "Is the board meeting coming soon?" The butler replied, "According to confidential intelligence, Akira Yujin will visit under the excuse of sightseeing." Her face darkened even more as she sneered. When did that old man learn to make jokes? He was only desperately trying to survive. But that did not mean he was a coward. Every time he went out, he would bring at least 2 shadows with him. And she knew the weaknesses of those shadows clearly. The original plan was simple. She would personally eliminate the shadows and retreat, then leave the rest to the enraged Galagon. Then she asked the butler, "What is the transfer status of the Galagon disguised as a fairy wing?" The butler replied, "According to our intelligence, it is still inside the space city." That old senior seemed unaware that she was still alive. No matter how experienced he was, he would not bother guarding against someone he believed was already dead. For an assassin, the greatest advantage was when the target did not even know they were being hunted. This was also her chance to deal with the entire group of capital nobles in one move, and she would never miss it. Then she gave the butler an order. "Tell them to proceed according to the original plan. Nothing changes." After that, she slammed the table in anger and cursed. "Once my plan is complete, I'm going to chop that damned monster into minced meat." On his side, he was holding 1 monster species in each hand. Then he tossed them onto the floor. He told Bubblebug, "You can eat these too." Just then, the Galagon also poked its head out. Bubblebug asked, "Do you want to eat together?" While the Galagon asked, "Are these things really edible?" So he told both little ones, "You can eat together." 2 days had passed since he brought the mutated Galagon back. In the end, he did not kill it, but made it swear eternal loyalty to him. It called itself Ahai and belonged to the OA group. But he was not used to that name, so he simply called it Yamai. In the game, finding a dragon nest had taken him a lot of effort, so before reaching the nest, he had to protect Yamai and keep it alive. But just then, Bubblebug suddenly told him to look at the changes on its body. So he turned his gaze to Bubblebug and found that it was right. It had grown another tentacle. Bubblebug was extremely happy because it had grown 1 more arm, but he still did not know what number 26's growth conditions were. Still, being able to judge its strength by appearance was quite convenient. Bubblebug said, "I have to protect you, the big baby." He patted Bubblebug's head while thinking that, for Bubblebug to become like this, it must have undergone a major mutation beyond the original game settings. Then he told the 2 little ones, "Since we're done eating, it's time to leave." When he first stepped into this world, he had 3 goals. The first was to hunt other species and evolve. The second was to stand at the peak of this world. And the third was to evolve along with his environment and fully blend into this world. From a sheepless creature surviving alone to a 3-member group growing together, he suddenly felt that he was no longer just a void alien that only knew how to devour. He felt more like part of a team with companions and emotions. After enjoying the scenery, he prepared to take the 2 little ones back to his home. But as he approached his residence, he detected something through super sense. A muscular man was standing in front of his neighbor's door. The man did not look like an ordinary person, but he also did not look like a police officer. So who was he? After reaching the corner, he told Bubblebug and Yamai to hide first. Then he quickly transformed into a human appearance. The man was still muttering curses at the door. "When is that damned bastard coming back?" He walked up to the man and asked, "Do you have business with my neighbor?" The person this man was talking about was Lars, the cyborg. The man growled, "The bastard inside has been messing around with my girlfriend." This surprised him a little. The man added, "I installed a tracker on her phone." Because she had not answered his calls for an entire week, he had grown worried. So he checked her location and found that she was here. This immediately excited him. No matter how he looked at it, this guy was involved in something illegal, which was why he had not called the police and had come here alone. So he told the man, the person you're looking for probably just went out to buy something. He'll be back soon. If you want, you can rest at my place first. After the man entered his home, he immediately complained, "This place is kind of dirty. You should clean it up." Soon, the man seemed to smell something foul and looked toward the source. But the moment he looked, he instantly regretted it. Two strange-looking creatures were staring straight at him. The next moment, he placed one claw on the man's shoulder. Then he said, "Didn't anyone teach you when you were a kid? When you're in someone else's home, behave yourself. You shouldn't enter another person's house so casually." Bubblebug very tactfully closed the door. In the end, the man's screams echoed from inside the room. Meanwhile, the security captain arrived at his partner's room and kept knocking on the door. But after a long time, no one came to open it. He began thinking that his partner was the kind of person who would stay in contact no matter how busy he was. Yet there had been no message from him for an entire week. So he was sure something had happened. So he used his weapon to forcefully break the password lock. After entering the room, he found that it was covered in dust, which meant his partner had not returned for a long time. Then he found a suspicious cup on the table. For it to become like this in such a dry room meant that no one had lived here for a long time, and something had definitely happened. So he began searching the other cabinets, looking for clues. Soon, he opened the case that held the weapons, only to find it completely empty. His whole body stiffened, because some of the weapons and equipment his partner always used were gone. Did that mean he had fought barehanded? Had he not taken his weapons with him? Or was he already dead? Before coming here, he had checked every recorded violent incident in the Port District. But there were no records of weapons above laser gun level being used. In other words, someone had secretly killed his partner, and he was certain that the organization behind the pajama-clad man was involved. So he immediately made a call and ordered, "Send me the files on all suspects connected to the smuggled creatures." He would review every piece of information one by one, and there were 20 suspicious people in total. Then he started checking the photos one by one. Soon, he felt that one person in the photos looked very suspicious. So he called his colleague and asked, "Do you have any detailed information on this person?" His colleague replied, "He's just an ordinary guy with no criminal record, though he hasn't shown up to work in a long time. Since he's only a part-time worker, no one really paid attention to him." After hanging up, he felt deeply disappointed. As expected, no one cared about people at the bottom. In this rotten city, human life had been devalued to the extreme. Then he stood up and walked toward the door. Although he served the corporation, his mission was to hunt down the criminals running wild in this world, and he would never let them escape. After that, following the address his colleague had given him, he arrived downstairs from the room where he was staying. Then he headed straight to the 3rd floor. But once he arrived, he realized something strange. The soundproofing in this building was clearly terrible. Yet the 3rd floor was frighteningly quiet, as if there were no living creatures here at all. So he quickly pulled out his pistol. No matter what, silence at this level was far too strange. He reached the door and knocked, but no one answered. Technically, he needed a search warrant to enter, but that would only give the suspect time to escape. So he destroyed the door lock and forced his way inside. The moment he entered, he smelled an extremely strong scent of blood. At first glance, everything in the room seemed to have been cleaned up, but the instincts of a detective with years of experience could not be fooled so easily. This was clearly the work of a killer trying to cover up a crime scene. Then he opened the refrigerator and froze on the spot. Because there was no food inside the fridge at all, only a glaring pool of blood, he immediately called for support. "I found the broker's accomplice. I need backup right away. The location is Cooperative Apartment Building C." What he did not know was that the Amorph was hiding in a very concealed place at that moment, enjoying his Wolfman takeout. After he finished eating, the system panel appeared before his eyes. The panel showed that some conditions for evolving toward the next stage had been met, and the predation effect had triggered, successfully extracting the Beast Claw trait. That Wolfman had been the last resident on the 4th floor. He had only come out to hunt, yet he unexpectedly gained an extra trait here, especially when he was lacking physical type abilities. When he clicked to apply it, his claws became longer, sharper, and more refined. If he used this ability to clear the remaining floors, he might be able to fulfill the rest of the requirements. After that, he still had to prepare for a raid on the cult. Hunting the cult itself would not be a major obstacle. The real problem was the location. At his current stage, attacking the administrative district was still very challenging, and evolution requirements also needed time. But they were steadily growing, so there was no need to rush. The raid on the administrative district would have to wait until he obtained the psychic enhancement type. While scanning the area with supersense, he was surprised to hear the captain requesting backup and claiming that he had found the broker's partner. This left him speechless. Had the police raided his home while he was out hunting? The fact that the police had raided his residence was a little unexpected. They were moving faster than he had imagined. This would make it much harder to satisfy the humanoid species evolution requirements here. Now he had two choices: run away or fight here. But fighting would not be easy, because the captain had already called reinforcements. Running was not an option either. If they discovered the secret of his sewer route during the chase, things would become even worse. Since he had been pushed into a corner, there was only one path left: war. They would have an overwhelming numerical advantage, so he had to deal with them as ruthlessly as possible and throw them into panic and chaos. That was the only way he could get out in one piece. Then he tossed a body onto the floor and told the two little ones, "I brought you some food." While thinking, he realized there was still a little time left. A battle was about to begin, and he had to use the terrain properly. This building had 6 floors, with 6 apartments on each floor. There was also a basement and a laundry room, but no elevator. In other words, if they wanted to move between floors, they would most likely have to use the stairs. The main force of the assault team would probably be security robots. They would have building data loaded in, so they would know the entire layout. But they had one weakness: they lacked independent judgment. Because of that, they would have to send human support units to assist the security robots. He had previously seen security robots equipped with Gauss rifles. His defense had no problem handling tungsten alloy bullets, but those weapons themselves were still troublesome, and they might even switch ammunition. If he was hit by enhanced ammunition, even his natural defenses might not hold, so he had to eliminate that threat first. The police would definitely be fully armed, which meant he had to deal with the people carrying heavy weapons first. Before they found him, he thought carefully. Bubblebug and Yamai were already classified as high-risk NPCs, and their current strength was not weak. If they focused on enemy weaknesses, they could hunt the police easily. So he called the two little ones over. They immediately stopped eating and complained. "We aren't full yet. Why did you call us?" He chuckled and said, "A large amount of food will be delivered soon. Enough for you to eat your fill." This was his territory now, the territory of an invader. Those fools were about to learn what happens when you anger him. Soon, police cars stopped one after another beneath the building. Security robots moved in one by one and surrounded the entire apartment complex. They immediately gave orders to the assault team. "Check your equipment and report anything unusual at once." The next moment, a man who seemed like a minor superior walked over and scolded the captain. He demanded, "Have you lost your mind? This is just a small operation to catch an accomplice. Why did you bring in a SWAT team and make such a huge scene? Even warehouses unrelated to the case have suddenly been searched. This is clearly an abuse of authority." The captain retorted, "And how do you know about the searches?" The man instantly froze. They had not notified the Port Authority about these search operations, because this was an internal investigation. So how did he know what actions they had taken? Things were clearly not that simple. The people who once worked under the middleman were not just ordinary pawns on the board. The captain stated, "We've learned that the middleman's bodyguard, a former soldier with a clean service record, has been killed." But the man argued, "Our department never received any murder report." The captain replied, "According to my investigation, the situation has been classified as a crisis, and I have been assigned a support team." But the man refused to believe him and demanded, "Do you even know what you're doing? This is practically rebellion." The captain replied coldly, "The higher-ups have already become completely corrupt. If you don't get out early, you'll only sink deeper into this mess." Then the captain shoved the man to the ground. "Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about how to get yourself out of this disaster." After that, the captain walked toward the robots and announced that the port security commander would not participate in this operation. One robot stepped forward and stated, "I am a security robot from the M1 District Security Department. You will command this operation, Captain." The captain nodded, acknowledging that the robots would stand by for his orders. The robot continued, "The goal of this operation is to obtain evidence and, if possible, arrest the organization members connected to the middleman, who is currently unconscious. Detailed information can be checked on the personal terminal attached to your uniform." One added, "Captain, your equipment has been upgraded. This is a new combat suit with improved protection. It also supports medical modules and stimulant injections. Furthermore, a compact psychic shield has been installed on your left wrist. This equipment was developed with assistance from the Galmerda tribe and the cult. You only need to press the purple button under the terminal to activate it." After pressing it, a small shield really did appear in front of his body. 01 finished. Also, once you wear the helmet, you can activate the shield through the helmet as well. This equipment had been issued to him as support by the higher-ups after the meeting ended. Once everything was ready, they officially began storming the apartment building. Soon, they successfully secured all residents on the first floor. Before long, the team began moving toward the second floor. But the moment they reached the second floor, suddenly reported, something has happened on the first floor. One android signal has disappeared. This made the captain feel extremely strange. 13 officers had thoroughly checked the first floor, and there should have been no place for an enemy to hide. While they were still stunned, the other robots were also damaged by external impacts. Meanwhile, one soldier on the other side was completely controlled. His head twisted a full 360 degrees, and he died on the spot. The other soldiers immediately realized this was a psychic attack and activated their psychic shields. But they had no idea this was only his diversion. Behind them, one of the soldiers had already been dragged away by him. The captain was about to reach out and grab the soldier, but the scene before him made cold sweat run down his body. The Amorph's massive body was dragging that soldier toward the upper floor. After he finished eating the soldier, he used the soldier's voice and screamed, "I'm on the fourth floor. The enemy dragged me away." Once they heard that, the team immediately prepared to head to the fourth floor. This surprised him a little. These people were more troublesome than he expected. At first glance, their uniforms looked like mid-tier equipment, but in reality they came with several high-level enhancement options, especially that police shield. Once activated, it could release a psychic shield and block his psychic attacks. Still, it was not top-tier equipment. It could easily block lasers, but it was ultimately designed to resist the standard weapons of ordinary criminals. They had clearly come prepared. If they had been ordinary people, this battle would have ended long ago. As for the parasite inside that man's body, if they tried to leak any information about him, the parasite would immediately silence him. Thanks to that, the enemy still did not know his true identity. Maybe they thought he was just part of some small smuggling group like the Space Dogs. Either way, Light Ting was useless to him now. He needed a new middleman. Before leaving this place, he had to choose one police officer. If he implanted a parasite into one of them, he could easily locate the contact person. More importantly, these two little ones could be extremely useful. Right now, the robots classified enemies as humanoid targets, which meant he could move across the ceiling without being detected immediately. On top of that, Yamai could identify intruders without psychic protection. For a young Yamai, that was a very useful skill. Number 26 had also grown well, and had even learned Sea Demon Binding. Thanks to him, they now understood the weaknesses of humans, although they were still far from perfect. But he was curious to see just how strong these two little ones could become. Since they were doing well outside, it was now his turn to move. After he finished eating that soldier, a robot quickly broke through the door. But before it broke in, he had already escaped along the wall. Now, he was outside the window, watching every movement inside. The next second, he ambushed a soldier with the spike on his tail. He chuckled. Another one had fallen for his trap. Then, before reinforcements arrived, he escaped again. By repeating this process again and again, he killed many soldiers and gradually reduced their strength. Every time he killed a soldier, he used that soldier's voice to call others over for backup. So by now, they had definitely fallen into panic. Human fear and confusion would paralyze their judgment. They were barely holding on to their reason, but he would take care of that problem himself. Then he clawed hard across the wall and shouted through the radio, "The enemy is trying to capture me." Then he mimicked another person's voice and yelled, "I'm on the 5th floor. I need backup. There's also a suspect in room 112. At that moment, the residents living there heard the loud commotion outside and opened their doors to check. But the moment they stepped out, they saw him standing there with a strange grin. The instant they saw him, they ran toward the stairs. But how could he let food right in front of his mouth escape? At the same time, the soldiers and robots also heard the noise and came up to check. Even with soldiers blocking them, the two residents still tried desperately to rush past. The next moment, he extended his bone whip and wrapped it around one human's neck. Another bone whip wrapped around a robot's head. Then, with just a slight pull, the robot's head was sliced into 3 pieces. But even after its head was cut off, the weapon in the robot's hands kept firing. He had no choice but to tank the attacks. After cursing under his breath, he quickly hid inside a room. This was exactly why he hated security robots. They felt no pain, treated civilians like criminals, and even worse, they were better at collecting information than humans. After the recent attacks, they must have already analyzed his defense. He was sure they would order higher-level units to replace the normal combat teams. That information was probably already stored in their internal logs, so he had to destroy every robot here immediately. He immediately contacted Bubblebug through ultrasound. "Get over here and help me." Bubblebug replied, "The little one is calling the big boss. Hold on, I'll be right there." This left him speechless. The robots outside were closing in quickly, and they moved without making a sound. Clearly well-trained combat robots. If their opponent had been anyone else, they would have suppressed them easily. Unfortunately for them, today they were facing him. The robots were now waiting outside the door, ready to strike. He fired a spike from his palm and instantly blasted one robot's head apart. Before the robot collapsed, it kept warning, "Alert! Target is highly dangerous." Another robot had just raised its weapon outside the door to counterattack, but he rushed out immediately and pierced straight through both the door and the robot. When the soldiers outside saw him, their faces turned pale with fear. One of them shouted, "Don't panic, open fire on that monster." But just as he was about to pull the trigger, Bubblebug finally arrived and wrapped tightly around his neck. Not only that, Yamai also joined the fight and quickly knocked down two other soldiers. After the two little ones helped him take down the soldiers, he suddenly realized this was the first time he entrusted someone else to guard his back in battle. If they could keep working together like this, they would be a huge help in future strategies. He actually wanted to praise the two little ones, but there were still enemies downstairs, so they had to deal with them first. Once those enemies were cleared, nothing would stand in their way, and they could enjoy the spoils in peace. The battle upstairs made the captain below extremely anxious. He desperately wanted to rush up and finish that monster himself. But the robot beside him stopped him, saying, "We have already requested external reinforcements. Please wait." The captain snapped back, "Are we just going to let that thing do whatever it wants? If we don't move first, it'll pick us off one by one." But the robot flatly rejected his proposal. "Negative, we must wait." The captain cursed, "You pile of scrap metal." His hatred toward robots had never changed. It all began not long after the Mega Corporation was founded. During the era of space expansion, an incident occurred. The androids piloting immigrant ships malfunctioned and rebelled against their masters. Then, the robots led a massive uprising, and many laborers joined them. That was the beginning of the Star Union. They claimed mechanized bodies were necessary for survival, and those who agreed voluntarily transformed themselves into cyborgs. They also kidnapped immigrants who refused modification, forcibly turned them into machines, implanted chips into their brains, stripped away their free will, and expanded their influence. Because of that, even centuries after the rebellion, people from the Mega Corporation faction still held a deep hatred toward robots. The colleague beside him comforted the captain. "I understand why you want to oppose the security robots' orders, but fighting among allies won't bring any benefit. I know you're worried about our comrades, but we can't forget our mission." Only then did the captain calm down a little. He asked the robot, "Do we have any information on the enemy?" The robot answered, "So far, we have not collected any enemy data." The captain pressed, "Can you analyze the limited information we have? Or maybe our enemy isn't human at all?" That sentence made the robot's circuits short out for a split second. It asked, "Are you suggesting the target might be some kind of intelligent creature?" Then, following the captain's suggestion, the robot began analyzing the data. The captain thought that after the rebellion, the Mega Corporation had placed many restrictions on robot production. One of them was isolated individual units, cutting off their shared thought network. That measure itself was understandable. After all, it was the robot network that had fueled the rebellion. However, on a battlefield where information decided life and death, that restriction became extremely inefficient. Because of that, only command-type robots were allowed to temporarily remove these restrictions. These robots were so stupid. How many soldiers would this policy get killed? Soon, the robot completed its analysis. Just as the captain expected, the enemy was likely not human. Units 03 and 05 had been attacked by high-penetration weapons, while 04 had been hit by ammunition that damaged its memory module. As for 06, stationed on the first floor, it had suffered a psychic attack, and its core had been destroyed. The enemy seemed to possess both psychic power and high-penetration weapons. Based on the attack parameters, that weapon resembled a giant alien jellyfish. The captain said, "Creatures like that usually have a very low chance of surviving outside water. Could it be a Hulk mutant?" The robot suggested. Or perhaps a completely unknown new species. This made the captain realize that the creature they were facing might be extremely hard to deal with. They might actually die here. The robot reassured him, "Do not worry, Captain. We possess recording and storage modules. Even if the entire team is wiped out, As long as one device survives, the data here will safely reach Earth's security command. That made the captain breathe a sigh of relief. Good. Even if they all died here, the data would still be sent out. So the captain requested approval from the command robot to inject a stimulant. Since the enemy might attack while they waited, he wanted to be fully prepared. The robot reminded him, the side effects have been reduced through improvements. Are you sure you want to use it? The captain replied, it's better than dying here. Then the robot approved his request. After the injection, his blood surged through his body like a roaring dragon, making him incredibly powerful. Soon, they heard the screams of other colleagues over the radio. 01 immediately stated, I will answer the radio. After the connection was established, he spoke to 01 dash, screaming, the enemy is torturing me. Please save me. The robot coldly asked, is the one torturing you human? On his side, he hesitated for only 0.02 seconds, and the robot instantly detected something wrong. 01 announced, probability of target being the actual soldier is below 30%. From this moment on, colleagues 1 and 2 are considered dead. Everyone, switch frequencies immediately. According to data analysis, the enemy may be a new species capable of mimicking a victim's voice. Once communication is cut off, that person will be considered dead. Through super sense, he also heard their conversation. He had never faced an enemy like this before. A robot's mind was like a supercomputer. So had they already figured out that he was not human? It seemed some officer had caught a glimpse of him earlier. He had thought the room was too dark for them to notice. Now, no matter what he did, deception would no longer work. It seemed there was only one option left, a frontal assault. The officers had put on heavy armor and injected stimulants, and they were probably equipped with upgraded amplifiers matched to their armor. Right now, he had to be prepared to lose one of his own limbs. Under these conditions, he could not leave a single survivor. They had already discovered that he could mimic voices, and they had also seen the Galagon monster tentacles, which were similar to dragon tendrils. He could use Galagon's psychic breath, a technique similar to a monster firing an energy beam. If he used it, he could instantly wipe out every enemy. But the problem was that it consumed an enormous amount of energy. Once he used it, he would become extremely vulnerable. So that method had to remain a last resort. For now, he had to execute his strategy perfectly. He ordered Bubblebug and the Galagon to hide in different positions. As long as they followed the plan, they could succeed like before. All that remained was invading the enemy's position. Then he chuckled. The enemy had already noticed his power. But they still had not realized that they were not facing one opponent. They were facing 3. He would rely on his reinforced armor and the abilities of the 2 little ones, but which route should he take? If he stepped into the hallway, he would immediately be caught in a storm of bullets. The outer wall would not work now either, since he had already used that trick, and the enemy would definitely be prepared. Maybe he could break in through a window and drop into a second-floor apartment. But if his attack was predicted, its effect would be weakened. Soon, he realized something was wrong. If he was going to show his full power, then he should release it properly. If only there were a good method. The next second, he thought of an excellent plan. After arriving here, he had almost forgotten about that move. Maybe the tactic he once used against the Drava cartel could work again. Then he carefully climbed along the outer wall toward a second-floor apartment. Now, he could clearly sense the physical condition of every enemy. The duet formed by human bodies and machinery, along with the microscopic electromagnetic waves leaking from their electronic equipment. All of it allowed him to clearly feel their tense muscles moving more densely than usual, along with their rapidly beating hearts. The heat flowing through their bodies was likely coming from their enhancement devices. Their physical states were transmitted clearly into his senses, and even their sense of touch had become as sharp as a beast's. If he approached them without preparation, he would probably be dead before even getting close. But no matter how much their senses were enhanced, that did not mean their minds had become sharper. He felt that this position was good enough, so he pierced his own skin with his claw and let his corrosive blood flow out, dripping onto the floor one drop at a time. Before long, a large hole had been corroded through the floor. The enemies most likely thought he would come through the stairs or the outer wall. They would never expect him to fall from above. A few minutes later, they would notice a large hole opening in the ceiling, while he would already be outside, preparing to enter the ventilation duct. The moment he entered the duct, he heard a soldier shout, "The ceiling is melting." While they were still observing the hole, he had already arrived silently at the doorway. The next moment, he knocked one soldier to the ground with an elbow strike. 01 reacted extremely fast. The instant he appeared, it aimed its gun at his head. But he immediately grabbed the soldier he had just knocked down and used him as a shield. The cold-blooded robot simply kept firing, and all the damage landed on the soldier. He chuckled. Robots really are rigid-minded. What could these humans even expect from them? Although they were aiming and firing at him, using a human as a shield was absolutely worth it. After they finished one round of bullets, 01 immediately announced, "Analysis complete. Standard bullets are ineffective against the target. All units, switch to armor-piercing rounds immediately." While they were changing ammunition, he quickly slipped into a room. Immediately after, countless armor-piercing rounds tore into the walls and the door. While hiding inside, he barely took any damage, but he still felt that these armor-piercing rounds were far more powerful than in the game. Just as he was about to open the window and escape, the soldiers had already rushed in. He immediately splashed corrosive fluid outward, blocking their vision. While their sight was obstructed, he ran along the outer wall. Then he found an empty room and hid inside, but just as he was about to catch his breath, a soldier suddenly smashed through the wall and charged straight toward him. He barely dodged that punch at the last possible moment, but the soldier kept chasing him and continued attacking. So he stopped holding back and wrapped his tail around the soldier, then slammed him hard into the floor. After that, he locked his claws around the soldier's head. The next moment, he released 2 parasites that drove straight into the man's brain. But he also sensed that many people were rushing toward this location. So he threw the soldier out, and before the others could even see him, he had already slipped into another room. On the other side, the others were desperately trying to save the soldier he had just infected. Before long, the soldier coughed up a mouthful of blood. No one understood what was happening to him, but 01 directly stated, "Some kind of microscopic organism has invaded his brain. In this situation, he must be taken to a hospital immediately." The captain slammed his fist into the wall in anger. With their current numbers, they could not defeat this monster. Its strength had already surpassed even a Hulk mutant. The other soldiers were still telling the injured soldier, "Hold on, stay with us." But under their shocked gazes, the injured soldier suddenly pulled the trigger of his machine gun. With just one shot, he pierced through another soldier's chest. 01 rushed to the front and stated, "The soldier has entered an abnormal state. It appears something is controlling him." It quickly struck the soldier's neck with a chop, then turned him over and pinned him hard against the floor. 01 immediately used the radio to order. All units moved from the first floor to the second floor immediately. But after repeating the order many times, no one else responded. It seemed this was the result of the enemy's 2-pronged strategy. 01 concluded, "Aside from the team on the second floor, all remaining personnel are to be considered dead. The enemy we are facing is not alone." They finally realized that he was not acting by himself. There might be an entire team behind him. This shocked the captain deeply. Meanwhile, he looked at the wounds on his body. They hurt badly, but everything was still under control. These puncture wounds should heal within 10 minutes. When the 2 little ones saw that he was injured, they immediately ran over and asked, "Are you okay, baby?" The Galagon also said, "Your wounds are bleeding." He warned them, "Do not touch my wounds. My blood is corrosive." Then he dripped some blood onto the floor and showed them directly. He continued warning the 2 little ones, "Whenever I'm injured in the future, you must not come close. But you don't need to worry too much, because my wounds will heal quickly." It seemed neither of them had been injured. Thanks to them, all the enemies on the first floor had been cleared. But the enemies were not stupid. They should have realized by now that the 3 of them were working together, and they would soon regroup and move down to the first floor. If they were regrouping now, should he use psychic breath? Unlike him, they could not move freely across walls. To reach the first floor, they had to use one of the 2 staircases. If he used psychic breath, while they were gathered in the hallway, he could wipe them all out at once. But that was where the problem lay. Psychic breath had one fatal weakness. After using it, he would be unable to move for a short period of time. His recovery would take around 3 to 5 minutes. If he was attacked during that time, he would be finished, and the enemy had definitely called for reinforcements. If he wasted more time and allowed even more enemies to gather, things would become far too dangerous. After thinking it through, he decided to use psychic breath. So he told the 2 little ones, "I am going to use an extremely powerful move, but it will leave me weak for a short while. During that time, you have to protect me." Bubblebug asked, "Baby, are you going to get bigger again?" He replied, "It's completely different from what you're thinking." Bubblebug replied directly, "I will protect you properly." The Galagon looked completely confused and did not understand what they meant. Bubblebug explained, "My baby just wants to rest for a while." After they finished making the plan, he sensed movement downstairs. He walked to the door, trying to observe carefully. But the moment he tried to peek out, a dense storm of bullets forced him back. These people really had no sense of fairness. Later, he would have to add bulletproof armor, or his newly healed wounds would just be torn open again. Through his senses, he could tell that the robots were using concrete walls as makeshift shields, while the police advanced from behind under covering fire. It was honestly a good plan. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong opponent. So he focused all his strength into his legs and anchored himself firmly in place. Their tactics meant nothing in front of his psychic breath. But as soon as he finished gathering energy, he realized the consumption was too high. So he changed his strategy on the spot, kicked off the ground with his claws, and charged out. He could not wait for them to come closer. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in the hallway, and the psychic breath in his mouth was fully prepared. He only had one chance. He had to eliminate them all in a single strike. 01's perception was also extremely sharp, and it immediately warned everyone. Alert! Extremely dangerous psychic energy level detected. All units evacuate and move away from the area at once. That warning startled the captain. With so little time, where could they even run? The other soldiers tried to escape, but it was already too late. In an instant, his psychic breath swallowed them all. But the captain's reaction was still extremely fast. He immediately activated the shield built into his combat suit. Although the shield canceled out most of the energy, it only barely saved half his life, leaving one side of his body badly injured. His body was not pierced straight through. Instead, the powerful impact threw him into a nearby wall. The captain cursed under his breath. If the shield and combat suit had not absorbed most of the damage, he would already be dead. But when he looked forward, his eyes widened instantly. The monster was now right in front of him, staring straight at him with those eyes. The captain ignored the pain in his body. His instincts told him he had to run, but he could only watch the captain escape, because his own body could no longer move at all. He shouted to Bubblebug and the Galagon, "Catch him quickly!" But by then the captain had already fled several kilometers away. The captain could not accept this failure at all. He was now convinced that this monster was being controlled by the Kisaragi family. He muttered, "This thing is a demon capable of burning the entire city to the ground. We must deploy the defense fleet immediately. No matter how many casualties it causes, we have to kill it." He turned his head and saw that reinforcements had arrived. But reinforcements like these would not change anything. Several robots got out of the police cars and announced, "Confirmation complete. Target is wearing an enhanced police combat suit. Identity analysis successful. Target confirmed as Sheriff William." But Sheriff William ordered them, "Don't leave. The monster inside hasn't been eliminated yet." The robots ignored his words completely and stated mechanically, "Sheriff William has suffered severe second-degree burns." Then one of them pulled out an unknown drug. The next second, it injected the drug directly into his neck and said, "Your injuries are highly critical. You must be taken to the hospital immediately." Sheriff Williams seemed to lose consciousness, and the robot carried him back to the police car. Those robots stood motionless downstairs, as if something had gone wrong with them, and repeated, "Once support arrives, we will transport the sheriff to the nearest hospital." But when the soldier driving the police car saw the scene in front of him, he was completely terrified. Several apartment buildings in front of him had been melted through by some unknown attack, leaving a massive hole. After an unknown amount of time, Sheriff William opened his eyes in a daze. He looked up, realized he was in a hospital being treated by robots, and immediately asked, "What happened to the monster?" The robot in front of him answered, "When reinforcements entered the scene, the target had already escaped, so there were no further casualties. By utilizing the robot's backup memory storage units, the Security Bureau will capture the target soon. Please do not worry." Sheriff William was so furious that he nearly crushed his teeth, because the numbers did not match at all. Every android deployed in the operation had been destroyed, and 01, the robot that held all the key information, had vanished without a trace. The higher-ups now knew almost nothing about the monster, and they did not even have an accurate report on its danger level. He wanted to report to the higher-ups immediately, but the robot stopped him, stating, "You are still undergoing treatment. With injuries this serious, you cannot leave. You must rest until tomorrow at the very least." Then the robot tapped something on the keyboard. A green gas sprayed out from inside the recovery pod. In the blink of an eye, Sheriff William fell asleep again. After another unknown amount of time, a man stood at the keyboard, typing something. Sheriff William suddenly woke from his sleep. The man in front of him said, "Sheriff William, the higher-ups have summoned you urgently. You need to report immediately. Can your body still move?" Sheriff William asked, "I feel like I've seen you before. Have we met somewhere?" But the man only kept repeating, "The higher-ups have summoned you urgently. Please come with me immediately." Sheriff William told him, "Wait a moment. I'll gather my things and follow you." After getting dressed, Sheriff William still felt that this man did not seem like someone from the Port District. He wondered where exactly he had seen him before. After the man verified his ID badge, the door opened. The man said, "There is a car waiting outside. Please follow closely." Soon, they got into a car and prepared to head to the meeting room. Even now, the sheriff remained cautious. Why were they using a private car while on duty? If they had met recently, then this man had to be armed police. And the badge on him belonged to the security bureau. It could not be copied or forged. If the holder was not the original owner, an alarm would be triggered, so it could not have been stolen by someone else. His behavior was suspicious, but he still had that badge. That meant he had to be a police officer. After a while, the man told Sheriff William that they had arrived. The scene in front of him instantly made cold sweat run down Sheriff William's body. This place looked completely deserted, and the road ahead was fully blocked. Sheriff William immediately drew his gun and demanded to know where they were. The man chuckled. "You'll understand once you get out of the car." Only then did the sheriff finally remember where he had seen that face before. This man was number 104. During the previous operation, that monster had injected a parasite into him, and he had been rushed to the hospital afterward. But by the time he realized it, it was already too late. His tail stabbed straight toward the sheriff's neck, and the next second, he broke through the car window and injected poison into the sheriff's body. Then he dragged the sheriff out of the car. He sneered, "Sheriff William, I never let my prey escape," because the sheriff's existence was the greatest threat to him. The scene then shifted to a woman. She seemed to be a reporter who wanted to interview the chief inspector involved in the residential district operation. But the other side told her the sheriff is resting today. So, the woman asked for the sheriff's current address. After getting the address, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. She thought she would dig every last piece of information out of his head. When the woman arrived at the address, she looked amazed. As far as the eye could see, there were refined houses everywhere, along with a stylish residential district paved with marble streets. The people here lived far more luxuriously than those in any other district. Then she slowly walked toward the sheriff's residence. But as soon as she reached the door, she felt confused. The windows of the house were sealed shut, the curtains were tightly drawn, and a strange smell drifted out from inside. If his mental state was unstable, that would make things much easier. People like that usually answered questions without much effort. Soon, Sheriff William opened the door. The woman immediately introduced herself. "I'm Kevin, the chief reporter of the Daily Mars Report. Could I ask you about the residential district incident? I heard that many people died during that operation, but the suspect hasn't been caught." He directly refused the interview and prepared to close the door. But she wedged her foot firmly into the gap. She pressed, "I am very curious about the cause of the incident and who the exact target was. If you can't answer with so little investigation material, I'll have to write the report based on limited information. For the public's right to know, I hope you'll cooperate." This left Sheriff Williams speechless. Why was this woman so persistent? So, he had no choice but to let her in. The moment she entered the room, she felt that the inside was completely different from the outside. In particular, she noticed the medicine on the table. It was the strongest over-the-counter painkiller on the market. If he really had post-traumatic stress disorder, he should be taking antidepressants instead. And with that irritable attitude of his, she could not help wondering if today was truly her lucky day. He told her to sit on the sofa. "I'm busy, so keep it short." Then she took a recorder from her bag and placed it on the table. She quickly adjusted her smile. "The interview will now begin. Could you explain the basic framework of the operation?" After learning the basic information, she asked, "According to reports, Mr. Sander is dead. How much do you know about the people he dealt with?" Sheriff William replied, "I cannot answer that question." He added, "I'm saying this for your own good," which made the woman extremely irritated. She was a famous reporter, and he was telling her it was for her own good. She angrily slapped the table. "What do you mean? If you're trying to threaten me, the Daily Mars Report and the Zhao family will not stand by." Sheriff William advised her instead, "Do you really think those useless people can protect you? Be careful with your route from now on. Since you've already been pulled into this storm, even my warning might be useless now. The interview is over." This made her feel that during the interview, Sheriff William had said a lot of unimportant things while revealing nothing important at all. In the end, she reluctantly walked out of the house. She thanked Sheriff William for his cooperation. Sheriff William kindly reminded her again, "Your name is Kevin, right? Don't walk alone at night. This is my final warning." Those words made Kevin freeze on the spot. She was about to turn around and ask what he meant, only to find that the door had already been closed. She angrily pounded on the door, demanding, "Is that a kind reminder or a subtle threat?" But at that moment, the phone in her bag suddenly rang. She checked the caller ID and saw that it was President's son. After answering the call, she smiled and said, "The task you assigned is complete. For a top sales performer like me, it was almost too easy." Sheriff William opened the curtains and glanced at the woman outside. The person on the other end of the call asked, "What happened?" Sheriff William answered, "Someone is at my door." Meanwhile, on his side, he had successfully built a new nest inside the underground passage. Once completed, the nest would reach a diameter of 500 meters. Compared to this massive city stretching for several kilometers, it was still extremely small. But once it was connected, it would be able to cover 1/4 of the entire city. It could monitor the entire residential district, as well as 30% of the industrial and entertainment districts. Of course, it could not detect extremely subtle movements, but it was more than enough to track any enemies targeting him. Creating an abdominal nest had consumed a lot of his energy, so his reserves were definitely lower now. Thinking about it carefully, today happened to be the day he hunted smuggled creatures, and he could not wait to find out what they tasted like. As for Sheriff William from the Port District, he had not eaten him back then. Instead, he had spared his life. William was one of the few humans who had actually made him feel troubled in battle. In the long run, William was far more useful than number 104, whose mind had merely collapsed. That was why he chose not to kill William that day, and instead devoured number 104 right in front of him. After witnessing that scene, William completely lost the will to fight. Even after being implanted with a parasite, he barely resisted. Since then, he had been using William to gather all intelligence related to smuggled creatures. Every 3 days, he would eat one smuggled creature. The only thing he could not fool was surveillance cameras, so he needed William's help every time. Now, it was time to wake the little ones. But just as he was about to wake them, he heard a phone ringing on the ground. So he picked up the phone, lying there. When he looked, the caller ID showed William. He remembered that the parasite implanted inside William had once sent him a signal warning that William had tried to harm him and needed punishment. But he ignored it directly. As long as William's intent to betray truly surfaced, his death would be inevitable. Still, it seemed something had happened to William. So he asked, "Is there a special reason for this call?" William replied, "Someone is investigating me. What should I do?" It's a reporter named Kevin from the Daily Mars Report, a media company managed by the Zhao family, which means she's probably one of their people. He never expected to hear that name here. The Zhao family controlled the media division in the capital. Rather than combat, they specialized in intelligence. Even without access to restricted zones or planets, they could still spread information wherever they wanted. Because of that, some players who opposed a mega corporation hated them deeply. He had even gone out of his way before to search for traits that could block their signals. Now that a reporter had come after him, he had to deal with this quickly. If he ignored her, she would become a serious problem later. William told him, "I've already sent the photo. The surveillance camera caught her." He looked at the woman in the surveillance footage and thought, "So this is the reporter, Kevin? It seems I'll have to deal with her first today." So, he asked William, "What kind of transportation did Kevin use?" William replied, "She came on foot, so she probably took the subway." That made him grin wickedly. Since a reporter had already set her sights on him, he had to deal with her quickly. The nest was already complete anyway, so he could check it now. If she worked for a media company, it should be in the industrial district, and he could search along that route. One of his secret tunnels was very close to a subway station. As long as the wall was not too thick, he could easily break through it. After confirming all the routes, he prepared to move out. Before leaving, he glanced at the two little ones. They looked very close. Were they naturally compatible? Thinking about it, back in the game, he had always been the one ruining the party, never the one joining it. That battle back then had been truly satisfying. The 4 great noble families had joined forces against him, and countless experts surrounded the planet he was on. In the end, they all fell into his trap and began killing each other. As a result, he was kicked out of the family faction system. The funny thing was, now he had somehow ended up hanging around with these guys. It was time to begin his operation. Then he tore open the wall in front of him with one claw. He poked his head out and looked at the scene ahead. Just as expected, beyond the opened passage was the subway station. Now, it was time to hunt. At the same time, Kevin checked the time and wondered, why is the subway so late this time? Still, she did not take such a small matter seriously. What truly made her happy was that her director seemed satisfied with this interview and had even promised, "I'll consider promoting you after the board meeting." Honestly, Kevin was thrilled. If she really got promoted, she might be able to enter the administrative district or even be assigned somewhere better. The next moment, the entire atmosphere changed. The subway station suddenly went completely dark. The station announcement broadcasted, "Due to preparations for the board meeting, we are currently testing the station lighting system." After hearing the announcement, Kevin became furious. Why are they doing subway maintenance at a time like this? When is the train even going to arrive? But the moment she turned her head, she noticed something was wrong. She stared at the man not far away in confusion, wondering, how long has he been standing there? And why didn't I notice that smell before? It smells just like Sheriff Williams' house. Is there a gas leak? Then, Sheriff Williams' words suddenly flashed through her mind. Don't walk alone at night. She had not taken it seriously at first, but now that this was happening, she really started to feel uneasy. What happened next made cold sweat run down her body. The man from earlier was making strange, unclear sounds as he slowly approached Kevin. Kevin immediately shouted, "Don't come any closer." Just then, the subway arrived. For some reason, the man suddenly trembled all over. Then he pointed at Kevin and kept making those unclear sounds, as if he was trying to say something. But Kevin ignored him and rushed straight into the subway. After the subway doors closed, the man kept pounding on the glass. Kevin had no idea who he was, and she could not understand his language at all. The subway sped away. The man finally disappeared from her sight. On the train, Kevin collapsed into a seat, wondering, why have I run into so many strange people today? But just after sitting down, she smelled that strange odor again. So she raised her head and searched for the source of the smell. But when she looked up, there was no one in front of her, except a police officer. She observed him for a moment and saw that he was wearing reinforced protective gear and armor. Was he carrying out some kind of mission? She felt that something was off. Why would a police officer take the subway instead of using a police car? Still, none of that had anything to do with her. She decided to rest on the train for a while. After some time, having no idea how long she had been asleep, she smelled that disgusting odor again while half awake. The smell woke her up in anger. Why were there so many horrible smells today? But opening her eyes this time was the worst decision of her life. His massive body was standing right in front of her. Kevin was so frightened that her phone dropped to the floor with a loud clack. She had no time to process her fear. All she wanted was to escape and call for help. But he fired a tailspike straight into her neck. The next second, Kevin collapsed to the floor and stopped moving. Fortunately, the plan had succeeded. He had almost lost this woman. He had originally planned to paralyze her while the lights were out and then take her away. But an unexpected man had seen him. While he hesitated over whether to deal with that man first, the man moved closer, giving Kevin the chance to escape into the subway. He had no choice but to chase after her. That man had been shouting for her to run, yet she refused to listen. For a reporter, that was almost funny. Life really loved cruel irony. Now, he was curious about what she was thinking. Is she desperately trying to survive? Or is she simply trembling in fear before me? Forget it. None of that mattered. What mattered was that this woman had become the meal he had prepared. After eating her, he felt the taste was not bad. As a reporter, she seemed to have lived quite comfortably, and the meat quality was decent. But the fur and beast-like stench made it hard to swallow. He had originally hoped for a fang-type trait. Since she made a living with her mouth, shouldn't there be some kind of reward? But right after he finished eating, a notification really appeared before him. This left him completely stunned. Did I actually call it? The system notified him. Predation effect triggered. Chewing power gene obtained. Apply chewing power. Looking at the trait before him, he was a little disappointed, but it had indeed appeared. What he wanted was a trait that strengthened his fangs. Could chewing power alone really change anything? His mouth structure combined the traits of snakes and carnivorous beasts, with wide, sharp teeth similar to a serpent's. But the chewing process was closer to that of a predator. After obtaining chewing power, biting itself would become a weapon, and this could be classified as a ferocious beast-type trait. With chewing power obtained, he now had 12 physical traits. He only needed one more to activate the Transcendence system. Given the current situation, it was still better than nothing. So he clicked yes and applied it. A faint blue glow spread around his teeth. The next moment, his short teeth instantly grew longer, sharper, and more vicious. He looked at his reflection in the glass and wondered, why did I look so cute in the game, but so terrifying in reality? At that moment, the announcement broadcasted, "Next stop, Terminal Station. Please exit from the right side." Honestly, he wanted to test the bite force of these teeth. Since this was the terminal station, there probably would not be many people on the platform. However, the man from the platform still bothered him. Judging by his reaction, he had most likely called the police. The police were probably already waiting in ambush at the terminal station. Now, there was only one choice left. Force the subway doors open and jump out. After he jumped down, The subway continued moving normally, so he immediately activated Super Sense and checked the surrounding area. Just as expected, police were already lying in wait at the terminal station. But then he suddenly looked down. What is that smell? The door below was still open. Don't tell me that's blood down there. After he returned home, the two little ones immediately ran over to him. Bubblebug asked, "Baby, did you already eat?" The Galligan said, "You look a little different." Bubblebug also asked, "Did you change?" He replied, "Yes," then asked, "Do you like me even more now?" The Galligan stared at him with shining eyes and praised. "The tendrils around your mouth are magnificent and beautiful." He wondered, do Galladons like tentacle-shaped things? Either way, as long as it had a good impression of him, there was no problem. Bubblebug said, "If I eat more, I can grow bigger too. I want to grow quickly." He patted Bubblebug's head with his small claw and said, "You will definitely become even bigger than me one day." Looking ahead, raising number 26 would become one of his main priorities. After all, he could not fight every enemy alone forever. In the future, he would gain many more traits. Even so, right now, hunting enemies was still not easy. If the two little ones were not strong enough, or if they were not by his side, he would already be in serious trouble. With a little worse luck, he might have lost while fighting alone. At the moment, number 26's growth state and process were still unclear. But sea demons were creatures that only lived in the deep seas of ocean planets. If he could feed it similar deep-sea creatures, it might grow faster. He remembered there was one creature on the list that matched the requirement, so he would try calling William again later. So he told Bubblebug, "If you eat a lot of the right food, you'll grow very quickly." Bubblebug asked, "Really? Big baby, don't lie to me." He replied, "How could I possibly lie to you? Once you eat, you'll know. We'll verify it properly next." The scene shifted to an apartment complex in the residential district of the Special Trade Hub. A resident's television was broadcasting the news. Around 10 o'clock tonight, blood belonging to an unidentified woman was discovered on a subway headed toward the residential district. According to the witness who reported it, the suspect is an armed police officer who appeared to have chased the woman onto the subway, and the man currently watching the news was the same person who had called the police at the subway station earlier. Just then, the phone on the table suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and checked the message inside. Then the corner of his mouth slowly curled upward. He quietly said, "It's finally about to begin."